Betrayed by him, claimed by his rival. Complete audiobook authored by Triple G. Chapter 1, Samantha, POV. Aren't you going to touch your meal? It's going to get cold, and I know you don't like your food cold, I finally said to Louis, my fiancé, after a few moments of tense silence. The room felt unnaturally still, the only sound the faint ticking of the wall clock. He had been distant ever since he returned from the office. He'd barely said a word to me, his usual warmth replaced by an unfamiliar coldness. I tried to convince myself that it was just the stress from work, that maybe running a business was taking its toll. But tonight felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, a sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake. Louis sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair as he stared down at his untouched plate. I'm calling off the engagement, Samantha, he said finally, his voice cold, devoid of any emotion. I know it's a difficult pill to swallow, but it is what it is. His words struck me like a bolt of lightning, my heart stuttering in my chest. For a moment, the world seemed to stop spinning. The spoon I had been lifting to my mouth slipped from my fingers, clattering onto the plate, splattering soup across the pristine white tablecloth. I stared at him, uncomprehending, as if he had spoken in a language I didn't understand.
What?
I whispered, the word barely audible. My love, I don't understand. Did I do something wrong? If you don't like the meal, I can make you something else. Please just talk to me. Louis's eyes narrowed, his mouth twisting in disdain. Don't be ridiculous, Samantha. This has nothing to do with your silly meals. I'm on the verge of closing the biggest deal of my life, and Clara Smith, the billionaire heiress, is helping me make it happen. She loves me, and she wants something serious, something real. I'm not going to let you or anyone else stand in my way. The room seemed to tilt around me. Clara Smith? The name echoed in my mind, each repetition slicing deeper into my heart. I had heard of her. Of course everyone had. The heiress to a vast fortune, beautiful, powerful, and utterly unattainable. And now she wanted my fiancé. You've been cheating on me with her. I managed to choke out, my voice trembling with a mix of disbelief and growing rage. You're going to throw away 3 years of our relationship for some business deal? For hers? Louis shot up from his seat, the force of his movement sending his chair skidding backward. He slammed his fist onto the table, the impact rattling the dishes and causing the candles to flicker wildly. How dare you talk about my business like that? It's how I put food on your table, how I keep a roof over your head. And don't forget, it's how I gave your ex-convict brother a job, though one no one else would even consider hiring. His words were like a slap to the face, stinging and humiliating. But more than that, they unveiled a man I didn't recognize, a man who viewed me as a mere obligation, a burden to be discarded when something better came along. My heart clenched in pain, but anger quickly bubbled to the surface, overtaking the sadness. This isn't going to end so easily, Louis, I hissed, rising to my feet with a newfound resolve. I'm going to give Clara Smith a piece of my mind. Before he could respond, I snatched his car keys off the table, my hand trembling with a mixture of fury and adrenaline. I turned on my heel and stormed toward the door, my vision blurring with unshed tears. But just as I reached for the doorknob, a strong hand clamped down on my arm, yanking me back with enough force to make me stumble. I gasped, spinning around to face him, my heart pounding in my chest. Louis's grip tightened, his eyes blazing with an intensity one had never seen before. You're going to do no such thing, Samantha, he growled, his voice low and threatening. His hand moved from my arm to my neck, his fingers digging into my skin just hard enough to send a shiver of fear down my spine. He leaned in close, his breath hot against my ear. You are not going to say a word about this to anyone, especially not Clara. If you do, I swear I'll make sure bad things happen to you. Do you understand? For a moment, I couldn't breathe. The man standing before me was a stranger, someone dangerous and unrecognizable. The Louis I knew the man I had loved, trusted, and planned to marry was gone, replaced by this cold, ruthless version of himself. I nodded shakily, too stunned and terrified to do anything else. Satisfied, he released me and snatched the keys from my hand, his eyes never leaving mine. You and we were never in a real relationship. Is that clear? I could only stare at him, my mind reeling from the shock. With that final, cutting remark, he turned and walked out the door, leaving me alone in the echoing silence of our once shared home. As soon as the door slammed shut behind him, the tears I had been holding back broke free, streaming down my face uncontrollably. My legs gave out, and I sank to the floor, clutching my chest as the reality of what had just happened crashed down on me. 3 years of love, trust, and devotion shattered in an instant. Desperation clawed at me as I stumbled to my feet and frantically searched the house, tearing open cabinets and drawers in a wild attempt to find anything to numb the pain. But every cupboard was empty, offering no solace, no escape from the searing ache in my chest. A hollow, bitter laugh escaped my lips as I wiped the tears from my cheeks. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, mascara smudged, eyes red and swollen, hair disheveled. I looked like a woman who had lost everything. But I wasn't going to let him have the satisfaction of breaking me. Not tonight. Today is the last time I'll cry over you, Luis Martinez, I whispered to my reflection, the resolve in my voice growing stronger with each word. Today, I'm going to have so much fun I'll forget you ever existed. I reached for my makeup bag, forcing my shaking hands to steady as I reapplied my foundation, hiding the evidence of my tears. A swipe of bold red lipstick, a flick of eyeliner, and I was someone who didn't care, someone who was ready to let go of everything and just live for the moment. Minutes later, I found myself at a bar on the outskirts of town, where the dim lighting and pulsating music matched the wild, chaotic energy coursing through my veins. I walked up to the bartender, the world around me already blurring slightly. "Give me the strongest cocktail you've got," I demanded, my voice strong and unwavering. 2 drinks in, the burn of the alcohol warmed my insides, loosening the tight grip of pain around my heart. The world spun in a delightful haze, and for the first time that night, I felt free from Luis, free from heartbreak, free to be whoever I wanted to be. Feeling a surge of boldness, I climbed onto a bar stool and shouted, "Who's the hottest guy in this bar?" The words echoed through the room, drawing amused looks from the patrons. Some laughed, shaking their heads, but I didn't care. I was done caring. The bartender, grinning like he had seen it all before, pointed toward the far corner of the room. "That guy over there," he said, nodding to a man sitting alone, sipping his whiskey in quiet contemplation. I squinted, trying to focus through the alcohol-induced fog. Even in the dim light, I could see he was a vision tall, broad-shouldered, with an air of mystery that only added to his allure. His face was shadowed, but I could make out the strong lines of his jaw and the way he seemed utterly absorbed in his thoughts. Perfect. I staggered over to his table, my steps unsteady but determined. The room spun slightly as I leaned down, my hand reaching out to grasp his jawline. His skin was warm under my fingers, his stubble rough against my touch. I tilted his face up to meet mine, staring into his eyes deep, dark, and mesmerizing. My heart skipped a beat, and I couldn't help but blush at how utterly gorgeous he was. He raised an eyebrow, his expression one of polite curiosity mixed with mild concern. "Is there a problem, miss? Is there something I can help you with? Shut up and kiss me." I leaned in and pressed my lips against his. At first, he hesitated, his lips remaining still against mine. But then, slowly, he gave in, his kiss growing warmer, more passionate. The world around us faded away as we lost ourselves in the moment, our mouths moving together in a way that was both thrilling and comforting. After a few moments, he pulled back slightly, his eyes still locked on mine, searching for something. I held his gaze, my fingers still caressing his jawline, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath my touch. "I want you to make me yours tonight," I whispered, my voice trembling with a mix of defiance and raw, desperate need. A slow, predatory grin spread across the stranger's lips, his dark eyes glinting with something that sent a shiver down my spine. He leaned in close, his breath warm against my ear as he whispered, "Careful what you wish for, Samantha Blake." The sound of my full name, spoken with such deliberate precision, sent a jolt of shock through me, cutting through the alcohol-induced haze. I recoiled slightly, my heart pounding in sudden panic as the realization hit me this wasn't just some random guy at the bar. He knew exactly who I was. I pulled back, my eyes wide with confusion and a growing sense of unease. "Wait a minute, who the hell are you? And how do you know my name?" My voice trembled, the confidence I had tried to project crumbling under the weight of his knowing gaze. Chapter 2. Samantha, POV. I pulled back instinctively, the warmth of his breath still lingering on my skin. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. How did he know my name? And why did the sound of it make my blood run cold? The mysterious man didn't flinch, as though he had expected my reaction. He held my gaze, his eyes dark and unreadable. With unsettling calm, he extended his hand toward me. "Well," he said, his voice smooth and composed. "Nice to meet you, Samantha. My name is Jack. Jack Smith." Smith, the name echoed in my mind, setting off alarm bells. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if he enjoyed watching the realization dawn on me. "My stepsister," he continued casually, "is closing a multi-million-dollar deal with your fiancé." The room seemed to tilt, his words hitting me harder than the alcohol coursing through my veins. Jack Smith, Clara Smith's brother. No, her stepbrother. The connection was both obvious and terrifying. Suddenly, the man sitting before me was no longer just a handsome stranger. He was tied to the very woman who had just stolen my life away. I stared at him, my heart pounding. What kind of game was this? Why had he let me kiss him, only to drop this bombshell? The air between us felt charged with tension, his presence now suffocating where it had once been alluring. A wave of discomfort churned in the pit of my stomach. The shock of Jack's revelation made my body react violently to the alcohol, but I fought hard to suppress it, clinging to some semblance of control. "Ex-fiancé," I managed to say, my voice weak but laced with bitterness. Jack's expression shifted, genuine surprise flickering across his features. It was as if he hadn't expected to hear those words. "You two broke up already?" I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could find the right words, nausea surged through me. I lost control, vomiting as shock, disappointment, and too much alcohol all collided in a humiliating display. "That's enough alcohol for the night," Jack said, his voice a mix of concern and irritation as he reached out to steady me. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, feeling the tears welling up again. "Yeah, no argument there," I muttered, utterly defeated. Jack grabbed a napkin from the table, handed it to me, then stood up and shrugged on his jacket. "Come on, I'll give you a ride home," he offered, his tone more insistent now, as if he was used to being in control. I shook my head, the mere thought of accepting help from him sending a fresh wave of nausea through me. "Thanks, but I'll pass," I replied, trying to sound firm despite the way my head was spinning. Jack paused, staring at me, his expression a mix of surprise and something else, frustration, maybe? He took a step closer, his presence looming over me. "Samantha, you're not feeling well. You're drunk. At least let me make sure you get home safely." I looked up at him, my vision swimming slightly from the alcohol and tears. There was something in his voice and insistence, maybe even a hint of genuine concern that made me hesitate. But then I remembered who he was. Jack Smith wasn't just anyone. He was the city's most notorious playboy. The stories about him were infamous whispers of countless women he'd charmed and discarded, each one just another name in his book of conquests. To him, women were nothing more than trophies, their value measured by how easily they fell for his charm. I wasn't about to become another notch on his bedpost. "I'd rather take a cab home than let you give me a ride," I said, my voice tinged with defiance. "I've heard the stories, Jack, and I'm not going to be one of them." He looked at me then, really looked at me, his gaze searching mine as if trying to find something deep within me that I wasn't even sure existed. His eyes, which had seemed so cold and calculating moments before, now held a flicker of something I couldn't quite place. Was it disappointment? Hurt? Whatever it was gone in an instant, replaced by the same enigmatic expression he'd worn since the moment we met. "Is that what you think this is?" His voice was low, almost vulnerable. "Is that what you take me for, Samantha?" I couldn't hold his gaze any longer. I tilted my face sideways, breaking the connection, unable to face the intensity in his eyes. My silence was answer enough. A heavy pause hung between us, the air thick with unspoken words. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he spoke again, his tone gentle, almost resigned. "Very well then. Enjoy the rest of your evening." Without another word, Jack picked up his car keys from the table, the metallic clink echoing in the otherwise quiet bar. He turned and walked away. I watched him leave, my chest tight with a mix of emotions I couldn't begin to unravel. Relief, anger, confusion all swirled together in a chaotic storm. The door swung shut behind him, and with it, the tension in the room seemed to dissipate, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I should have felt victorious, like I'd just dodged a bullet. But as I sat there, staring at the spot where Jack had just been, I couldn't shake the feeling that something significant had just slipped through my fingers. Just as I was trying to piece together the remnants of my sanity, my cell phone buzzed in my purse, slicing through the fog of emotions clouding my mind. I fumbled for it, my fingers trembling slightly as I pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Lola, my brother's girlfriend. Her name flashing on my phone usually meant casual chats or updates about Saul, but something about the timing sent a chill down my spine. I swiped to answer, bringing the phone to my ear. "Lola." Her voice came through, laced with raw panic and desperation, a stark contrast to her usual calm demeanor. "Samantha, you need to come home immediately. It's Saul, he's been arrested." Her words hit me like a freight train, knocking the breath out of me.
"What? Why?"
"What happened?" "Louis Dash," she choked on his name, her voice breaking. "He accused Saul of stealing a huge amount of money from the company's account. Since he's an ex-convict, the company is taking the matter seriously and he'll be taken to court." My world shattered in an instant. Louis, my ex-fiancé. The man who had broken my heart just hours ago was now going after my family. The betrayal was too much, too overwhelming, and for a moment, I could barely think. My brother, my only sibling, was now in serious trouble because of the man I had once loved. "I'm coming," I managed to say, my voice trembling with barely restrained fury. I could barely process what was happening, but I knew I had to act fast. Saul needed me. I was about to dash out of the bar when something caught my eye. Jack's phone, still on the table where he'd left it in his haste to leave. The shiny device stood out against the dimly lit bar, a piece of him that he'd forgotten. It would be so easy to just leave it there, let it become someone else's problem. But my instincts kicked in, and before I knew it, I'd grabbed the phone and shoved it into my purse. Chapter 3, Samantha POV. I sped back to Louis's house, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't shake the gnawing fear that something terrible was unfolding. The events of the night before had left me rattled, and I needed answers needed to make him explain what was happening. But when I arrived, the house was empty, as though he had simply vanished. My fingers trembled as I dialed his number, the phone pressed tight to my ear. Each call went straight to voicemail, his cold, automated message pushing me closer to the edge. I was caught in the middle of a nightmare, and the dread was sinking its claws deeper into me with each passing second. Morning came, and with it, a fierce determination. I stormed off to Louis's office, my mind set on forcing some answers out of him. But when I arrived, I was met with resistance. Security guards blocked my way, their expressions blank, almost indifferent. "Louis gave specific orders not to let you in," one of the guards said, his tone matter-of-fact, as though I was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. But I wasn't about to be brushed aside. Anger surged within me, hot and fierce. I threatened to cause a scene, my voice rising above the quiet murmur of the lobby, drawing the attention of everyone around us. The guards hesitated, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Taking advantage of their hesitation, I shoved past them, my heart pounding as I rushed toward Louis's office. I burst through the door, my breath coming in sharp gasps, and there he was, Louis, sitting at the head of a long table, deep in discussion with a group of investors. The moment his eyes met mine, a slow, devilish smirk spread across his face. It was as though he had been expecting me, like this was all part of some twisted game he was playing. He signaled to the security guards who had chased after me, gesturing for them to stand down. "Gentlemen, excuse me for a moment," Lewis said smoothly, his voice dripping with false politeness. He rose from his seat, his movements calm and deliberate, and walked over to me. Grabbing my arm with a firm grip, he pulled me out of the conference room and into the hallway, closing the door behind us. The second we were alone, his demeanor shifted. His eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with disdain. "Don't you know the meaning of 'it's over between us,' or do I need to spell it out for you?" His tone was sharp, dismissive, as if I were nothing more than a pest. Ignoring his words, I did the only thing that felt right in that moment. I slapped him. Hard. The sound echoed through the empty hallway, and for a split second, I saw something flash in his eyes. Was it shock? Or something darker? Before I could decipher it, rage overtook his features. "How dare you lay your filthy hands on me, Samantha? Who the hell gave you such audacities?" His voice was a low hiss, filled with venom that made my skin crawl. "That's what you get for going after my family, you bastard," I spat back, my voice quivering with a mix of anger and fear. "How dare you accuse my brother of stealing when you know he's innocent?" Lewis's expression didn't change. If anything, his eyes grew colder, more calculating. He leaned in closer, his voice dripping with malice. "Well, your brother will have to prove that in court. Either he returns the money that's missing from the company's account, or he rots in jail. Considering his previous criminal record, I doubt he'll get any leniency. And let's not forget it's $2 million. How on earth is he going to raise that kind of money? Looks like your brother is going to be spending a very long time in prison." At the mention of the figure, the ground seemed to shift beneath me. My breath caught in my throat, and the anger and confidence that had driven me here began to crumble. $2 million? How is this happening? "You can't do this to me, Lewis," I whispered, my voice barely audible, the weight of his words crashing down on me. "What did I ever do to deserve this wickedness from you?" Lewis's expression softened, but not with any hint of kindness. His eyes gleamed with something darker, something twisted. He stepped closer, his hand reaching up to caress my chin, his touch making my skin crawl. "Maybe we can work something out, Samantha," he murmured, his voice low, almost seductive. "Something like what?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of anxiety and dread. His grin widened, and I could see the cruel intent in his eyes. "You keep warming my bed after my engagement to Clara, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let your brother go free." Disgust and anger surged up inside me, a burning fire that made my stomach churn. I yanked my chin out of his grasp, my voice filled with loathing. "You're a sick man, Lewis," I snarled. "I'd rather die than let you touch me again." Lewis let out a low, mocking chuckle, his arrogance radiating off him like a noxious cloud. "Suit yourself, Samantha," he sneered. "It's my way or nothing. Look around you, I am the CEO of this magnificent enterprise, and my word is final. No one in this city can stand up to me. You're nothing but a mouse trapped in the lion's den." His words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. My mind raced, searching for anything to throw back at him. But before I could find the right words, the buzzing of a cell phone cut through the tension like a knife. Frowning, I reached into my purse and pulled out the phone. My heart skipped a beat when I realized it wasn't mine, it was Jack's. I'd completely forgotten that I had it. Suddenly, an idea sparked in my mind, a glimmer of hope piercing through the darkness. Maybe all wasn't lost yet. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to convince Jack to help me. After all, returning his phone could be the perfect opportunity to gain his trust, to get him on my side. One good turn deserves another, right? I glanced up at Lewis, who was watching me with a mixture of curiosity and irritation. I needed to keep my cool, to not let him see the hope flickering in my eyes. I forced a cold, defiant smile onto my face. "Is that all you've got, Lewis?" I said, my voice steady, with just a hint of challenge. "Empty threats and bluster? You're pathetic." His eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, I turned on my heel and walked away, clutching Jack's phone tightly in my hand. My heart pounded as I made my way out of the building, heading straight to the bar where I first met Mr. Jack Smith. I had a plan forming in my mind, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a flicker of hope. Chapter 4: Samantha POV. I rushed to the bar as fast as I could, my heart hammering in my chest, thoughts swirling like a storm in my head. But when I arrived, the scene was far from the lively, bustling space I had imagined. Instead, the bar was eerily quiet, the remnants of last night's chaos left in the hands of a few cleaners. Chairs were upturned, tables wiped down, and the only sound came from brooms brushing across the floor. It was the early hours of the morning, after all. I scanned the room, feeling a wave of impatience. Where was he? My stomach knotted with tension, my hands clenching into fists. As I approached the counter, the bartender from the night before caught sight of me. His expression lit up with a curious smile, one eyebrow lifting as he wiped down a glass.
Hey there, miss.
Good to see you again, he greeted, his voice lazy and smooth, like he had all the time in the world. Can I get you some things? I barely registered his question. My mind was already spinning with desperation, and the words came tumbling out of my mouth without warning. How can I find Mr. Smith's? His smirk widened, amusement dancing in his eyes. Seems like someone couldn't get enough of Mr. Smith last night. He crept up my neck, and I quickly shook my head, embarrassed by the implication. No, it's nothing like that, I stammered, my voice coming out quicker than I intended. I need a favor from him. It's urgent. Do you know where I can find him? The bartender chuckled softly, leaning back against the counter with an air of knowingness that made me want to crawl under a table. Relax, miss. No need to get shy. Trust me, you're not the first one to come back here asking for Mr. Smith. Begging him for more, even. But hey, it's cool if you don't want to admit it. I opened my mouth to protest again, but he cut me off with a wave of his hand. Look, I don't know where he is right now. Tracking that man down is like catching smoke. He shows up when he feels like it, and your best bet is to sit tight and pray he walks through that door today. He glanced at my tense shoulders, his smirk softening into something a little more sympathetic. How about I pour you a cocktail while you wait? Something light, yeah? With a sigh, I slumped into one of the bar stools, nodding reluctantly. Sure, why not? I muttered, glancing at the door once more, as if staring hard enough would make Jack Smith magically appear. Hours passed, and my hope slowly dissolved like the ice in my drink. The afternoon turned into evening, and the bar began to fill up again. A slow trickle of patrons entered, but none of them were Jack. Frustration simmered beneath my skin. My head buzzed with the effects of my multiple drinks, and my bladder screamed for release. I couldn't take it anymore. I called the bartender over, paid my bill, and slid off the stool, my movements sluggish from the hours of waiting. Just as I turned toward the door, feeling utterly defeated, I collided with something, or rather, someone solid. The impact jolted me back, and my breath caught in my throat. I looked up, and there he was, Jack Smith. My heart stuttered. His familiar, piercing eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a sudden rush of warmth, followed by a wave of nerves that made my stomach flip. I fumbled with my purse, the strap slipping from my shoulder, and the whole thing tumbled to the floor with a soft thud. You miss me that much, Samantha? Jack said, his voice low and smooth, as he bent down to retrieve my purse. His hand brushed against mine as he handed it back, and I swear I felt electricity shoot through me. I swallowed hard, trying to pull myself together, but his sudden appearance had thrown me off balance. Yes. I mean, no, I stammered, my words tripping over themselves in my haste to make sense. His lips quirked into a half-smile, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. I see, he said, his tone casual, as though he hadn't just completely derailed my composure. You look like you were on your way out. Don't let me keep you. With that, he turned and strode toward the bar, his movements calm and confident. The bartender, upon seeing him, grinned knowingly and immediately began mixing what I assumed was Jack's usual drink. Panic gripped me. This was my chance, probably my only one. I couldn't let him just walk away, not after everything. Wait. I called after him, my voice trembling with urgency. Please, we need to talk. Jack paused mid-step, but didn't turn around immediately. He approached the counter, accepting the drink the bartender slid across to him. Without so much as a glance in my direction, he downed it in one swift motion, then finally turned to face me. His gaze was sharp, unreadable. Talk about what, Samantha? He asked, his voice level, but there was an intensity in his eyes that made my throat dry up. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. His gaze was like a laser, cutting through me, and I felt small, exposed. I'd come here to ask for help, but now, standing in front of him, all the carefully rehearsed words in my head seemed to scatter like dust. Hellos, Jack prompted, arching a brow. Didn't you hear me? I am sorry, I blurted out, my voice barely above a whisper. I fumbled with my purse, my fingers brushing against the phone I'd been holding onto for him. I wanted to return this. You left it behind last night. I handed him the phone, my hands trembling slightly as our fingers brushed once again. He took it from me, slipping it into his pocket without breaking eye contact. His silence unnerved me. Thank you, he said finally, his voice smooth as silk, but his expression remained guarded. I opened my mouth to speak again, but his next words stopped me cold. So, is that all? He asked, his gaze piercing. Or is there something more? The weight of his question hung heavy between us. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a lump form in my throat. I knew this was my moment, but fear clawed at me. What if he refused? What if this whole thing was a mistake? But I had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to meet his gaze. I'm in a lot of trouble, Mr. Smith, I admitted, my voice shaking with vulnerability. And you're the only one who can help me. For a moment, there was silence. His eyes searched mine, and I couldn't tell if he was intrigued, amused, or something else entirely. Then, a soft chuckle rumbled from his chest, and his lips curved into a smile, one that made my stomach flip, though I wasn't sure if it was in fear or something else. I see, Samantha, he said, his voice a touch softer now, almost as if he was entertained by my plea. Tell me about this trouble of yours. Let's see if it's something I can fix. Chapter 5, Samantha, POV. Jack's gaze didn't waver for even a second, his eyes boring into mine with an intensity that felt almost suffocating. I could feel my pulse quicken, the tension in the room wrapping around me like a tightening noose. Every fiber of my being screamed for his help, but something in his cool, detached demeanor told me that pleading wouldn't be enough. It's about my brother, Mr. Smith, I said, my voice barely audible, trembling with the weight of the situation. Lewis, he's falsely accused him of stealing $2 million. My brother has a criminal record from a previous conviction, and now he's been charged again. With this new accusation, proving his innocence feels impossible. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, as I struggled to hold back the rising panic. The only way out for him is if we can raise the $2 million Lewis says was stolen, or find a way to clear his name. But we both know that's not likely. This whole thing was orchestrated just to destroy me. Jack leaned back in his chair, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He took a slow sip of his drink, his gaze never leaving mine, as if he found my desperation amusing. His silence was unbearable, stretching the moment into something far more excruciating. I searched his face, hoping for any glimmer of compassion, but his expression remained unreadable, a mask of polite indifference. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he set down his glass with a soft clink and spoke. It's a tragic story, Samantha, he said, his voice smooth but cold. But I'm afraid I can't help you. His words hit me like a physical blow. For a moment, I couldn't breathe, the weight of his rejection crashing over me like a tidal wave. I had come here, heart in hand, hoping for a lifeline, but now that hope was slipping away. Why? I blurted, the question escaping my lips before I could stop it. Why won't you help me? Is it because of last night? Because I didn't accept your offer to drive me home? Jack's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of something softer passing through his eyes. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by his usual stoic detachment. "No, Samantha," he said quietly, shaking his head. "It has nothing to do with that." His words felt too measured, too carefully chosen, as if there was something he wasn't telling me. Frustration and suspicion churned inside me, but I forced myself to remain calm. "Then why?" I pressed, my voice trembling with emotion. "Is it because of Lewis? Did he tell you not to help me?" At the mention of Lewis, Jack's face hardened, his jaw tightening as if the mere thought of him ignited some buried anger. His eyes darkened, and when he spoke, his voice was laced with barely concealed disdain. "Lewis?" Jack scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. "He's nothing to me. I don't give a damn about him, or his pathetic games." The venom in his voice surprised me, catching me off guard. I had expected him to brush off the question, maybe even laugh it off, but his reaction was far more visceral. There was a story here, something deeper than simple rivalry. "I heard you two don't get along," I said cautiously, hoping to glean more information. "What happened between you and Lewis?" Jack's gaze grew distant, his thoughts clearly drifting somewhere far away, into memories he hadn't revisited in a long time. His lips curled into a bitter smile, but there was no humor in it. "We've hated each other since high school," he said, his voice quieter now, almost reflective. "He's a bastard who'll go at any length to get whatever he wants regardless of the consequences." His words hung in the air, and for a moment, I glimpsed something raw and vulnerable in Jack's eyes, something that made him seem more human. But just as quickly, he buried it again beneath his cold exterior. "Now he's marrying my stepsister," Jack continued, his tone turning bitter once more. "Of course, he doesn't care about her. It's all about control. He's doing it for the financial benefit. And she's probably doing it just to get under my skin. But I'm not playing their game. Never." The revelation left me reeling. Lewis was marrying Clara already. So fast? That bastard engaged me for 3 years and still didn't talk about marriage. The thought of being caught between the two of them felt even more suffocating than before. My pulse quickened as the weight of their animosity settled heavily in the air. "Then why not help me?" I asked, my voice rising with frustration. "If you hate him so much, why not use this opportunity to hurt him?" Jack's eyes flickered with something dangerous, but his expression remained cold, calculated. "Because I don't make decisions based on emotions," he said quietly, his voice steady. "I've learned the hard way that emotions only lead to regret." His words hit harder than I'd expected, cutting through me like a blade. I could feel my heart sinking further into my chest, the last vestiges of hope slipping away. I had come here expecting him to be my savior, but instead, I was standing on the edge of a cliff, and he was watching me fall. Desperation clawed at me, and I couldn't stop the words that tumbled out next. "Please, Jack," I whispered, my voice breaking. "I'll do anything you want. Just help me." The air between us shifted, thickening with tension as Jack's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening like a predator, sizing up its prey. He stepped closer, and I could feel the heat radiating from his body as he towered over me. "Anything," he repeated, his voice low and dangerous. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could barely breathe under the weight of his presence. I knew what he wanted. It was the only thing I had left to offer, the only thing I could give him in exchange for his help. "Yes," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Anything?" Jack's lips curled into a slow, cruel smile, his eyes darkening with something predatory. He leaned in, his breath hot against my skin as he spoke, his voice low and mocking. "Samantha, Samantha, Samantha," he purred, dragging out my name as if savoring every syllable. "You really are desperate, aren't you?" I couldn't answer, my throat tight with shame and fear. I felt trapped, cornered by my own desperation, and Jack knew it. He could see it in my eyes, feel it in the way I trembled beneath his gaze. "You're offering me your body in exchange for my help?" Jack asked, his voice soft but cutting. "Is that really what it's come to?" I couldn't meet his eyes. The shame was too much. I stared at the floor, my body trembling as the weight of his words pressed down on me. I had nothing left to give. No dignity. No pride. Just desperation. Yes, I whispered, barely able to force the word out. I'm afraid so. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. The air around us was thick with tension, the silence deafening. I could feel Jack's eyes on me, burning into my skin as he took in my humiliation. Then he laughed. A low, cruel chuckle that sent a shiver down my spine. For a moment, I thought there was something special about you, Samantha, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. But I was wrong. Tell me now, what's the difference between you and a dirty slut?
Chapter 6 Jack POV. She stood there, unable to meet my gaze. Every ounce of dignity and pride she had left hanging by a thread. I let my eyes roam over her, taking in the faint tremble in her lips, the moisture clinging to her lashes. She was struggling to hold back the tears, but I could see them building, threatening to spill over. She tried to stand tall, shoulders squared, chin up, but I saw through the facade. The cracks were already forming, and I was the one who had widened them. For a brief second, something sharp twisted in my chest. Guilt? Pity? I didn't care to figure it out. As soon as I felt it, I shoved it down deep. I couldn't afford to let her see any emotion. Not now. Not ever. I turned away, giving the bartender my full attention, dismissing her as easily as the fleeting moment of empathy. Mix me something strong, I said, my voice even cold. The bartender nodded, reaching for the top-shelf whiskey, when I heard her voice, surprisingly firm despite the emotional wreck she was moments ago. Make that a double, Samantha said as she slid onto the bar stool next to mine. I raised an eyebrow, but couldn't help the chuckle that escaped me. She had nerve. I'll give her that. The bartender quickly placed 2 glasses in front of us, filled with amber liquid. We both took a sip, our silence thick with everything left unsaid. Only the sound of glass hitting the counter and the burn of liquor cutting through the tension filled the space between us. I leaned back in my chair, watching her from the corner of my eye. Samantha sat there, rigid, her fingers clenched around the glass, staring into the drink as if it held the answer to all her problems. Funny how she'd once been the queen of this city, the one everyone wanted. I remembered those days. Hell, I remembered her. Back then, when her father still ran the business empire, Samantha was the woman everyone talked about, the woman every man wanted, the woman I wanted. I used to watch her from afar, dreaming of the day she'd be mine. But that day never came. Her father's empire crumbled. Her brother ended up in prison for the company's downfall. And in the chaos, Louis swooped in, claiming her for himself. He knew how much I wanted her hell. He rubbed it in my face every chance he got. And I stayed in the shadows, watching as he took what I couldn't, watching as she became his. Now she was a shadow of the woman I once knew. Broken, humiliated, desperate. Samantha lifted her glass, her hand shaking ever so slightly, before downing the rest in one harsh gulp. She slammed the glass back onto the counter, the frustration radiating off her like heat from a flame. Is this the strongest alcohol you've got? Her voice cracked as she spoke, thick with a slur. It's not enough. Just give me the whole damn bottle. I shook my head. This was a bad idea. She was spiraling, and I couldn't stand by and watch her drown herself in liquor. You've had enough, Samantha. No more. I waved the bartender away before he could hand over the bottle. She let out a bitter laugh, her fingers suddenly grabbing my arm tight. What do you care, Mr. Smith? You suddenly growing sympathy for a slut? Her words were sharp, dripping with venom, but the grip she had on my arm told me something different. It wasn't just anger. It was desperation, the kind that came from someone at the end of their rope. I leaned in, my voice low and dangerous. Watch it, Samantha. You don't know what you're saying. She laughed again, louder this time, more unhinged. Oh, I know exactly what I'm saying. She leaned closer, her breath hot against my neck, whiskey laced in every word. You think you're better than Louis, don't you? That you're different? But you're not. You're all the same. Her words sparked something inside me. I could feel the anger simmering beneath the surface, but I forced myself to stay calm. She didn't know what she was playing with. Is that what you think? I asked, my voice dropping into a growl. That I'm just like him? Her eyes locked onto mine, glassy and unfocused, but there was something dark in them, something wounded. I think you're worse, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Because you pretend to care. But deep down, you're just waiting for your chance to take what you want. Just like Lewis. Her accusation hit harder than I expected, but I didn't flinch. Instead, a slow smile crept across my lips. You really don't know me, do you? Her brow furrowed, confusion flickering across her face, but before she could respond, exhaustion overtook her. She slumped against the bar, her hand slipping from my arm. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I should have walked away. I should have left her here to drown in her misery. But something in those broken eyes kept me in place. Maybe it was the memory of the girl she used to be, or maybe it was that flicker of defiance I saw earlier. I pushed my drink aside, focusing on her instead. Samantha, I said softly, you're done for the night. Let me take you home. Her eyes flicked up to mine, disbelief etched in every line of her face. Why? You finally considered my offer for your help? I shook my head, leaning in until our faces were inches apart. No, because you're better than this. And I'm not Lewis. Her lips parted as if to argue, but whatever she was about to say died on her tongue. She looked away, defeated, her shoulders slumping. I threw some cash on the bar and stood up. Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't protest as I slipped my arm around her waist, helping her off the stool. She was too drunk, too tired to resist. I guided her out of the bar and drove straight to a hotel so she could get some rest.
Chapter 7. Samantha's POV. My eyes fluttered open, and the first thing I registered was the pounding in my head, like a jackhammer relentlessly drilling into my skull. I groaned, shifting slightly, and tried to sit upright. As the blanket slid off my body, a wave of cold air hit me, and then it hit me. I was completely naked. Panic surged through me. My heart raced as I scanned the unfamiliar room. Soft light seeped through the heavy curtains, casting shadows on the luxurious furniture. Where the hell am I? My mind scrambled for answers, but everything was a blur, fragments of last night scattered, like broken glass, I couldn't piece together. My pulse quickened as I tried to remember. I racked my brain, but it was as if someone had erased the reel of memories. Nothing but flashes, the clink of glasses, the taste of whiskey burning my throat, Jack Smith's face, Jack. As if summoned by my thoughts, the bathroom door creaked open, and Jack emerged, towel draped casually over his neck, his eyes locking onto mine. The air in the room shifted, thickened. I instinctively yanked the blanket over my body, my cheeks flushing with both embarrassment and anger. Jack's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with an almost predatory amusement as he approached me. Every step was slow, deliberate, and my heart pounded louder with each one. "You're finally awake," he said, his voice a low rumble, smooth as velvet. He leaned in close, so close that the warmth of his breath caressed my skin, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. My body betrayed me in the worst way. My pulse quickened, and an undeniable pull of attraction made my skin tingle. I hated it. I hated him. I leaned back, trying to maintain some space, but I couldn't deny the magnetic force between us. His fingers brushed a strand of hair behind my ear, his touch gentle but loaded with tension. My breath caught in my throat. Was he going to kiss me? But just as quickly as he had moved in, he pulled away. His hand reached for the nightstand, grabbing his car keys with casual indifference. He straightened up, the moment between us shattered like it had never even happened. "You can stay as long as you need to figure your shit out," he said, his tone detached, as if he were talking about someone else entirely. "The room's charged to my account." "No problem." My heart sank. "Figure my shit out. That's it?" I felt something snap inside me, anger, frustration, humiliation all tangled together into a storm I couldn't contain. I scrambled off the bed, clutching the blanket tightly around me, and followed him as he reached for his jacket.
Wait.
I thought. I thought we were in this together now, I blurted, hating how desperate I sounded. He paused, turning slowly to face me, his expression unreadable. His eyes, though, were cold, like I was some stranger making unreasonable demands. And what gave you that impression, Samantha? His voice was calm, almost too calm, and the way he said my name made my skin crawl. Our deal, I whispered, feeling the lump form in my throat. I didn't know how to explain what I was feeling, so I dropped the blanket slightly, exposing just enough of my bare thigh to make my point. You know, I let my voice trail off, hoping he understood. For a moment he said nothing. Then a low, humorless chuckle escaped his lips. He took a step closer, the heat of his body overwhelming me as his eyes darkened. Don't be shameless, Samantha, he said, his voice low, cutting into me like a blade. If something had happened between us, believe me, your legs would be jelly, and you wouldn't be able to stand right now. The cold, humiliating weight of his words settled over me, and I felt myself shrinking beneath his gaze. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the door, leaving me standing there, exposed and confused. Frustration boiled over, the anger finally spilling out. I don't get this, Jack, I shouted, my voice rising as I struggled to make sense of the situation. Why did you bring me to this hotel after I got drunk? You get me naked, and for what? Is this some kind of game to you? Do you enjoy seeing me suffer? Make it make sense. My voice echoed through the room, raw and desperate. Jack stopped, his hand resting on the doorknob. Slowly, he turned to face me, his expression unreadable, but his eyes glinting with something icy and distant. Watch your tone, Samantha, he said softly, but there was a sharp edge in his words. It silenced me instantly. I clenched my fists, biting down the urge to scream again, but the tension between us was suffocating. He let out a slow breath, rubbing his jaw. What was I supposed to do? Let you keep drinking yourself into oblivion? His tone was calmer now, more measured, but the coldness was still there. You went bottle after bottle, barely conscious by the time I brought you here. Was I supposed to leave you passed out in the streets? I bit my lip, unwilling to admit that he might have a point. I took off your clothes so you could sleep better. That's all that happened, Samantha. Nothing more. His eyes flickered with annoyance. You should be grateful. Grateful. My blood boiled at his dismissiveness. I couldn't help the sarcasm that dripped from my words. Oh, you're just a hero, aren't you? Thank you, Jack. My knight in shining armor. I rolled my eyes, the bitterness thick in my voice. But he didn't flinch. His expression remained cold, unyielding, like I wasn't even worth the energy to respond. You're welcome, he said, his voice flat, devoid of any warmth. With that, he grabbed his phone, slid on his jacket, and without another glance in my direction, opened the door. The silence in the room was deafening. The door clicked shut behind him, and I just stood there, staring at the space where he had been, my mind racing with a whirlwind of emotions I couldn't untangle. The distant sound of the elevator dinging signaled his final departure, and that's when it hit me. The frustration, the confusion, the sheer helplessness of the situation bubbled up inside me until I couldn't hold it in any longer. A scream tore from my throat, raw and loud, reverberating off the walls of the empty room. But it did nothing to ease the turmoil inside me. He was gone, and I was left alone with nothing but my questions, my anger, and my naked vulnerability. Collapsing back onto the bed, I buried my face in my hands, tears of frustration stinging my eyes. How had I ended up here? How had everything spiraled so completely out of control? And more importantly, what was I going to do next?
Chapter 8, Jack POV. I drove back to my penthouse, the hum of the city fading into the background as my thoughts raced. The lights blurred past the window, but all I could think about was her, Samantha. The image of her face, peaceful in sleep, clung to my mind like an unshakable ghost. No matter how hard I tried, she lingered, stirring something in me I couldn't quite name. It wasn't long before I arrived at the penthouse. A few minutes later, I was already slumped on the sofa, a cup of coffee in my hand. The bitter taste grounded me, but it couldn't drown out the turmoil in my head. I grabbed my phone, scrolling through the photos I'd snapped of Samantha while she slept. Pure instinct, really. I zoomed in on her face, her lips slightly parted, the curve of her cheek catching the faintest glow of dawn. I smiled, the sight of her pulling at something in my chest. Vulnerability suited her in a way that made me feel protective. No, that wasn't it. I wasn't the protective type. But still, I couldn't deny it. There was something about her that was getting under my skin. Maybe I should help her. The thought crossed my mind again, louder this time. But even as I considered it, I could hear the alarm bells going off in the back of my head. I didn't get involved ever. People were liabilities. Yet here I was plotting ways to keep her close. Besides, the idea of Lewis finding out I was the one pulling the strings was too damn satisfying to resist. Watching his face twist in shock, realizing I was behind the curtain, that was reason enough to act. My phone rang, cutting through the silence. I snatched it off the table, already annoyed. "What is it, Marcos?" I barked. "Good morning, sir." Marcos started, his voice tense. "There's a ton of paperwork piled up on your desk. You haven't been in the office for 2 days. Our clients and stakeholders are—" "Handle it." I cut him off, my voice cold. "That's why I pay you. If you can't manage something this simple, then maybe I'm wasting my money." "I am sorry, boss. I'll take care of it." "Good," I muttered, already hanging up before he could finish his apology. My thoughts returned to Samantha's photo. I zoomed in on her, my thumb tracing her outline on the screen. Her soft, flawless skin, her vulnerability. She didn't know it yet, but she was at the mercy of people far more dangerous than she realized. And, for some reason, I couldn't stand the thought of her facing it alone. Then the idea struck me. What if I hired her as my personal assistant? It would be perfect. I'd have her close, keep an eye on her without raising suspicions. Plus, she needed the money, and it would give me the excuse I needed to help with her brother's case without making it obvious. This could work. I quickly scrolled through my call history, finding her number. I'd used her phone to call mine while she slept. A precaution just in case. Without hesitation, I shot her a text. "If you need my help, meet me in my office, 10 a.m. sharp. I'm sure you know the address. Don't be late." Satisfied, I tossed the phone aside and got up. The shower did little to clear my mind, her face still lingering behind closed eyes. Samantha had slipped under my skin, and I couldn't quite tell if I liked it or hated it. Either way, I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't going to let her slip away so easily. After a change of clothes and a quick breakfast, I headed to the office. As I stepped out of the car, Marcos rushed over, his face flushed with excitement. "Boss, you never told me you had a girlfriend." "She's gorgeous," he blurted, practically bouncing on his feet. I stopped mid-step, my brows furrowing. "What the hell are you talking about?" I asked, my tone sharp. "A lady walked in here a few minutes ago, saying she's your girlfriend. She mentioned you asked her to come over." Judging by how gorgeous she looked, I didn't doubt it for a second. "Boss, you got fine taste." "Girlfriend?" The word hit me like a slap. I had no clue who the hell he was talking about. I had my share of flings, but none of them ever made it to the office. None of them mattered. And yet, there was a flicker of doubt. I glanced at the reception area, but there was no sign of Samantha. My watch read 10:30. She was late. Had she stood me up? The thought stung more than I wanted to admit. Maybe she didn't need my help after all. Or maybe she didn't trust me enough to take the bait. Marcos was still standing there, waiting for me to respond. I shot him a cold glare. "Is this what I pay you for?" I asked, my voice like ice. The smile evaporated from his face. "No, sir. I'll get back to work immediately." "Good." Without another word, I strode past him, heading for my office. My mind churned with unanswered questions, each one more frustrating than the last. Samantha was proving to be far more unpredictable than I anticipated. Finally, I reached my office door. I paused for a moment, taking a deep breath before pushing it open. The sight that greeted me stopped me dead in my tracks. Samantha was sitting in my chair, swinging around like she owned the place. And to top it off, she was wearing my glasses. She grinned as she slammed her palm on the desk. "You're 30 minutes late, young man," she said, her voice mockingly stern. "You need to learn how to keep appointments if you want to keep working in this office." I blinked, stunned. Had she gone mad? Samantha, I growled, get the hell off my chair. Her eyes widened, and she jumped up, laughing nervously. I'm sorry. I just got carried away. Your office is amazing. Her giggles were infectious, but I kept my face stern. I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of knowing I found it amusing. She moved to stand in front of the desk, and I slid into the seat, leaning back to make myself comfortable. She tried to compose herself, but I could see the curiosity dancing in her eyes. Thank you for considering helping me, Mr. Smith, she said, her voice softening. So, are you going to pay my brother's bail, or are you going to send Lewis to prison? Which one is it going to be? Her question was innocent enough, but I could hear the weight behind it. I leaned forward, my elbows resting on the desk. I was thinking both, I said, smirking. We split it. You pay your brother's bail, and I'll send Lewis to prison. Her jaw dropped. $2 million? How the hell am I supposed to come up with that kind of money? I leaned back, crossing my arms. That part's easy. You become my personal assistant, and everything else shall be added unto you. Her eyes widened, and before she could protest, I pulled a document from my drawer and slid it across the desk. Here, I said, my tone serious. Sign this.
Chapter 9. Samantha POV. I stared at the papers in front of me, my mind spinning in circles. Was this really happening? You're serious? I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. It felt as if saying the words too loudly might shatter this fragile thread of hope dangling before me. Jack leaned back in his chair, the dim light casting shadows across his sharp features. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, one that never quite reached his eyes. As a heart attack, he replied, his voice that smooth, low tone that always had an unsettling effect on me. Sign the contract, and your brother's out on bail. But from this moment forward, you're working for me. Full-time.
Full-time.
The words echoed in my mind, louder than the ticking of the clock in the room. I glanced down at the contract again, the black ink swimming in front of my eyes. How had my life spiraled into this? A personal assistant? I didn't know the first thing about working in an office, let alone working for a man like Jack. I was barely holding myself together as it was. But I don't know anything about being a personal assistant, I stammered, my voice shaky, tinged with desperation. The only thing I'm good at is cooking. I don't want to slow you down or mess anything up. Jack didn't respond immediately. He steepled his fingers, studying me, his sharp gaze making the silence feel heavier than before. His office dark mahogany furniture, the faint scent of leather and expensive cologne, and the faint hum of the city beyond felt stifling, like the walls were closing in around me. Just when I thought he might reconsider, he finally spoke. Samantha, he said, his voice firm, but not entirely without warmth, you're just making excuses. I know this isn't your area of expertise, but you can learn. You'll adapt. And I have a feeling you're a fast learner. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking onto mine, as if daring me to contradict him. You don't have a choice, do you? I blinked, the sting of his words hitting me like cold water. It wasn't just the truth behind them that hurt, it was the way he said it. Like he knew me, knew the depth of my desperation, and knew I wouldn't refuse him. Was this all just a game to him? But, Mr. Smith, I began, trying one last time to protest, though I knew it was futile. My voice was weak, barely a whisper of resistance. Jack raised his hand, silencing me instantly. His eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and authority. No buts, Samantha. Either sign this agreement now, or figure out how to get your brother out of jail on your own. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. But we both know you're running out of options. You need me. His words hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. I could feel the weight of my situation pressing down on me, squeezing my chest like a vice. He wasn't wrong. I did need him. There was no way I could save my brother without Jack's help. And Jack knew it. With a defeated sigh, I reached for the pen. My fingers trembled as they hovered above the paper, the weight of my decision pressing down on me like a lead blanket. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, to walk away, to find another way. But my brother's face flashed before my eyes locked behind bars, alone and afraid. I had no choice. I pressed the pen to the paper, signing my name in shaky script. Each stroke felt like a chain locking into place around me, binding me to Jack. There, I muttered, sliding the contract back across the desk. Happy now? Jack's gaze flicked down to the papers. He examined my signature with an intensity that made me feel exposed, vulnerable. After a moment, he gave a curt nod. Perfect. Everything is in order. I let out a shaky breath, though there was no relief in it. The deed was done. I was now bound to him, officially his employee, and at his mercy. The realization sent a chill down my spine. Before I could dwell on it, the shrill ring of Jack's phone pierced the silence, pulling me from my thoughts. It startled me, my nerves already frayed from the confrontation. Jack glanced at the phone, his jaw tightening slightly before he answered, putting the call on speaker. Hey there, big bro. My fiancé just called to let me know that our pre-wedding pictures are ready at his office. A chirpy female voice sang through the speaker. You know I'm out of the country shopping for the wedding with Mom, so can you kindly have someone pick them up for me? They're for the invitations. Love you, bye.
Kisses.
I didn't need to be a genius to figure out who it was. Clara Smith, Jack's stepsister. I froze, feeling awkward, like I was eavesdropping on a private moment. Why had he left it on speaker? I had no idea, but the discomfort settled in my chest like a stone. The call ended abruptly, and Jack's hand dropped to his desk with a thud. His face hardened, a flash of irritation crossing his features before it disappeared, replaced with his usual cool composure. But when he turned his gaze to me, I saw something that set off alarm bells in my head. You heard everything, Samantha, he said, his voice colder than before.
Get ready.
You're going to Lewis's office to pick up the photos. His words hit me like a freight train, each syllable crashing into me with brutal force. My body went rigid, my mind scrambling to process what I'd just heard.
What?
The word barely escaped my lips, but the panic was clear in my tone. You heard me. Jack's expression didn't waver, but his eyes softened, as if acknowledging the impossibility of what he was asking. It's business. Consider it part of your new job. My heart pounded in my chest. Lewis. The name alone was enough to send a wave of nausea through me. The thought of seeing him, of stepping foot in his office, of facing the man who'd betrayed me so completely, it was too much. I can't, I stammered, my voice breaking. Not him. Send me to go feed the lions instead. I don't want to ever look at that bastard ever again. Jack's eyes darkened, but there was a flicker of something else there. Sympathy?
No.
Jack wasn't the type to sympathize. But whatever it was, it faded quickly, replaced by his usual commanding tone. You can and you will, Samantha, he said, leaning back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. You signed the contract. You work for me now. And this is part of the job. Do it and get back quickly, so we can go continue with discussing your brother's bail situation. His words were a slap to the face, a cruel reminder of the position I was in. I had no power here. I was trapped, bound by my own signature to a man who had me exactly where he wanted me. I swallowed hard, my throat tight with emotion. There was no way out. No escape. I was going to have to face Lewis. And there was nothing I could do to stop it. Chapter 10. Samantha POV. Jack's secretary handed me a new staff ID card as I left his office. Finn Corporation, the cold metal badge glinted in the sunlight streaming through the windows, feeling heavier than it looked. It was more than just a symbol of employment. It was a reminder of the bargain I had made, the lines I had crossed, and the role I now had to play. With a resigned sigh, I slipped it into my bag and headed for the exit. Outside, the city bustled around me, oblivious to the storm brewing inside my chest. The Uber arrived in minutes, and I slid into the back seat, my stomach tightening with each passing block. As we neared Light Enterprises, Lewis's territory, the knot in my chest twisted tighter. The sleek glass tower loomed ahead, casting a long shadow that felt like it was swallowing me whole. It had been days since I'd set foot here. Memories flashed in my mind, heated arguments, broken promises, the cold, detached look in Louis's eyes as he betrayed me for Clara. My heart clenched, but I forced the thoughts away. This isn't about the past. You're here for Jack. It's business. Stay focused, I stepped out of the car and approached the entrance, forcing my legs to move even though my body screamed to turn back. As I neared the door, 2 security guards moved forward, their expressions hardening as they recognized me. These were the same guards who had once greeted me with polite nods when I'd been Louis's fiancé. Now, they looked at me like I was an unwelcome intruder. "Hey there, madam," one of them said, blocking my path. "I'm sorry, but you're not allowed in." I didn't bother wasting time arguing. Instead, I reached into my bag and pulled out the shiny FinCorp ID, holding it up for them to see. Their eyes widened, the smug expressions melting into confusion. It felt like a small victory, a reminder that I wasn't the same powerless woman they'd turned away last time. "Check it," I said coolly. "I'm on official business." They exchanged a glance before stepping aside, their faces still stunned. Without another word, I pushed past them and strode into the lobby. The air-conditioned coolness hit me like a slap, along with the familiar hum of the place, the clatter of heels on the marble floor, the murmur of business conversations, the sharp smell of espresso from the cafe near the elevators. It felt surreal to be back, like I was stepping into a memory I'd tried so hard to forget. But this wasn't about nostalgia. I had a job to do, and the sooner I got out of here, the better. In and out. Get the photos, leave, that was the plan. No detours, no conversations with Louis that might drag me back into the past. I made my way to the elevator, my heels clicking in a steady rhythm against the floor. As the doors closed behind me, the quiet hum of the elevator seemed to amplify the pounding of my heart. By the time I reached the top-floor Louis office, I could feel my nerves buzzing under my skin. You can do this. It's just business, I took a deep breath and knocked twice, the sound echoing ominously in the empty corridor. A brief pause, then Louis's voice came from the other side, calm, measured, as if he hadn't just turned my life upside down weeks ago. "Come in." I hesitated, hand hovering over the doorknob for a fraction of a second. It felt like crossing into enemy territory, like stepping into a battlefield where I had once lost everything. But I couldn't show weakness now. With a push, I opened the door and stepped inside. Louis stood by the massive window, his back turned to me, staring out at the city below. The sight of him made the room feel smaller, more suffocating. Even without seeing his face, I could feel the tension crackling in the air. It was almost suffocating. I forced myself to keep it professional. Clearing my throat, I said, "I'm here for the photos, sir." "From FinCorp." Louis didn't turn around. His voice was cold, detached. "They're on the flash drive in front of you. Take it." I glanced at the sleek desk in front of me, scanning for the flash drive. It sat near a pile of neatly stacked papers, as unassuming as any other office item. I moved to pick it up, eager to get out of there as quickly as possible, but just as my fingers were about to close around it, Louis's voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Wait a minute." His tone shifted, his words slower now, more deliberate. "That voice, it sounds familiar." I froze, my hand hovering over the flash drive, dread pooling in my stomach. Slowly, Louis turned, and when our eyes met, a sickening wave of recognition washed over his face. His gaze locked onto mine, and I felt my pulse spike. "Samantha." My name rolled off his tongue like a curse, and I had to fight the urge to shudder. I tore my eyes away from him, grabbing the flash drive quickly. Stay calm. Don't engage, But before I could make my escape, Louis was on me. In a flash, he crossed the room, his hand gripping my arm with a force that made me wince. His touch sent a wave of disgust through me, and I yanked my arm back, but he didn't let go. "Samantha, wait." His voice was low, urgent. His grip tightened. When Clara told me someone from her brother's company was coming, I had no idea it would be you. I tried to pull away, but Louis stepped closer, his breath hot against my skin. "I don't care, Louis. Let me go. I'm here for work. Nothing else." "Work?" His laugh was harsh, bitter. "You expect me to believe that? How does someone like you get a job at FinCorp? Did you screw your way in, Samantha? Is that what this is about? Are you one of Jack's little toys now? His words were like poison, each one slicing through me. But I refused to let him see the hurt. Instead, I met his gaze, my voice steady despite the rage bubbling inside me. What I do is none of your business, Lewis. Not anymore. I'm free to do whatever I want, with whoever I want. Now let me go. But instead of loosening his grip, Lewis's expression darkened. His eyes burned with something dangerous, something I hadn't seen in him before. You're not going anywhere, Samantha, he growled, his hands moving to grip both my arms tighter. Not until I've had my way with you. You're mine, always have been. Panic surged through me as his hands moved to tear at my clothes, the fabric ripping under his touch. My heart pounded, fear rising in my throat. I struggled, kicking against him, but he was stronger, driven by some twisted sense of ownership. No, not again. This can't be happening, Just when I thought I was trapped, the door to the office burst open with a force that shook the walls. The sound of it made Lewis freeze, his grip loosening just enough for me to break free and stumble backward. And then I heard the voice strong, furious, and unmistakable. Get your filthy hands off my woman. I looked up, my breath catching in my throat. Jack stood in the doorway, his face a mask of rage, his eyes blazing as they locked onto Lewis. Chapter 11. Samantha's POV. Lewis's stunned expression quickly twisted into an insincere grin, the kind he used when he was trying too hard to pretend everything was fine. His attempt to lighten the mood, to turn this into some twisted joke, only made my skin crawl. Hey, look who it is, he said with a smile so wide it looked almost painful, stepping forward as if Jack was an old friend he hadn't seen in years. His arms stretched out, aiming to pull Jack into a hug. It's my future brother-in-law. Before Lewis could get any closer, Jack's entire body shifted. His eyes narrowed, his shoulders squared, and the air around him seemed to crackle with tension. It was like watching a storm build, the atmosphere growing heavier by the second. Get your hands off me, Jack growled, his voice low and dangerous, like a predator warning its prey. Without warning, Jack's palm shot out, shoving Lewis backward with such force that he stumbled into the desk. The impact sent papers scattering across the floor in a chaotic flurry, the sound of them hitting the ground echoing through the office like gunshots. Lewis staggered but quickly regained his footing, brushing himself off as though the whole thing hadn't fazed him. I could see the flicker of pain in his eyes, the sting of humiliation, but he covered it with that ever-present arrogance. He straightened his jacket, forcing a laugh, trying to play it cool. I don't get it, man, Lewis said, his voice carrying that annoying, mocking tone he always used when he was trying to get under someone's skin. It's been 3 long years, and you're still mad at me? Seriously? He shook his head, chuckling as if the whole thing was ridiculous. Come on, I stole the love of your life, get over it. I guess you really loved her that much, huh? What the hell? I froze, my heart skipping a beat. Lewis glanced at me, his eyes gleaming with some twisted amusement, and I couldn't wrap my mind around what he was saying. Was he talking about me? But the way he said it, the way he looked at Jack, it felt like there was something deeper going on. Some old wound I didn't fully understand. Oh well, Lewis continued, shrugging as if none of it mattered. His voice was casual, indifferent. You can have her now. I'm done with her stupid ass. She's not good enough for me. I deserve better. His words cut through me like a blade, the venom in his tone leaving me speechless for a moment. But before I could react, Jack's expression darkened even further. His lips twisted into a cold, harsh smile as he let out a humorless chuckle. Lewis, don't make me laugh, Jack said, his voice laced with contempt. You've had enough of what? Samantha? He glanced at me, his eyes softening for just a split second before they turned back to Lewis, sharp and deadly. Then why were you forcing yourself on her just now? You pathetic imbecile? My heart thudded in my chest, each beat loud in my ears as Jack's words hit the room like a bomb. The silence that followed was thick, suffocating. Lewis blinked, his smirk faltering for just a moment before he recovered, trying to hold onto the last shreds of his bravado. Force myself on her? Louis let out a laugh, but it sounded hollow. Forced. You've got the wrong idea, my friend. I don't force myself on anyone. She's the one who came crawling back to me, practically begging for another chance. Isn't that right, sweetheart? He shot me a cruel smile, his eyes glinting with malice. The room spun around me, the walls closing in as the weight of his words sank in. Begging him, my blood boiled at the sheer audacity. I opened my mouth, fury bubbling up inside me, but the words exploded out before I could control them. Why the hell would I beg a piece of shit like you, Louis? You're delusional. I spat, my voice trembling with rage. Louis's grin widened, his expression growing more sinister. Really, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. He pointed to my hand, and my heart sank as I followed his gaze. Then why are you still wearing the engagement ring I gave you 3 years ago? Time seemed to stop as I stared at my hand. The engagement ring glinted under the light, a cruel reminder of the past. How could I have been so stupid? How could I have forgotten something so obvious, so important? I fumbled with the ring, my fingers trembling as I tried to pull it off, but it was too late. Jack had already seen it. His eyes darkened with disappointment, the flicker of hurt in them like a punch to the gut. I felt sick. I can explain, Jack, I stammered, my voice shaking. It's not what you think. I got so used to wearing it I didn't even remember it was still there. It's been 3 years, for God's sake. Anyone could make that mistake. Jack's gaze softened slightly, though the hurt was still there, lingering just beneath the surface. You don't owe me any explanation, Samantha, he said, his voice quiet but firm. Before I could say anything else, Jack turned his attention back to Louis. The tension in the room skyrocketed as he stepped forward, his body radiating raw, unrestrained fury. His fists clenched at his sides, and I could see the muscles in his jaw tighten as he fought to control the rage boiling inside him. I swear, Louis, Jack muttered, his voice low and dangerous, if you ever touch her again, if you even think about it, I'll skin you alive with my bare hands. You know me too well to think I'm making empty threats. For the first time since I knew Louis, I saw real fear in his eyes. It was only a flicker, but it was there. Jack wasn't bluffing, and Louis knew it. Easy, man, Louis said, raising his hands in mock surrender. His smirk was still in place, but I could see the cracks forming in his facade.
She's all yours.
I'm done. The silence that followed was suffocating, thick with tension and unspoken pain. Jack's hand found mine, his touch gentle as he pulled me closer to him. The warmth of his skin against mine was like an anchor, grounding me in the storm of emotions swirling around us. Are you okay? Jack asked, his voice softer now, though the protectiveness in his tone was still there. He shrugged off his jacket and draped it over my shoulders, shielding me from the cold and covering the tear in my blouse. I nodded, my throat tight with emotion. I'm fine, I whispered, pulling the jacket tighter around myself. Louis, still standing by the desk, watched us with that smug expression, adjusting his tie like none of this had affected him. Enjoy her, Jack, he said with a sneer. You've been waiting for this moment your whole life, haven't you? I hope she's worth all the trouble. You two are perfect for each other. The fallen princess and her knight in shining armor, what a story. Maybe you can turn it into a bestseller. Jack ignored him, his arm tightening protectively around me as he guided me toward the door. But just as we reached it, Louis's voice echoed once more. Oh, and brother-in-law. Louis called out, his tone laced with mockery. My wedding's in a few days. You're both invited. Don't be late. Who knows? Maybe she'll get lucky and catch the bouquet. Jack froze, his hand gripping the door handle, his body rigid. Slowly, he turned to face Louis one last time, his gaze icy and lethal. We'll see about that, Jack said, his voice dripping with menace, before he turned and led me out the door. Chapter 12. Samantha POV. As we stepped outside the building, the cold night air bit at my skin, but that wasn't what made me shiver. The tension radiating off Jack was suffocating, thick like smoke. His posture was rigid, his eyes dark and unreadable. Without warning, he kicked the car tire with such force that I jumped, my heart thudding in my chest. That bastard thinks he's going to make it to the wedding. Jack's voice was low, a barely contained growl. His words felt like a knife, sharp and cutting. Over my dead body will I sit back and watch him marry my sister. I froze, taken aback by the venom in his tone. This wasn't the calm, controlled Jack I'd gotten used to. He was angry, livid, and something about the way his jaw tightened told me this wasn't just about the wedding. There was a deeper hurt here, a wound that hadn't healed. Before I could process the shift in him, Jack pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a swift flick of his lighter. The orange glow illuminated his face, casting shadows across his sharp features. He took a long drag, his eyes clouded with thought as he exhaled into the chilly air. "Want one?" he asked, his voice calmer now but laced with an edge. He held the pack out to me, and for a brief second, I saw something vulnerable in his gaze. I shook my head, crossing my arms. "I didn't know you smoked." "There are a lot of things you don't know about me, Samantha." His tone was distant, as if he were miles away, lost in thoughts he wasn't ready to share. His eyes flickered toward me briefly, but then they hardened again, as though he were shutting me out. I hesitated, unsure whether to push further, but curiosity got the best of me. "But clearly, Lewis knows," I said, the words slipping out before I could stop them. "Tell me, Jack, who is the love of your life that he stole from you?" The reaction was immediate. His jaw clenched so tightly I thought it might crack. His eyes, which had been distant moments ago, now flashed with cold fury. "Now's not the time for your nonsense, Samantha," he snapped, his voice sharp as ice. "Don't get me started." I swallowed hard, feeling the sting of his words. There was something dangerous about the way he looked at me, like he was on the verge of losing control. I knew I had touched a nerve, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this story than he was letting on. Before I could apologize or backtrack, Jack took another long drag from a cigarette, then pulled out his phone. His fingers moved swiftly across the screen, and within moments, he was on a call. "Scorpion," he said into the phone, his voice dropping to a tone so dark it sent a shiver down my spine. "I've got a job for you. Meet me at the abandoned warehouse. You know the one. Don't be late." He ended the call abruptly, the finality of it sending a cold chill through me. My stomach twisted as I stared at him, my mind racing.
"Who was that?"
I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "And what kind of job are you talking about?" His eyes met mine, and for a split second, I saw something dangerous flicker in them. "That," he said, his voice calm but terrifyingly cold, "is the man who's going to make sure Lewis doesn't make it to the wedding, at least not in one piece." My blood ran cold. The implications of his words hit me like a freight train. This wasn't just about stopping Lewis. This was revenge, cold, calculated, and brutal. I took a shaky step back, my breath catching in my throat. "Jack, what are you saying? You're going to hurt him?" Jack's laugh was dark and humorless, sending another wave of unease through me. "Worse," he muttered, flicking the cigarette to the ground and crushing it beneath his shoe. "But you don't need to worry about that. It's my problem now." I stared at him, my mind spinning. The Jack I thought I knew was slipping away, revealing a side of him I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about Lewis anymore. This was personal, and the look in Jack's eyes told me that he was willing to go to extremes to settle the score. "Jack, this is serious," I said, my voice trembling. "You can't just dash." He cut me off with a sharp wave of his hand. "Get in the car, Samantha. I'm done here." His tone was final, leaving no room for argument. With a resigned sigh, I climbed into the passenger seat, the leather cold beneath me. Jack slid in beside me, his jaw still tight, and the engine roared to life. The city lights blurred as we sped through the streets in silence, the tension between us thickening with every passing second. I glanced out the window, my mind racing. Lewis. The wedding. Jack's sister. It all felt like too much to handle. But what scared me most was Jack's anger, the cold, quiet rage that seemed to simmer just beneath the surface. I had never seen him like this before, and it left me shaken, unsure of what to do or say. We were stopped at a red light when Jack finally broke the silence. "Where should I drop you off?" His voice was calm, but there was a heaviness to it that made my chest tighten. I hesitated, unsure of how to answer. I would have said my house, but it's not really mine anymore. Lewis's name is on the deed now.
My voice faltered.
So, any hotel nearby will do? Jack's hands tightened on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. "That's ridiculous," he muttered. "I'm not letting you stay in some rundown hotel. You're coming to my place." I blinked, taken aback. "Your place?" "I've got a penthouse. Plenty of space. You'll stay there until you can get back on your feet," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Then, softer, he added, "Besides, it gets lonely sometimes. I wouldn't mind the company." My heart skipped a beat at his words, the unexpected vulnerability in his voice catching me off guard. I hesitated, torn between gratitude and uncertainty. "Jack, I don't know."
People will talk.
"They'll assume dash." "To hell with people and their assumptions," Jack interrupted, his voice firm. "You need a place to stay, and I'm offering one. End of story." I met his gaze, searching his face for any sign of ulterior motives.
But all I saw was sincerity.
Jack wasn't trying to take advantage of me, he was trying to help. And, as much as I hated to admit it, I needed help right now. "Okay," I said quietly, nodding. "But on one condition." "Name it," Jack replied, his eyes flicking toward me briefly before focusing back on the road. "You handle this Lewis situation legally," I said, my voice firm. "No violence, no shady deals." "Please, Jack. The last thing I want is for you to get arrested." For a moment, Jack didn't respond. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, and I could see the internal battle playing out behind his eyes. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer, more vulnerable than I had ever heard it. "You care about me that much?" he asked, his tone tentative. I met his gaze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Yes," I said, the words slipping out before I could think twice. "I do." Something flickered in Jack's eyes, something raw, unguarded. Then, before I could say another word, he leaned in, his lips brushing mine. The kiss was slow, deep, and filled with a kind of intensity that made my head spin. It felt like everything between us, all the tension, the unspoken words, the lingering emotions had finally come to the surface. And, in that moment, nothing else mattered. Chapter 13. Samantha POV. The kiss lingered, stretching the silence between us. When Jack finally pulled back, his breath was ragged, and his eyes were dark with something deeper than desire. For a fleeting moment, everything, the anger, the hurt, the confusion seemed suspended, leaving just the two of us, lost in the bubble of an unfamiliar calm. I blinked, struggling to gather my thoughts, my mind still racing from the intensity of the kiss. Outside, the city lights blurred by as we sped through the streets, but my focus was entirely on him. My lips still tingled, and my heart thudded wildly in my chest. But reality crashed back in, heavy and unrelenting. I pulled away, wrapping my arms around myself as if trying to shield myself from the storm of emotions. "Jack, I dash." "I'm sorry," he muttered, cutting me off, his voice strained. "I shouldn't have done that." The sincerity in his words hit me like a punch to the gut. He wasn't apologizing because he didn't want to kiss me. No, it was the weight of everything else, everything that came with us. I bit my lip, my thoughts spinning. A part of me wanted to tell him it was okay, that I understood, that I wanted the kiss. But another part of me, the part that had been burned by Lewis and left to pick up the pieces, was terrified. Terrified of opening myself up again, of trusting someone who seemed as volatile as Jack tonight. "I don't know if we're ready for whatever this is," I said softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "There's too much going on. Lewis, my brother's situation, your sister. I don't want to make things more complicated." Jack stared at the road ahead, his jaw clenched. For a long moment, the only sound in the car was the quiet hum of the engine. I could see the battle in his eyes, the internal conflict as he processed everything, carefully weighing his next words. "You're right," he said finally, his voice quieter, more controlled. "Things are complicated. And the last thing I want is to mess things up for you. I winced at the word mess, because that's exactly what it felt like, an emotional hurricane swirling around us. But it was too late for that. I was already caught in the storm. His eyes flickered toward me, and for a brief second, the walls he had built around himself seemed to crack.
You said you cared about me.
Why, he muttered, shaking his head. I don't deserve it. I offered him a small, sad smile. Maybe you don't. But neither did I, and yet you helped me when I needed it the most, without expecting anything in return. Jack let out a sharp breath, the weight of my words sinking in. We were two broken pieces, drawn to each other despite the mess, trying to make something whole. But before we could delve deeper into the tangled emotions between us, Jack's phone rang, cutting through the silence. His entire demeanor shifted in an instant. The softness in his eyes hardened into something cold, calculating. Boss, I'm at the warehouse now, came the voice from the phone. Jack's grip tightened on the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. Efficient as always, Scorpion, he said in a clipped tone. All business now. I can't join you tonight, but let's get to the point. His expression darkened as he spoke. It's about Louis. I need you to make sure his wedding to my sister doesn't happen. Keep an eye on him at all times, and if he steps out of line, you call me. Gather evidence, everything you can on his shady dealings, especially that fraud case involving Saul Blake. But remember, no unnecessary violence. This has to be clean and anonymous. He hung up, his jaw set in a hard line. I didn't need to ask who the call was about. I already knew. Louis? I asked quietly. Jack nodded, his eyes briefly meeting mine before returning to the road. After our confrontation, I doubt your brother will be safe in police custody. Louis will want revenge, and hurting your brother is the quickest way to get back at you. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The thought of Louis out there, scheming and manipulating, made my stomach churn. And now, with Jack involved, everything felt like it was spiraling into dangerous territory. Jack, I began cautiously. I don't want this to escalate. Whatever you're planning, please, just be careful. Jack's grip on the steering wheel loosened slightly, and he let out a long breath. I'll do what I have to do, Samantha. But I promise you, I won't let him get away with what he's done. To me, to your brother, to you, and I sure as hell won't let him marry my sister. We pulled up to Jack's penthouse, the sleek, modern building looming above us. He parked the car, and for a moment, neither of us moved. The tension between us was thick, hanging heavy in the air. I meant what I said, Jack murmured, breaking the silence. You don't have to worry about a hotel. Stay with me as long as you need. I hesitated, torn between gratitude and the gnawing sense that staying with him would blur the lines between us even more. But what choice did I have? Louis had taken everything from me. I wasn't about to let him take my dignity, too. Okay, I finally agreed, my voice steady. But just until I figure out my next steps. Jack nodded, his gaze softening just a fraction. Take all the time you need. We climbed out of the car, the cool night air brushing against my skin as we entered the building. The lobby was pristine, the marble floors gleaming under the soft lighting. Jack led me to the elevator, and as the doors closed, I couldn't help but feel like I was stepping into a new chapter, one that was equal parts terrifying and exhilarating. As the elevator ascended, I glanced at Jack out of the corner of my eye. There was so much about him I didn't understand, so much he kept hidden behind that calm, collected exterior. And yet, despite the mystery, despite the danger, I felt like Jack was the only person I could trust. The elevator dinged softly as we reached the top floor. Jack's penthouse was sleek and modern, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the city below. Everything was meticulously designed, just like Jack himself. Welcome to my humble abode, Jack said quietly as we walked down the hallway. I chuckled softly. Humble asterisk? Jack, this place is incredible. It's like a fortress. Jack smiled, a rare moment of levity. I'm glad you like it. Feel free to pick any room. If you need anything, I'll be in mine. He walked away, leaving me to explore. I wandered the hall, eventually choosing a door at random. But when I opened it, my breath caught in my throat. The room was filled with images of me, from childhood to now. Photos I had no idea still existed. How they ended up here in Jack's home, I had no idea. A scream tore from my throat, raw and terrified. Jack rushed in, concern etched on his face. Samantha, what's wrong? I turned to him, my heart racing. Jack, what is this? How did you get these photos? Have you been spying on me? Jack swallowed, visibly uncomfortable. For the first time, I saw him fidget. It's not what you think, Samantha. I can explain, then explain. I yelled, my voice trembling with emotion. It's you, Samantha, he said quietly, his voice breaking. You're the love of my life, the one Louis stole from me.
Chapter 14. Jack POV. Her eyes widened, my words hanging in the air between us, thick and heavy with years of unspoken truth. I watched as her face twisted in disbelief, confusion, and something close to fear. She took a step back, shaking her head as if trying to shake off my confession. No, that can't be right. I barely know you, Jack, Samantha stammered, her voice trembling. How could I be the love of your life? The question hit me harder than I expected, and maybe I deserved it. For too long, I had hidden behind a wall of silence, letting her see only fragments of who I was. She had every reason to doubt me now. But this asterisk, wasn't something I could let her walk away from, not without knowing the full truth. You don't remember me, do you? I asked, my voice softer, no longer the tough, composed mask I usually wore. It cracked, leaving me exposed, vulnerable. Her eyes searched mine, her confusion deepening as if trying to piece together a puzzle she never knew existed. What are you talking about? She whispered, barely loud enough for me to hear. I took a steadying breath, stepping toward her cautiously. I knew what I was about to say would change everything between us, forever. We met years ago, I began, my voice firm but filled with hesitation. Before Louis, before all of this. Back when I was nobody, just a man trying to make something of himself. But you were everything, Samantha. She blinked, her brow furrowing as her mind raced to catch up. I could see it in her eyes. There were no memories yet. Not of me, not of us. We met at a birthday party. I continued, carefully, Sarah Sotomayor's party. The heiress who tragically died in that car crash years ago. Do you remember her? Samantha's breath caught, and she pressed a palm to her chest, as if the weight of that memory had knocked the wind out of her. How could I forget? She was my best friend, Jack. That night, her birthday night, was the last time I saw her alive. Her voice wavered, raw emotion flickering across her features. But what does Sarah have to do with any of this? I nodded, expecting her confusion. You might not remember everything about that night. We played truth or dare. Do you recall? Her arms crossed over her chest as she tried to summon a distant memory, frustration flashing briefly across her face. That was a long time ago, Jack. I don't remember much from that night, just the tragedy of losing Sarah. But if there's something important, remind me. A faint smile tugged at the corner of my lips. I was dared to kiss the most beautiful girl in the room, and I kissed you. I was the awkward boy with glasses, the quiet one sitting in the corner, too shy to say more than a few words. And you were everything everyone wanted. That night, I fell in love with you. Her eyes widened, and suddenly I saw the flicker of recognition. The memory was there, waking up from a long sleep. So, that was you? She asked, her voice soft with disbelief, a smile slowly forming. I can't believe it. I looked for you after the party, but you were nowhere to be found. I had to leave early, I admitted, regret thick in my voice. I had a flight the next morning, heading overseas to study. I didn't want to leave, but I didn't have a choice. Samantha's lips parted in surprise. You left without a word. I had no choice. I wanted to stay, believe me. I even wrote you a letter that night, hoping to explain everything, but Louis discouraged me from sending it. He was my best friend back then. He promised me he'd keep an eye on you, make sure you were still single when I returned. But the day I came back, I found out he had proposed to you. Her expression shifted from shock to empathy, her hand reaching up to touch her lips as if remembering something. I don't believe it. I looked for you, you know? After that kiss, it was my first kiss. I kind of fell for you that night, too. I wanted to see you again, but you vanished. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as she spoke, her gaze meeting mine, and for a moment, the years between us seemed to dissolve. You fell for me? I asked, my heart thudding in my chest, unable to believe the words coming from her mouth. I was too shy to admit it. She continued, a soft laugh escaping her. But I kept looking for you, hoping we could talk, maybe get to know each other better. But you were gone, like you disappeared into thin air. I shook my head, feeling the weight of my lost opportunity. I was an idiot for not saying something sooner. I should have done more. Don't beat yourself up, Jack. We were teenagers, just kids back then, she said gently, placing a hand on my arm, her touch warm and grounding. But Louis, he knew everything, I said, my voice hardening. He knew how much I cared about you. He was the one who convinced me not to send that letter, the one who swore to keep you waiting for me. And then he turned around and took you for himself. I came back ready to confess everything, and instead, I walked into your engagement party. Samantha's eyes softened with understanding. No wonder you hate him so much. He betrayed you. I nodded, clenching my fists. I wanted to crash that party, to tell you everything. But I didn't. I thought it would be stupid. You didn't even know who I was. And I never got the chance to tell you about my feelings. I thought I could forget you, move on, but the moment we ran into each other again, everything came rushing back. Her eyes softened as she stepped closer, her warmth enveloping me. Gently, she pressed a finger to my lips, silencing me. Her breath was warm on my skin, and the electricity between us crackled in the air. Jack, she whispered, her voice low and sultry. There's only one way to erase the old memories that hurt. And what's that, Samantha? I asked, my gaze locked on hers, my heart racing. We make new ones, she replied, her voice a seductive promise. Before I could respond, she kissed me, her lips soft and urgent against mine. All the years of unspoken words and buried emotions exploded into that single moment of passion. It felt like we had been possessed by the spirit of sex and desire, and before I couldn't understand what I was doing, I found myself making love to Samantha around the house like a madman.
Chapter 15. Samantha's POV. The next morning, I woke up feeling like my entire body had been drained of energy. Every muscle ached in a way that was strangely satisfying, a reminder of last night. I rolled over, stretching beneath the soft duvet, only to feel the empty space beside me. Jack wasn't there. A sudden wave of weakness hit me when I tried to get on my feet. My legs felt like jelly, too wobbly to support me, so I slumped back against the headboard with a groan. My heart began to race, and the silence in the room only made it worse. Jack. I called out, my voice cracking a little. Nothing. No response. I listened for any signs of life, but the room remained still, like a vacuum sealing me in my own anxieties. My heartbeat quickened, thumping in my chest, my thoughts spiraling out of control. Did he just use me and leave? The thought crept in, and as much as I tried to push it away, it lingered, curling around my mind like smoke. Was everything he said about loving me just a lie? I felt my chest tighten as the possibility gnawed at me. The rational part of me fought back. No, it can't be. He had plenty of chances to take advantage of me before, especially when I offered myself in exchange for his help with my brother. But he didn't. He valued me then, so why would he abandon me now? Just as I was trying to untangle the chaotic web of thoughts, the door creaked open. Jack walked in, balancing a tray of food in his hands, a grin playing on his lips. Relief washed over me like a wave, pushing all my fears to the background. Breakfast in bed for the queen, he said with a playful bow before leaning in to plant a soft kiss on my forehead. He set the tray down in front of me, and as he turned, his towel slipped slightly around his waist. I couldn't help but smile, my earlier panic now seeming so silly. I picked up a fork and took a bite of the food, savoring the warmth and comfort it brought. My insecurities seemed ridiculous now, fading with each bite. Of course, Jack hadn't abandoned me.
Why had I let myself spiral like that?
But then again, how could I not? Jack's history was a minefield of broken hearts. He had a reputation, a man known for leaving women in his wake without a second thought. Jack must have noticed my lingering expression because he squinted at me playfully. "What's that look on your face, Samantha? You don't like the food?" he teased, raising an eyebrow. I laughed, shaking my head. "It's not that. The food's great just like you were last night," I said with a mischievous grin. "I have to admit, that was the most amazing sex I've ever had." Jack chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. "I know, right? And you were just as amazing yourself. Want to go for another round?" he added with a playful wink. I laughed again, shaking my head. "Maybe later. I just started working at your office, remember? I can't afford to be late. What if my boss fires me?" I giggled, teasing him right back. With a burst of energy, Jack jumped onto the bed, shaking the mattress slightly. "Your boss says you can take the week off," he declared with a smug grin. I had to admit, seeing this playful, carefree side of him was something I didn't expect. It was like peeling back another layer of the mysterious Jack Smith. He was always so composed and serious, but in these moments, he was just real. I clicked my finger on his nose teasingly. "Well, tell my boss I said no thanks. I'm determined to be a committed employee." He laughed, his eyes glinting with amusement. But just before he could think of a comeback, his phone rang, cutting through the light-hearted atmosphere. He reached for it on the nightstand, his expression shifting almost immediately. The playful Jack disappeared, replaced by the businesslike version I'd seen him become so often. His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowed. "Scorpion," he said into the phone, his voice a low rumble. "Any news?" I couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, but I watched him closely. His features softened, and slowly, a triumphant smile spread across his lips. "Excellent. Efficient as always. I knew I could count on you to get the job done. I'll wire your payment as soon as I get to the office," he said before hanging up. I stared at him, curiosity eating at me. The shift in his mood, the satisfaction in his voice, I needed to know what had happened. But before I could even ask, Jack turned to me, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Good news, Samantha," he said, his voice carrying an edge of triumph. "Louis is finally going to jail, and for good this time." I blinked in shock, the food tray wobbling on my lap as I tried to process what he'd just said. "What? I don't believe it. Tell me everything." He leaned back against the headboard, crossing his arms over his chest, looking more relaxed than I'd ever seen him. "Well," he began, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "From the looks of it, Scorpion has managed to gather enough evidence to put Louis behind bars for a long time. We're talking 100 years, maybe." My heart raced with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Louis in jail? The idea was almost too good to be true. I could hardly believe that the man who had caused me so much pain was finally going to get what he deserved, and my brother's innocent can finally be proven. "And the best part?" Jack continued, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. "He won't even see it coming. Ha ha ha." He laughed out devilishly. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he's dragged out of his weeding like a wild animal.
Chapter 16.
Samantha's POV. Despite my legs feeling like jelly, the news of Louis's crimes finally coming to light filled me with renewed energy. Hope surged within me, washing away the exhaustion that had clung to me for days. It was as if I could take on the world, knowing the truth had begun to unravel. For the first time in a long while, I felt like justice was finally within reach. Jack stepped into the shower, and without hesitation, I followed him. The warm water cascaded over us, steam enveloping our bodies, creating an intimate cocoon. There was something incredibly thrilling about being close to him like this, vulnerable, yet safe. For the first time, I felt truly seen and loved. Every touch was gentle, deliberate, and grounding. Jack wasn't just the powerful man I'd read about in the headlines anymore. He was mine and I was his. After the shower, we dried off and dressed. Jack looked as sharp as ever in his tailored suit, exuding that effortless authority that made him who he was. I, on the other hand, had nothing to change into. I glanced around the room, spotting a neatly folded dress in the maid's quarters. It wasn't quite my style, but it would have to do for now. I slipped it on, tying the lace around the waist just as I heard Jack rummaging by the door. He was standing by the key cabinet, selecting a car key from his collection of luxury vehicles, as though picking one at random. "Wait for me," I called, rushing forward as I finished tying the dress. Jack turned, his eyes sweeping over me with a mix of amusement and surprise. His gaze lingered, longer than usual, taking in the sight of me in the maid's borrowed dress. "Samantha," he said, a playful smirk tugging at his lips, "are you seriously planning to go to the office today? I told you to take the day off. Plus, you're my woman now, you don't have to work so hard anymore." A blush crept up my cheeks, but I couldn't help smiling. "And what am I supposed to do? Sit at home and watch Netflix all day?" He chuckled, stepping closer. His fingers brushed the lace of the dress. "If that's what you want." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a sleek black bank card. "Here, take this instead. It has unlimited funds. Go spoil yourself. And for the love of God, buy a real dress. I can't have my woman walking around in a maid's outfit." I laughed, shaking my head as I adjusted his tie. "Thanks, Prince Charming, but I'd rather work for my own money. This dress is just temporary." Jack sighed dramatically, his playful pout making me smile wider. "If you insist on being stubborn, then let's get you to work." We arrived at the office in record time. Jack pulled up in one of his sleek, black cars, the engine purring to a smooth stop. Before I could even reach for the door handle, Jack had already rounded the car, opening the door for me with the grace of a true gentleman. The moment I stepped out, I felt the weight of curious eyes on us staff members milling about outside, their gazes wide with surprise. The whispers began almost immediately. "Who is she? Did the boss just open the door for her? She must be important." Jack, ever composed, didn't seem to notice or care. He walked with his usual confident stride, and I matched his pace, though the growing attention made me slightly uneasy. As we entered the office building, it was like a switch had been flipped. The entire staff sprang into action, gathering around us, heads bowed in respect. "Good day, Mr. Chairman," they chorused in unison. Jack's gaze swept over them, his expression unreadable. Finally, he gave a curt nod. "Good day to you, too," he responded, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Then, his eyes locked onto someone in the crowd. "Nellie, come here," he commanded. A woman stepped forward. She had a striking presence, red lipstick perfectly applied, her blouse cut just low enough to hint at cleavage. Nellie strutted toward us, her heels clicking sharply against the polished floor. It was clear she enjoyed the attention she received, basking in the subtle admiration from those around her. Jack turned to me, his tone softening. "Samantha, this is Nellie, the head of HR. She'll guide you through everything you need to know." Then, his voice hardened again. "Nellie, meet Samantha, my new personal assistant. Make sure she has whatever help she needs." Nellie's smile faltered, though she quickly masked it with a professional nod. "Yes, sir," she replied, her voice smooth, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something simmering beneath the surface resentment. "Maybe?" "Good," Jack echoed, nodding to her before heading off toward his office. The moment he was out of sight, the whispers resumed, louder now. But I forced myself to ignore them, focusing instead on Nellie, who eyed me with a mixture of curiosity and something darker. "Shall we?" she said, her tone clipped as she gestured for me to follow. I nodded, falling into step behind her. Her heels clicked louder now, echoing ominously through the hallway as we walked deeper into the building. My nerves prickled, though I kept my face composed. We reached an empty room, and Nellie motioned for me to step inside. The air in the room was heavy, tense, and before I could even take a breath, the door slammed shut behind us. I barely had time to react before she shoved me hard. I stumbled, my feet slipping out from under me, and I hit the cold floor with a thud. The shock of it left me breathless for a moment. I looked up at her, my heart pounding. Disbelief coursed through me. "Now listen to me, little girl," Nellie hissed, crouching down beside me. Her eyes blazed with fury, her red lips twisted into a sneer. I don't know how you managed to seduce the chairman into giving you this job, but let's get one thing straight, you stay away from him. He's mine.
Her words hit me like a slap.
So that's what this was, jealousy. I wasn't just a new hire to her. I was competition. I felt something stir inside me, a fire I hadn't felt in years. I wasn't going to let her intimidate me. Not now, not ever. With a surge of adrenaline, I got to my feet and, in a burst of rage, delivered a hard, resounding slap across her face. The impact made her reel, her eyes wide with shock. You think I'm scared of you? I spat, my voice sharp. Maybe I slapped you too fast for you to process. So here's another one to make sure you understand. Thud. Another slap echoed through the room, sending her spinning before she collapsed to the ground, her perfectly applied makeup now smeared. What the hell is going on here? A voice thundered from the doorway. Jack stood there, his eyes wide with shock, staring at the scene before him. Chapter 17. Samantha's POV. Jack's eyes darted between me and Nellie, taking in the disheveled state of the room, the scattered papers, and the unmistakable tension in the air. His brow furrowed, the storm brewing behind his gaze, making it clear he knew something had gone terribly wrong. What the hell is going on here? His voice was sharp, demanding an explanation. He glanced at me, concern flickering in his eyes before they darkened once more as they landed on Nellie. Ever the opportunist, Nellie got back on her feet, straightened her blouse, and composed herself, her face shifting into a mask of feigned innocence. Mr. Chairman, she started, her voice shaky yet calculated. She attacked me. Completely unprovoked. She gestured toward me with a trembling hand, her wide eyes brimming with fake tears. I was just trying to help her, to show her the ropes, and she lashed out. The audacity of her lie hit me like a punch to the gut. I could barely contain the anger rising in me. My hands clenched into fists at my sides as I struggled to keep my composure. I could feel the heat creeping up my neck, but before I could speak, Jack's eyes shifted to me, his expression softening ever so slightly. Samantha, he said, his tone gentler than before, but still filled with authority. What happens? I took a deep breath, willing myself to remain calm. Nellie shoved me, I said, my voice steady but firm. She told me to stay away from you. She said you were hers. I held his gaze, refusing to look away. She was jealous, Jack. She attacked me first. For a moment, silence hung in the air, the weight of my words settling over the room. Jack's expression darkened further, his eyes flashing with cold fury. But I could tell that fury wasn't directed at me. His jaw tightened as he turned toward Nellie, his voice dangerously low. Is that true, Nellie? Nellie's face turned ghostly pale, her bravado faltering. Her lips parted as if she was going to deny it again, but no words came out. She hesitated for a split second, then doubled down. No, sir. She's lying. Her voice grew more frantic. She's trying to manipulate you, Dash. Enough. Jack's voice cut through her protest like a blade. The icy sharpness in his tone left no room for argument. His eyes narrowed as he stepped closer to her, looming over her like a predator closing in on its prey. I don't take accusations lightly, Nellie. You've worked here long enough to know that. Nellie, despite her panic, still tried to salvage the situation. Sir, I've worked for you for 2 years. I've always been loyal. Why would I lie? You can't seriously believe her over me. You know me, Jack. Jack's gaze didn't waver. This isn't about loyalty. It's about the truth. And I have ways of finding out exactly what happened. His voice was calm but unyielding, and his words left no room for further argument. He turned toward the doorway, his command swift and authoritative. Get the manager in here. I want the security footage from this room.
Now.
Within moments, the office manager rushed in, looking flustered. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead as he connected his phone to the building's surveillance system. He fumbled with it for a moment before the footage began to play on the screen. The room fell into an oppressive silence as the video revealed the truth. Nellie shoving me into the desk, her face twisted with jealousy and anger, before I retaliated. Jack's jaw clenched even tighter as the footage played, his knuckles turning white from how tightly he was gripping the edge of the desk. When the video ended, he turned back to Nellie, his eyes colder than I had ever seen them. "Nellie," he said slowly, his voice low but laced with venom, "I trusted you. But you crossed a line. You're fired." Nellie's eyes widened, her composure shattering. "You can't fire me," she shrieked, her voice trembling with a mix of disbelief and desperation. "Over a nobody who just started working here yesterday? I've been with you for 2 years. I'm Clara's best friend, your stepsister's best friend. You can't just throw me out like this." Jack's expression remained hard, unmoved by her outburst. His voice was deathly quiet but firm. "I can do whatever I want, Nellie. And right now, you're done here." For a brief moment, Nellie's face twisted into something primal: hatred, desperation, maybe even regret. Her hands clenched at her sides as if she might try to strike again. I held my breath, half expecting her to make another move. But Jack didn't flinch. Before she could say anything more, Jack raised his hand and called for security. "Escort her out of the building." 2 security guards appeared at the door, moving swiftly to stand on either side of Nellie. She shot me one last venomous look, her eyes burning with fury and humiliation, but there was nothing left for her to do. The guards flanked her as she stormed out, her heels clicking sharply against the polished floor, each step echoing like the final nails in the coffin of her career. The door clicked shut behind her, and the office plunged into a heavy silence. Jack let out a long breath, rubbing the back of his neck. His expression softened as he turned to me. "I'm sorry you had to go through that, Samantha," he said quietly. "She won't bother you again." I nodded, still shaken by the intensity of what had just happened. "Thank you, Jack," I whispered, my voice barely audible. But before I could fully process everything, there was a knock at the door. Jack's eyes narrowed, irritation flashing across his face. "Come in," he called out, though it was clear he wasn't in the mood for more interruptions. The door swung open, and 2 men in tailored suits stepped inside. They carried themselves with a certain air of importance, their expressions grim and businesslike. One of them stepped forward, holding an envelope in his hand. "Mr. Chairman, Miss Blake," the man said, nodding to both of us. "We've been sent by Mr. Luis Martinez to personally deliver this." He extended the envelope toward Jack, who hesitated before taking it. I could feel my stomach twist at the mention of Luis's name. A cold dread crept over me as Jack tore open the envelope. Inside was a sleek, gold-embossed invitation. Jack's expression darkened as he read the words, his jaw tightening once more. Without a word, he handed the card to me. My hands trembled as I took the invitation and read it. "You are cordially invited to the wedding of Luis Martinez and Clara Smith. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. The room seemed to spin around me. Luis was marrying Clara, Jack's stepsister ** tomorrow star. Though the wedding date was pushed forward, my boss hopes you both would honor it, even with the short notice, one of the men added, his tone formal and polite. I stared at the invitation, a wave of nausea rolling over me. My throat tightened, and for a moment, I thought I might be sick. Luis ** my ex-fiancé *, the man who had shattered my heart, was getting married to Clara, the woman he had left me for. Jack's expression remained unreadable as he turned to the men. Then, with a smirk that sent chills down my spine, he said, "Don't worry. We wouldn't miss the wedding for anything in the world." I glanced at him, my heart racing. I recognized that look in his eyes. The wheels were turning. By now, the police were probably wrapping up their investigation, thanks to the evidence Jack's contact, Scorpion, had anonymously provided them. If all went according to plan, Luis wouldn't be standing at any altar tomorrow. And why would I want to miss the downfall of the man who had wasted the best years of my life?
Chapter 18. Samantha POV.
The next morning arrived in a blur, as if time had fast-forwarded overnight. I barely slept, tossing and turning until the first crack of dawn, my mind racing with a whirlwind of emotions. The rush of excitement coursing through me felt like electricity pulsing beneath my skin, making my heart race uncontrollably. Luis would finally be exposed, and my brother would be set free. The thought alone was enough to stir something uneasy inside me. I tried to shake off the feeling, but I couldn't deny that a sense of foreboding lingered just beneath the surface. Jack and I had spent the previous evening shopping for outfits and experience that felt more like preparing for a high-stakes fashion show than attending a wedding. We'd spared no expense. Jack had insisted on finding the most exquisite dress, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. When we finally arrived at the venue, we were among the first guests, our presence like a power couple arriving on the red carpet. Heads turned, and whispers floated through the air as we entered. Anyone who didn't know better could have easily mistaken us for the couple getting married. The church stood tall and imposing, a grand cathedral with towering spires that scraped the morning sky. The air smelled fresh, crisp, and slightly cool, perfect weather for a wedding, but it didn't do much to ease the tension winding through me. Jack and I stood outside the entrance for a moment, taking in the scene, the murmuring crowd, the distant chiming of the church bells. I glanced at Jack, and to my surprise, he pulled out a cigarette. With a flick of his lighter, the tiny flame illuminated his face for a brief moment before he brought the cigarette to his lips for a deep drag. The smoke curled lazily upward, disappearing into the clear sky. I rolled my eyes and nudged him lightly. "Really? You're actually going to smoke outside a church?" Jack flashed me a playful smirk, exhaling a thin cloud of smoke. He was just about to respond when a convoy of vehicles pulled up in front of the church with quiet, intimidating precision. The first thing I noticed was the sleek black limo, flanked by two security SUVs. The cars glistened under the sunlight, their tinted windows hiding whoever was inside. It was the kind of arrival reserved for someone powerful. Two men in dark suits and sunglasses stepped out swiftly, their movements precise and calculated. Without a word, they pulled a wheelchair from the trunk and positioned it by the limo's door. Then, with practiced ease, they helped an elderly man out of the car, carefully easing him into the chair. I expected Jack to make some sarcastic remark or continue our playful banter, but when I turned toward him, the cigarette had slipped from his lips and hit the ground. He stood there, frozen, his eyes wide with shock, his face pale. It was as if he'd just seen a ghost. "Jack," I whispered, my heart skipping a beat. "What's wrong?" He didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the elderly man in the wheelchair, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Finally, in a voice barely louder than a whisper, he muttered, "I can't believe he came." I followed his gaze, staring at the frail man who had just arrived, his silver hair thinning but his presence commanding even in his weakened state.
Who?
I asked, confusion swirling in my mind. "My father," Jack breathed, his voice filled with disbelief and something else, something raw, like old wounds reopened. Before I could respond, Jack moved forward, his strides urgent, and I instinctively followed behind him. The bodyguards, now standing like statues behind the wheelchair, led the elderly man toward us. We met them halfway, the tension in the air thick enough to cut through. "Father," Jack began, but his words were cut short when the old man raised a hand, silencing him instantly. The look on the elderly man's face was one I'd seen before, a mix of disappointment and authority, the kind that could crush someone with just a glance. His eyes bore into Jack, his voice soft but heavy with weight. "I'm disappointed in you, Jack." I could feel the muscles in Jack's body tense beside me, and even though his expression remained controlled, I knew those words hit him like a punch to the gut. "I can't believe you refused to walk your sister down the aisle on the most important day of her life," his father continued, his voice low but filled with reproach. "How selfish could you be?" Jack clenched his jaw, and I could see the battle raging inside him. He took a deep breath, clearly holding back his frustration. "But I've already explained, Dad. You know exactly how I feel about this marriage." His father's expression remained unchanged, stern and unyielding. "You might not like who she's marrying, for reasons I still don't understand, but Clara is a grown woman. She has every right to decide who she wants to spend her life with. Your duty, as her older brother, is to support her, no matter how you feel about it." For a moment, I thought Jack might argue, might finally let loose the emotions he'd been bottling up, but instead, he exhaled slowly, lifting his sunglasses from his face. His eyes, dark and stormy, met his father's.
Fine.
If you insist, I'll walk her down the aisle. But only because you asked me to. His father's face hardened further. There's no need for that anymore. Jack's confusion mirrored my own as he frowned. What do you mean? Are you going to walk her down the aisle yourself? A bitter chuckle escaped his father's lips. Can't you see I'm in a wheelchair? No, I've asked your Uncle Hugo to do it. He should be here any moment. The weight of the conversation settled heavily in the air as Jack's father signaled his bodyguards to move him forward. Jack stood there, silent and defeated, and I could see how much this moment was weighing on him. He'd wanted to take a stand, to show his disapproval, but now, it seemed like the choice had been ripped from him. Wait! His father's voice rang out suddenly, his eyes locking onto me for the first time. His gaze was intense, as if he were seeing something beyond the surface. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Who's this beautiful lady? He asked, his attention now fully focused on me. Jack tensed beside me, glancing at me briefly before responding. She's my woman, Dad. Her name is Samantha. Is there a problem? The old man's eyes didn't leave my face. He stared at me like he was looking at a ghost. She looks just like my mother. My heart skipped a beat.
What?
Jack's head whipped toward his father, his brows furrowed. This has to be a joke, Dad. But his father's expression remained unchanged, almost reverent. It's no joke. She looks exactly like your grandmother. His hands fumbled through his jacket, searching for something. Here, I always carry a picture of her. Jack's father finally pulled out a small, worn photograph from the inner pocket of his suit. His face lit up with nostalgia as he handed the photo to Jack.
Here.
See for yourself. Jack took the photo, his eyes widening as he stared at it. His jaw dropped, and I could see the shock wash over his face. He looked at me, then back at the picture. His gaze flicked between the two so many times that it made my heart race with anxiety. Jack, you're making me nervous, I muttered, the knot in my stomach tightening. He tried to speak, but no words came out. After a long pause, he handed the photo to me. My hands trembled slightly as I took it, my heart pounding against my ribs. When I finally looked at the photo, it felt like the world around me blurred. The woman in the picture, Jack's grandmother, looked exactly like me. She could have been my twin. I stared at the image, my mind reeling. How could this be? The resemblance was undeniable. Wow, I whispered, barely able to form the word. Jack's father smiled, his eyes filled with awe. There has to be an explanation for this resemblance. Jack, however, wasn't as easily convinced. He rubbed his temples, still staring at the picture. Let's not jump to conclusions, Dad. People look alike, sometimes. It doesn't mean anything. His father sighed deeply, though the gleam in his eyes hadn't completely dimmed. You're probably right. Before I could process any of this, a voice crackled over the loudspeaker. Everyone, please take your seats. The wedding is about to begin. Chapter 19. Samantha POV. We all glanced toward the speaker's announcement, then back at one another, the silence stretching between us like a taut wire, ready to snap at any moment. Jack was the first to break the silence, his voice low and almost too casual. Dad, you didn't happen to have any other children outside of your marriage with Mom, did you? My eyes widened as I shot him a look. Was he serious right now? The question hung in the air like a grenade, waiting to explode. Jack's father glared at him, the disappointment in his eyes cutting sharper than any words could. How dare you disrespect your mother's memory like that, Jack? Are you implying I cheated on her? The raw emotion in his voice startled me. His anger wasn't just a reaction, it was personal.
Deep.
I felt the crackle of old wounds surfacing, wounds I hadn't even known existed. Jack, on the other hand, seemed unbothered by the storm he'd just stirred. Relax, Dad, Jack said, holding up his hands defensively, though his tone was still casual. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant, well, you were the one talking about resemblances. I was just trying to make sure. The elder Mr. Smith's face flushed with emotion, and his voice boomed as he thundered. No, I never cheated on your mother. Even now, after all these years, she's still the love of my life. How could I have done that to her? I could see the pain etched into the lines on his face, and it hit me like a punch to the chest. There was a weight to his words, a sincerity that made the idea of infidelity seem not just impossible, but almost blasphemous in his eyes. Sensing the situation was spiraling, I stepped in, my voice soft but firm. "Don't pay attention to him, Mr. Smith. He's just acting childish." I shot Jack a pointed look, hoping he'd pick up on the cue and let it go. Jack's father exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders relaxing as he shifted his focus back to me. His expression softened as he took my hand in his grip surprisingly gentle. "You're an intelligent young woman. I know you'll make a good wife for my son," he said, his voice now warm and affectionate. "It was a pleasure meeting you, miss." I gave him a polite smile and finished his sentence. "Samantha?" Mr. Smith nodded, his eyes crinkling at the edges as he smiled. "Samantha. I do hope my son finally takes a relationship seriously." He shot Jack a knowing look, rolling his eyes ever so slightly before returning his attention to me. "So the two of you can get married, just like Clara, and give me a grandkid before I join my ancestors." His voice faltered slightly as he added, almost as an afterthought, "Only the good Lord knows how much time I have left." For a brief moment, his expression turned somber, as if a shadow had passed over him, but he brushed it off quickly with a smile. Still, the weight of his words lingered in the air, and I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. I glanced at Jack, trying to make sense of his father's cryptic comment. What did he mean by that? The implication was unsettling, like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. Jack avoided my gaze, clearing his throat and looking away as if he hadn't heard anything unusual. Unsure of what to make of it, I turned back to Jack's father, forcing a smile. "The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Smith," I said, hoping to steer the conversation into lighter territory. "And I'm sure the good Lord is going to bless you with a long and happy life and plenty of healthy grandkids to keep you company." He smiled warmly, lifting my hand to his lips and kissing it gently. His old-world charm was disarming, and for a moment, I almost forgot about the tension that had gripped us just moments before. "Thank you, my dear," he said, his voice softening. With a wave of his hand, his bodyguards moved forward, pushing his wheelchair toward the church entrance. As I watched him go, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had taken root in my chest. Something wasn't right, and I had a nagging suspicion Jack knew more than he was letting on. I turned to him, my brows furrowing in concern. "What did your dad mean by that?" I asked, my voice low as I tried to piece together the puzzle. "Is he sick or something?" Jack didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slipped his sunglasses back on, his face unreadable behind the dark lenses. It was as if the wall he kept up around his emotions had just snapped back into place, stronger than ever. He turned to me, offering a small, tight smile. "The wedding's about to start. We should find a good seat so we don't miss the show." Within minutes, the church filled with people, the soft murmurs of excited guests echoing off the high ceilings. Jack and I managed to find seats near the side of the church, but we still had a good view of the altar, where all eyes would soon be drawn. The atmosphere was buzzing with anticipation, the air heavy with expectation. A few moments later, Louis swaggered in with his entourage of groomsmen, his face practically glowing with satisfaction. His smile stretched wide as he greeted guests, shaking hands like he was some kind of celebrity, basking in the spotlight as though the entire event had been orchestrated for his benefit alone. His confidence was nauseating, the kind of arrogance that made my skin crawl. I couldn't help the words that slipped out, my voice dripping with disdain. "Look at him. Arrogant bastard. He disgusts me." Jack leaned in slightly, his voice low and reassuring, but with an edge of satisfaction. "Chill, Samantha, chill. In a few minutes, that smile on his face will be gone." As if on cue, Louis's gaze landed on us. His eyes lit up like we were long-lost friends, and before I could even blink, he was striding over, that smug smile plastered on his face. He wrapped both of us in a suffocating hug, squeezing so tight, I nearly lost my breath. The stench of alcohol and something stronger hit me like a wave. I realized then that Louis wasn't just drunk on his own ego, He was probably high as well. Jack and I exchanged a quick glance, both of us knowing we couldn't cause a scene here, not with Jack's father sitting across from us, watching everything. So we played along, gritting our teeth through Lewis's madness. "I can't believe you guys made it," Lewis practically shouted, his voice overly enthusiastic. "My two favorite people in the world." Jack let out a bitter chuckle, his eyes cold. "Since when?" Lewis, clearly lost in his own little world, completely ignored the tension in Jack's voice. "Since forever." He turned to one of his suited lackeys, waving his hand dismissively in our direction, as if we'd suddenly become invisible. "These two right here are my special guests of honor," he announced, his voice dripping with false sincerity. "Make sure they get the best treatment possible. I don't want them going around saying I treated them poorly at my wedding." He shot us one last condescending smirk before bouncing off, his arrogant swagger making me clench my fists in anger. The urge to march after him and slap that smug grin off his face was almost overwhelming. But before I could act on that impulse, Jack's phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen, and a slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. The name flashing on the screen read Scorpion. Jack answered, his expression unreadable as he listened for a moment, then hung up, his eyes glinting with barely contained satisfaction. Out of curiosity, I leaned closer and whispered, "What did he say?" Jack's grin widened, a dark glint in his eyes. "The police are on their way." I couldn't help the smirk that tugged at the corners of my mouth. This wedding is about to get very interesting.
Chapter 20. Jack's POV. I slipped my phone back into my pocket, catching the flicker of excitement in Samantha's eyes. She doesn't need to say a word. I know exactly what she's feeling. After everything Lewis has put her through, the lies, the betrayal, the public humiliation, this is the moment she's been waiting for. He's about to get what's coming, and it's been a long time coming. Moments later, Clara arrives, all in white, oblivious to the ticking time bomb that's about to explode in her perfect world. Her dress trails behind her like some long, dramatic symbol of the life she thinks she's about to have. I glance toward the church doors, expecting the police to burst in any second. But nothing. No sign of them. Not yet. My pulse quickens. The ceremony pushes forward, inching closer to the exchange of vows. The knot in my chest tightens with every second that ticks by. The cops are taking too long. I lean toward Samantha, lowering my voice. "We need to stall. They should have been here by now." Her brow furrows, and she shoots me a look. "Are you serious? We can't get involved. Do you know what kind of scandal that would cause?" She's right, of course. If we intervene, the entire thing could blow up in our faces. But that doesn't make the growing anxiety in my gut any easier to ignore. I glance back toward the altar, my gaze locking onto Lewis. He stands there like he owns the place, full of smug confidence. He has no idea his world is about to come crashing down. Then, the moment arrives of exchange of vows. The priest clears his throat, his voice booming as he asks Lewis the question that will bind him to Clara. "Do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife?" Lewis opens his mouth to answer, but before he can speak, the church doors slam open with a thunderous crash. The sound reverberates through the hall, silencing the crowd. I don't even need to turn around to know what's happening. The adrenaline rush hits me hard. A wave of police officers floods the church, their uniforms crisp, weapons drawn. Their faces are steeled with focus as they make their way down the aisle. Gasps ripple through the guests, panic rising. Clara's face twists in confusion, her bouquet clutched tightly in her hands, but it's Lewis's reaction I'm watching for. The commissioner steps forward, his voice sharp and commanding. "Luis Martinez, you're under arrest for multiple counts of money laundering and fraud." The entire congregation falls silent. Clara's wide eyes dart between Lewis and the commissioner, disbelief written all over her face. Lewis just stands there, frozen for a moment. And then, to my absolute amazement, he laughs. He actually has the gall to laugh. "This is a joke, right?" he says, shaking his head with that same arrogant smirk. "This must be a prank. Now bring out the camera." The commissioner doesn't respond. Instead, he steps forward and slaps Lewis across the face with such force that it echoes through the church. The laughter dies in Lewis's throat as he stumbles, his knees buckling. The smug look drains from his face, replaced with shock. Clara gasps, stepping forward in confusion. Lewis? What is happening? What are they saying? Her voice cracks with desperation, her carefully constructed world crumbling before her eyes. Lewis, still reeling from the slap, looks at her with a mixture of anger and panic. Clara, I dash. Clara whirls toward the crowd, her voice rising in hysteria. This can't be real. There's been a mistake. She turns back to Lewis, her eyes wide and pleading. Lewis, tell them they got it all wrong. But Lewis doesn't respond. The reality of the situation is sinking in for him, his face pale, sweat beading on his forehead. The officers close in, dragging him to his feet. He stumbles, his hands shaking. Officer, please. This is a mistake. You've got the wrong man. The officers ignore his pleas, snapping cuffs onto his wrists. They drag him down the aisle like a fallen king, his reign over. Clara's voice rises into a frantic scream. You can't do this. You can't just take him. Her eyes are wild, filled with confusion and betrayal. This is my wedding. This isn't happening. She rushes toward them, but a policeman holds her back, and she dissolves into sobs. The perfect life she'd envisioned shatters like glass. I glance at Samantha. She's holding back a smile, but the satisfaction in her eyes is clear. Watching Lewis get dragged away in cuffs after all the pain he's caused her its justice. I can't help but chuckle, but just as the tension begins to ease, the commissioner turns toward us, his expression unreadable. Something's wrong. He strides over, his footsteps heavy with purpose, stopping directly in front of Samantha. My heart races, dread creeping up my spine. This wasn't part of the plan. Miss Samantha Blake, the commissioner says, his voice like a hammer striking steel. You're under arrest. For a split second, the world stops. My mind goes blank. Arrest? Samantha? This can't be happening. What? I shout, stepping in front of her, my instincts kicking in. What the hell are you talking about? The commissioner doesn't flinch. His gaze is cold, unyielding. Mr. Smith, I suggest you step aside. Miss Blake is wanted in connection with Luis Martinez's dealings. There's reason to believe she was involved. Clara, who had been sobbing on the sidelines, suddenly freezes, her tear-streaked face twisting in shock. What does she have to do with this? Her voice is a high-pitched wail. Who the hell is she? Samantha's eyes widen in disbelief, her voice shaky. I had nothing to do with Lewis's crimes. I swear. The officers don't care. They move in, one of them gripping her arm as they slap the cuffs onto her wrists. The look on her face breaks my heart, pure panic, mixed with betrayal. She's innocent. I snap, my voice sharp, but the commissioner raises a hand, cutting me off. If she's innocent, that'll be proven in court, he says coldly. But for now, she's coming with us. Clara, still in shock, shakes her head. This can't be real. It's a nightmare, she mutters under her breath, barely registering what's happening anymore. The officers begin to lead Samantha away, and I can't move. My hands clench in a fist as I watch them take her from me. I'll get you out of this, I call after her, desperation creeping into my voice. I promise. But she's already out the door, and I'm left standing there, powerless. Chapter 21. Jack POV. As I stood there, trying to gather my thoughts and figure out my next move, Lewis's mother's voice sliced through the tension like a knife. I can't believe that shameless woman had the nerve to show her face at this wedding. She probably came here for the food. I doubt she's had anything decent to eat since my son dumped her ass. Her words dripped with disdain, and I turned to see her glaring in the direction Samantha had been led. My jaw clenched, my fists tightening at my sides, the familiar surge of anger threatening to break through. I wanted to tell her off right there, but the time wasn't right. Not yet. Clara, still slumped in a pew with her tear-streaked face buried in her hands, slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying, but at the mention of Samantha, confusion flickered across her face. Mother-in-law, you know that woman? Clara's voice was hoarse. She's Lewis's ex. It's all starting to make sense now. Before Lewis's mother could reply, Clara's friend Nellie, who always seemed to relish in gossip, jumped in eagerly. Who doesn't know her? She's the reason your brother fired me from the office. She's his new personal assistant. The words hit like a sledgehammer. Clara's face twisted with shock, her tears drying in an instant. Her gaze snapped toward me, burning with accusation. What? She shrieked, her voice rising to a near hysterical pitch. You hired my husband's ex as your personal assistant? I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could get a word out, Mrs. Martinez jumped in with her usual arrogance. That's impossible. Samantha Blake doesn't even qualify to clean your brother's shoes, let alone be his assistant. She scoffed, dismissing the idea with a wave of her hand. Nellie must be mistaken. Samantha Blake is a nobody. She's nothing compared to you, Clara. Clara, still clinging to her tears and bitterness, nodded, seeking comfort in her mother-in-law's cruel words. I believe you, mother-in-law, she said weakly, as if those words could somehow erase the truth. They embraced as though they had won some twisted victory, basking in their mutual disdain for a woman who wasn't even there to defend herself. I'd had enough. Clearing my throat, I stepped forward, towering over them with a cold intensity. This will be the last time any of you speak badly about Samantha Blake in my presence. Is that clear? The words hung in the air, heavy with warning. Clara whipped her head toward me, mascara smudged and her face flushed with disbelief. You just heard Mrs. Martinez say she's good for nothing. Clara spat, her voice venomous. So why do you care so much about that be asterisk, 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 asterisk? I closed the gap between us in a heartbeat. Leaning in so close Clara could feel the heat of my words, each syllable cutting through the tension like a blade. Clara, I said, my voice low but firm, don't make me repeat myself. Samantha Blake isn't a good-for-nothing. She's my woman. Don't make me say it again. Her breath hitched, and for a moment, the room seemed to freeze. Clara's eyes widened in shock, darting between me and Mrs. Martinez, whose stunned silence said everything. The realization of what I had just declared settled over them like a storm cloud. Before anyone could react, the sharp sound of squeaking wheels broke the silence. My father, his face set in a hard scowl, rolled into the room in his wheelchair, his presence alone commanding immediate attention. He didn't need to say a word to make it clear he was furious. Enough of this madness. His voice boomed, cutting through the thick tension. All of you, instead of acting like adults and preparing for what's coming, you're here, squabbling like children. This is embarrassing. His words were like ice water thrown over a flame, dousing the petty arguments in an instant. Mrs. Martinez paled, her hand instinctively clutching her pearls. Clara shrank back into herself, her face losing what little color it had left. Even Nellie, who was usually quick to jump in with more venomous comments, remained uncharacteristically silent. I straightened, taking a deep breath to steady my own nerves. My father's words snapped me back to the reality of the situation. This wasn't about Clara's tears or Lewis's mother's opinions. Samantha's freedom was at stake, and I couldn't afford to waste time on these distractions. Dad's right, I said, my voice calmer now, but still resolute. There's no time for this nonsense. Samantha is innocent, and I'm going to prove it. If you all want to sit here and bicker, be my guest, but I've got real work to do. With that, I pulled out my phone and dialed our family lawyer, Barrister Clark. The line rang for what felt like an eternity, each passing second heightening the tension in the room. Clara, still shaking from the emotional whirlwind of the day, spoke up, her voice small and uncertain. Please put the call on speaker, so we can all hear, she pleaded. I shot her a cold glance, but complied, pressing the speaker button just as Clark's voice came through, sounding graver than usual. Jack, your father already called me. I'm at the station now trying to see what I can do, but I have to be honest with you. It's not looking good. Not at all. My heart sank. Clark wasn't just any lawyer. He was the best of the best. For him to sound so grim meant we were in deeper trouble than I had thought. Behind me, Clara let out a soft gasp, and I could hear her sobs starting to rise again. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to stay composed. What do you mean, Barrister Clark? My family doesn't pay you all that money for bad news. You'll get her out by the end of today. Am I clear? There was a pause on the other end of the line, the silence hanging like a noose around my neck. Mr. Jack, it would be easier to ask me to make it rain than to get her released by the end of the day. His words hit like a sledgehammer. I could feel the weight of them settling deep in my chest. What the hell are you talking about? You're saying there's no way? We're talking about years of accumulated evidence, multiple charges, and the possibility of a lifetime prison sentence. The case against them is airtight. What? The word erupted from all of us in unison. Even my father, always composed, looked momentarily shaken. Mrs. Martinez clutched her chest, muttering prayers under her breath, while Clara's hand flew to her mouth as if to stifle a scream. I forced myself to remain steady, though my mind raced. You're telling me there's nothing we can do? There's only one option, Clark said gravely. You're going to need a presidential pardon. That's the only way she can walk out of this. A presidential pardon? I echoed, disbelief flooding my voice. Getting the president involved was beyond any string I could pull easily. Now that's going to be a real problem. Chapter 22. Jack POV. Clark's words lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating like the oppressive silence that enveloped the room. A presidential pardon? It was a power play that stretched far beyond anything I had ever pulled off. I had connections. Hell, more than most people could dream of, but asking for a pardon? That was a different league altogether. How do we even begin to secure a pardon from the president? I asked, my voice quieter now, trying to grasp the full weight of the situation. This isn't something that can be done overnight. The political red tape alone. There are no guarantees, Jack, Clark replied, his tone gentler, but no less severe. The charges she's facing are serious, accomplice to a high-profile crime. Even if you manage to get the president's attention, there's no telling how long it would take, or if he'd even grant it. But without that pardon, she's looking at years, maybe decades, in prison. Decades. The word hit me like a freight train, sending a wave of nausea coursing through my body. Samantha, locked away in a prison cell, her entire life stripped from her, all because of something she didn't do. I clenched my jaw, fighting back the rising tide of frustration and desperation that threatened to overwhelm me. I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't let that happen. Behind me, Clara's soft sobs had turned into full-blown wails, her face buried in her hands. Mrs. Martinez, who'd been praying for Samantha's downfall just moments ago, lay unconscious on the floor, her frail frame a stark contrast to the chaos of the room. The wedding had descended into madness, just like the hope of getting Samantha out in one piece. If they were talking about 100 years for Samantha, what did that mean for Lewis, the main culprit? My father had been quiet for most of the conversation, observing us all unravel with that stoic expression he always wore. He wasn't one to show his hand until absolutely necessary. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, almost too calm given the stakes, but there was an unmistakable edge to it, a hint of something we hadn't considered. The president, he said slowly, as though weighing each word. That shouldn't be an issue. I frowned, turning toward him, trying to make sense of what he had just said. What do you mean, it shouldn't be an issue? He looked up, his eyes meeting mine with that calculating gleam he always had when he was about to drop a bombshell. If I remember correctly, the president still owes me a couple of favors. I blinked, caught off guard. Did he just say what I thought he said? The president owes you favors? My voice was flat. Disbelief etched across my face. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Clara's tear-streaked face whip toward him, her red, puffy eyes wide with shock. Even Mrs. Martinez, who had been unconscious, seemed to stir slightly at his words. Yes, yes, he said with a casual wave, as if it were nothing. He promised me heaven and earth when he needed my help during the last election campaign, about 3 years ago. I came through for him in ways no one else could. He owes me, and he knows it. I stared at him, my mouth slightly agape. Wow, I whispered, almost to myself. It was the first glimmer of hope I'd had since Clark dropped the news. A strange sensation washed over me, a mixture of disbelief and cautious optimism. For the first time since this nightmare had started, There was a small, flickering light at the end of the tunnel. I could feel it in my chest, the oppressive weight lifting just enough for me to breathe again. But I couldn't afford to get too ahead of myself. "Do you really think he'll grant a favor this big?" I asked, swallowing hard. "A presidential pardon for a case like this?" My father's expression didn't falter. He stared at me with unwavering confidence. "Jack, trust me. When you've been in this game as long as I have, you learn that every favor has a price. The president owes me, and if I call in this debt, I expect him to deliver." Clara, who had been listening quietly, suddenly piped up. You really think this will work?" Her voice wavered, the fear and hope blending together in an emotional whirlwind. My father didn't even look her way. "It will work," he said, his voice steady and commanding. "Now, if you all are done falling apart, it's time to make some moves." He tilted his head toward Jericho, his right-hand man, who stood beside him with an all-too-pleased smile on his face. "Jericho, call the president," my father commanded, his tone crisp and authoritative. With a nod of his head, Jericho replied, "Of course, boss." The man had a way of making even the most intense situations seem manageable, his confidence infectious. Moments later, the call to the president connected. I was still overwhelmed, my heart racing as my father put the call on speaker, allowing everyone in the room to hear the unfolding drama. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, a tense silence enveloping us like a thick fog. "Mr. Smith, it's an honor to receive your call," boomed the voice from the other end of the line, deep and commanding. "The honor is all mine, President Marcus," my father replied, a slight grin tugging at his lips. I could see the glimmer of confidence in his eyes, the man always poised to take control. "First of all, I'd like to apologize for not keeping in touch with you, Mr. Smith. I've just been so busy. This country's problems are numerous, and you can surely testify to that yourself." His tone was friendly, but held an edge of political caution, the kind that comes with knowing the delicate nature of power. "I understand, Your Excellency," my father said with a nod, though his expression suggested he was less interested in pleasantries and more focused on the task at hand. "Please don't call me that, Mr. Smith. You're like a father to me. Now, tell me, to what do I owe the honor of your call?" I stood there, gasping in shock as anxiety peaked. This was it, the moment we had been waiting for. The stakes had never been higher. "I have a favor to ask, Your Excellency. I don't know if you'll be kind enough to help," my father said, his voice steady, but I could sense the undercurrents of tension. Half of the wedding attendants clutched their hearts, the anxiety palpable in the air. Even I felt the dread building inside me, a knot tightening in my stomach. "Of course, anything for you, Mr. Smith. Please ask away," President Marcus replied, his voice warm but measured. I could hardly breathe, the weight of this moment crashing over me like a wave. This was it. My daughter's wedding was raided by the police, and her fiancé was taken, along with my son's girlfriend. "Is there something you can do for me? I understand this has now become a federal case, and only a pardon from your office can grant them freedom. What do you say, President Marcus?" Of course, anything for you, Mr. Smith. Just give me a moment to check in with my team. I'll get back to you with a reply." The president's voice faded as he went to consult his staff. In that silence, I glanced around the room. Lewis's family had dropped to their knees, their heads bowed in fervent prayer, faces twisted in desperation. Even Clara, who had scoffed at the idea of divine intervention her entire life, was now on her knees, fervently reciting the rosary. I couldn't help but chuckle at their hypocrisy, the irony of it all. "Are you there, Mr. Smith?" The president's voice broke through my thoughts. "I'm here, President Marcus," my father responded, his voice firm, the resolve undiminished. "So I've just checked in, and from the looks of things, this isn't going to be an easy issue to push under the carpet. We're talking about multiple offenses with concrete evidence of money laundering and fraud. Considering the current political climate, if I let these two go unpunished, I'll be labeled a bad leader who abused power and let criminals go unpunished. You know the forthcoming election is at hand, and I can't afford to take any chances. I would only be able to grant a pardon to one person. So you choose. Who will it be?" Chapter 23. Jack's POV. The room seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze shifted toward my father, as though his next words were the only thing that could break the suffocating silence. The tension was unbearable, a heavy, invisible weight pressing down on every single person in the room. One person. The president had laid out the terms like a devil's bargain. Only one would be saved. The stark realization hit me like a sledgehammer, knocking the air from my lungs. Louis or Samantha? My father's fingers tapped the armrest of his chair rhythmically, the only sound in the stifling room. His voice, when he spoke, was calm, too calm for the storm swirling in front of him. "You're telling me I have to choose?" "That's correct, Mr. Smith." The president's voice crackled from the speaker, distant yet commanding. "This is the best I can do under the circumstances. The case has already attracted too much media attention. A full pardon for both would be political suicide." I felt the room shift. Clara, who had been standing motionless, leaned forward, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes pleading silently with my father. On the floor, Mrs. Martinez stirred, her groggy voice slicing through the quiet, weak but determined. "Please save my son. Save Louis." I swallowed hard, the dryness in my throat making it hard to breathe. Samantha didn't deserve this. She had been caught in Louis's web, manipulated like a pawn in a game she hadn't even known she was playing. The thought of her locked behind bars made my blood boil. But Louis, he was guilty. He was the mastermind, and yet he was about to become my father's son-in-law. How could Dad let Louis burn while sparing Samantha? I could understand the weight on his shoulder. "I need a moment," my father said, his voice steady despite the impossible weight of the decision pressing down on him. The president sighed. "Of course, but don't take too long. Time is running out." The line went dead. The instant the call ended, Louis's family descended on my father. Mrs. Martinez dragged herself across the floor, clutching his pant leg like a drowning woman reaching for a lifeline. Clara dropped to her knees beside her, eyes red from crying, her hands trembling as they hovered in front of her chest. Their cries filled the room, a symphony of desperation that grated on my nerves. I stood back, my jaw clenched, watching it unfold. I couldn't find an ounce of sympathy in me for them. Not after what Louis had done to Samantha. Not after the hell he'd put her through. My father's eyes moved from Clara to me and back again, his gaze flickering with the weight of the decision. Sweat beaded on his brow, and for the first time in my life, I saw uncertainty in his expression. The powerful man who had always been a rock, unshakable and resolute, now seemed fragile, teetering on the edge of an impossible choice. I couldn't blame him. No man should be forced to make this kind of decision. I unclenched my fists, forcing myself to stay composed. I wasn't going to add to the pressure. My father had to make this decision on his own, without me pushing him one way or the other. Whatever he decided, I'd have to live with it. I needed to stay calm, to be ready for whatever came next. Just as the tension in the room hit its peak, Nellie's voice sliced through the air like a blade. "Mr. Smith," she said, a smug grin tugging at the corner of her lips, "you look tense. This shouldn't be such a difficult decision." I shot her a cold glance, but my father responded before I could. "You think so?" His voice was a warning, sharp but controlled. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the armrest. "All right then, tell me, since you're so wise, if you were in my shoes, who would you choose?" Nellie's grin widened, her eyes lighting up with sick satisfaction. "Wow, you really want my opinion?" she asked, her tone dripping with false modesty. "How dumb." My father leaned back in his chair, his patience fraying at the edges. "Nellie, you've known my daughter for years. You're practically family. So tell me, who deserves to be saved?" Nellie didn't hesitate. "Louis, of course. Samantha's good for nothing. She deserves to rot in prison." Her words hit me like a slap in the face. My fists clenched again, this time tighter, knuckles cracking under the pressure. I shot a look at Nellie, but she continued, oblivious or uncaring of the fury boiling beneath my calm exterior. Mrs. Martinez seized the moment, her voice rising with newfound strength. "Yes, Mr. Smith, listen to her. That woman is worthless. My son has built his empire from nothing. You can't let him rot in a cell. Not when he's done so much. You're not heartless. Plus Lewis is your son-in-law. Mrs. Martinez's voice cracked, desperation lacing every word. Family, Mr. Smith. You don't turn your back on family. I could feel my jaw locking tighter, the tension in my body unbearable. It was sickening, the way they spoke about Samantha like she was nothing, like she hadn't suffered enough. Every word that spilled from their mouths was venomous, twisted by their selfishness. Nellie sneered at me, as if daring me to react. I met her gaze with cold indifference, unwilling to give her the satisfaction of knowing just how much her words affected me. But inside, my blood was boiling. I could feel it burning in my veins, the heat rising to my face. Whatever you decide, Dad, it's cool, I managed to say, my voice betraying none of the anger I felt. I didn't want to stay and watch them tear Samantha apart any longer. If Dad wasn't going to save her, I would find another way. With a steady breath, I straightened my suit, pulled out my glasses from my pocket, and turned toward the door. I wasn't walking out on my father. I was walking out on them, on the lies, the manipulation, the desperation. If Dad couldn't see the truth, I would make sure someone did. Samantha wasn't going to pay for Lewis's sins. And where do you think you're going, Jack? My father's voice cut through the air, halting me just as I was about to leave. I paused, my hand hovering near my glasses. I didn't turn around. To sort out other options to save my woman, I replied, my tone casual, though the rage simmering beneath it was anything but. I didn't need to look back to know everyone's eyes were on me. Won't you at least want to know what my final decision is? There was something in his voice, something I couldn't quite place. I hesitated, my hand frozen mid-motion. Slowly, I lowered the glasses back into my pocket and turned around. My father's expression was unreadable, but his voice, there was a calmness there, a finality. Tell me, Dad, I said, my heart hammering in my chest. I'm listening. A long silence followed, thick with tension. Then, finally, his voice broke through the stillness. I choose Samantha. The words echoed through the room like a shockwave, leaving everyone stunned. My breath caught in my throat as disbelief washed over me. Did I hear that right? My father had just chosen Samantha over Lewis? What? The single word fell from my lips, but it wasn't just me. The entire room seemed to echo my disbelief. Mrs. Martinez gasped, her hand flying to her chest as she struggled to breathe. Clara collapsed onto the floor, her face a mask of shock and devastation. Lewis's family erupted into cries of disbelief, as if their world had crumbled in front of them. My father didn't waver. His gaze met mine, calm but firm. He lifted a single finger into the air, signaling for quiet, though his next words were directed solely at me. I will save Samantha, Jack, he said, his voice resolute. But on one condition. My heart pounded in my chest as I waited for his next words. I'd do anything, whatever he wanted, anything to keep Samantha safe. Anything, Dad. Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just say the word. His eyes narrowed slightly, and for the first time, I saw the weight of his decision reflected in his gaze. He wasn't just my father now. He was a man caught between loyalty and love, between justice and forgiveness. You marry her. For a moment, the room spun. The weight of his words slammed into me like a freight train. Marry Samantha? I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Everyone else in the room seemed to fade into the background, their protests and cries barely registering in my mind. All I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat, pounding in my ears. But then, slowly, it started to sink in. My father wasn't just offering to save Samantha. He was giving me the chance to protect her forever, to make sure no one ever hurt her again. A slow smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Marry Samantha? That was no punishment. That was exactly what I wanted. Deal, I said, my voice steady and sure. Of course, Dad. I'll marry her. Chapter 24. Jack POV. I stood there, excitement coursing through me as I waited for my father to finally call the president back with his decision. But in the space of a heartbeat, something shifted. The expression on his face changed, like he'd just seen a ghost. His jaw tightened, eyes narrowing. Confusion knotted in my stomach. And then, a voice echoed from behind me. Marry her? Wow. Finally, the Smith family has begun to act like men. I never thought I'd live to see this day. The voice was cold and commanding, sending an involuntary chill down my spine. I turned slowly, catching sight of everyone around me wearing the same expression: shock, disbelief, maybe even a hint of fear. Madame Elena Gambino stood there, her smirk sharp as a blade, flanked by members of the infamous Gambino family, the most notorious mafia clan in the city. They strode into the church like they owned the place, each step oozing with the kind of confidence that came from years of wielding power. Sorry we're late, she continued, her smug smile never leaving her face. I was tied up dealing with a few family matters, but we're here now. My father remained silent, his face set in a hard line, as if he'd just swallowed something bitter. I glanced back at him briefly, my pulse quickening as I tried to decipher the weight of the situation. But when I turned back, Madame Elena was already stepping forward, her daughter Anastasia trailing behind her like a shadow. My daughter, she gestured to Anastasia, who stood poised and elegant, would be more than willing to marry you. After all, you're a handsome and successful young man just like your father was back in the day. Maybe this will finally strengthen the ties between our families after what happened last time. I couldn't ignore the tension in the air, the silent exchanges happening between my father and Uncle Hugo. Whatever had happened before was big, and it made my skin crawl. I squared my shoulders, my strides deliberate as I approached Madame Elena. Last time? What happened last time? Madame Elena's smirk deepened as she locked eyes with me, her gaze unflinching. You should ask your father. He knows more about it than I do. I turned sharply, my voice rising. Dad, what is she talking about? He waved the question away, his voice tight. It doesn't matter. The past is dead and buried. Uncle Hugo shifted uncomfortably beside him, his lips twitching like he was about to speak, but thought better of it. I wasn't having it. Uncle Hugo, I pressed, my voice low but firm. Is there something I should know? He hesitated, stealing a glance at my father, who was visibly seething. Finally, he stepped forward, the weight of his words pressing down on the room. Years ago, he began, each word deliberate, your father and Madame Elena were supposed to get married. It was a contract arranged to strengthen the ties between our families while your grandfather was still head of the family. He paused, glancing at my father, who was now tense, his fists clenched at his sides. But your dad stood her up at the altar. He ran away with your mother, and that caused a lot of problems between our families. There were repercussions. For the sake of peace, the leaders of both families decided to reach an agreement that their grandchildren would marry each other instead. The words hung in the air like a bomb waiting to explode. I felt a rush of disbelief wash over me. How could my father have done something so reckless? And now I was supposed to marry into that family? Madame Elena chuckled darkly, interrupting. And now you have the chance to redeem that friendship, to restore the bond that once existed between our families, since you finally agreed to take my only child, Anastasia, as your wife. Her words sliced through the room, and I could feel all eyes on me, the weight of my family's legacy, the expectations, the unspoken threats pressing down on my chest like a vice. I glanced at Anastasia. She was beautiful, no doubt, with sharp features and an air of quiet arrogance. But the idea of being tied to her, or worse, to the Gambino family, made my blood run cold. With all due respect, Madame Elena, I said, my voice firm but steady, what makes you think I want to marry your daughter? Madame Elena's smile faltered slightly, but she recovered immediately, her eyes narrowing as she leaned closer. If it isn't my daughter you were agreeing to marry, then who is it? She asked, her voice dripping with a dangerous edge. It's none of your dash. But before I could finish, a sharp voice sliced through the air, stealing the words from my mouth. It's that good-for-nothing Samantha Blake. I turned to see Mrs. Martinez, standing there with a disdainful expression, as if her words were poison. The room felt like it had been plunged into ice. Madame Elena's brows knitted in confusion, but was quickly replaced by a calculating look. Samantha Blake? I've never heard of her, Madame Elena mused, tilting her head as if trying to place the name. though that last name rings a bell. I just can't remember exactly. One of her men stepped forward, a shark in a suit with sharp features and an even sharper aura radiating an unsettling intensity. She's the daughter of Mr. Blake, the owner of the casino company that tried competing with us back in the day, the man who ended up committing suicide. Madame Elena's grin widened, almost as if she was savoring some dark and twisted memory. Oh, that man? I remember him now. She chuckled, her voice laced with mockery. He was all bark and no bite. He thought he could withstand the Gambino family, but ended up taking his own life. Laughter erupted from her and Anastasia, the sound ringing hollow in my ears. I could feel disgust rising within me, boiling over like a volcano ready to erupt. You think this is funny? I demanded, my voice low but heavy with fury. Ah, you're so sensitive. Just the way I like my men, Anastasia cooed, her tone mocking as she stepped closer, her eyes gleaming with delight at my discomfort. I couldn't let them see me falter. I locked my gaze on Madame Elena, my resolve hardening. This is a private gathering reserved for friends and family, I stated firmly. You and your family are not invited. If you have nothing left to say, you may take your leave now. The shock on Madame Elena's face was priceless. Disbelief radiated off her like heat from a flame. Are you seriously asking us, the Gambino family, to leave? Anastasia questioned, her jaw dropping as if I had just slapped her. I don't repeat myself to spoiled brats. If you're hard of hearing, I'm sure your family has enough money to get it fixed. I shot back, my blood boiling as I fought to keep my composure. Uncle Hugo stepped forward, his face pale. Jack, you might want to reconsider offending the Gambino family. I shot him a glare that could have burned through steel. I don't give a damn about the Gambino family, and I want them to leave now. Just then, Clara interjected, her voice sharp enough to cut through the thick tension in the air. Just who the hell do you think you are, Jack? Who the F*** gave you the right to walk my guests out of my own wedding? She turned to Madame Elena, and they exchanged a knowing smile that sent a wave of irritation coursing through me. I felt the walls closing in, the laughter of the Gambinos echoing mockingly in my ears. I stood there, too stunned to utter a word. Did Clara just disrespect me in front of everyone? My mind raced. My father had chosen to save Samantha in place of Louis. I could understand her reaction. Just as I stood there, contemplating the weight of her actions, Madame Elena's voice echoed again, slicing through my thoughts. Look, I'm going to make it easy for you, Jack, she said, her tone icy. Who do you want to spend the rest of your life with? My beautiful Anastasia, here heiress of the Gambino family dynasty, or Samantha Blake, the fallen nobody? I felt a rush of flattery for a second. How could I not? But the question left a sour taste in my mouth. That question is unnecessary. I think we all already know the answer, I chuckled, though my heart raced. The glint in Madame Elena's eyes darkened, a predator closing in on its prey. Your father could have gotten away for the embarrassment he brought me and my family, but you won't be so lucky. I'm Madame Elena, head of the Gambino family, part all ties with the Smith family. From this day henceforth, we have no relationship with each other. Don't blame me for what happens next. Chapter 25. Jack POV. I chuckled, shaking my head as I kept my eyes on Madame Elena. The amusement I felt was thin, barely masking the edge of tension beneath. What happens next? I mocked, my voice low but sharp. Is that supposed to be a threat? Madame Elena's lips curved into a slow, venomous smile. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as she studied me. You're clever enough to figure it out, Jack. Surely I don't need to spell it out for you. Her words were a taunt, but I could hear the simmering warning underneath. Before I could respond, my father's voice sliced through the thick air like a knife. The Smith family doesn't take kindly to threats, Elena. His tone was cold, sharp as ice. He spoke with a casual indifference that only deepened the tension. I'd suggest you think twice before you run your mouth when addressing my son. He didn't even look at her as he spoke, but the weight of his words struck like a punch to the gut. Elena's eyes flashed dangerously, but my father didn't let up. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes calculating. If this is the way you intend to lead the Gambino family, it won't be long before you dismantle everything your father worked his whole life to build. His voice dropped to a growl. "You're still that same impulsive little girl, Elena, just older and more reckless." Elena's mask of composure cracked, her features twisting with barely contained rage. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, and when she spoke, her voice trembled with fury. "Take that back, Kelvin," she hissed, her tone shrill, filled with the venom of a coiled snake about to strike. My father's low, mocking chuckle filled the room, sending shivers down my spine. He looked at her with the kind of cold amusement that only added fuel to her anger. "The truth hurts, doesn't it?" He leaned forward in his wheelchair, his eyes locked on hers, filled with an intensity one hadn't seen in years. "Keep pushing, and you'll tear down your family's legacy. But let me make one thing perfectly clear," he added, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "If the Smith family falls, the Gambino family will fall with us." The force of his words was punctuated by his fists slamming into the armrest of his chair, the sound reverberating through the room like the crack of a gunshot. In an instant, the Gambino men drew their weapons, their guns aimed directly at me. My pulse quickened, but I didn't flinch. My father's men were faster than I expected, stepping forward to form a human shield around me, their own guns drawn and ready for battle. The air became impossibly thick, so charged with tension that every breath felt like it could ignite the powder keg we were all standing on. Madame Elena's eyes, once cold and calculating, now burned with fury. I could see the struggle in her gaze. This was a battle she hadn't intended to fight, not yet. But she was losing control, and we were all balancing on a knife's edge. Suddenly, Uncle Hugo's voice rang out, cutting through the electrified silence like a desperate plea. "Gentlemen, enough! Let's all calm down. Put the guns away." His voice was strained, his words almost a shout as he stepped between the two sides, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "They started it," I snapped, my voice filled with anger that was bubbling dangerously close to the surface. "They should back down first." Uncle Hugo shot me a sharp look, a silent warning not to escalate the situation further. He then turned to Madame Elena, his voice softer, more diplomatic. "Madame Elena, surely this isn't why you came here. You've been generous to attend Clara's wedding, despite the history between our families. You've brought gifts, you've shown good faith. Let's not let this end in bloodshed." He hesitated for a moment, letting his words sink in. "Please, for the love of God, let's not turn a wedding into a funeral." For a long moment, it seemed like she wouldn't budge. Her gaze flickered between me and Hugo, her face a mask of fury. But finally, she let out a sharp breath, her lips pressed into a tight line. "Fine, Hugo," she hissed, her voice laced with frustration. With a sharp wave of her hand, her men lowered their weapons. I glanced at my father, who gave a brief nod. His men holstered their guns, but the tension in the air remained thick, suffocating. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I exhaled slowly, my muscles still coiled, ready to spring. I knew we'd avoided a fight for now, but this wasn't the end. If anything, it was only the beginning of a much bigger war. Madame Elena's voice shattered the brief silence like glass. "The agreement made by our parents," she began, her words like daggers. "Is your family going to honor it or not, Kelvin?" Her eyes blazed as she stared my father down. My father shrugged, his indifference so casual it was almost insulting. "That's not up to me, Elena. Jack is only hearing about this truce for the first time today." His tone was calm, steady, as if none of this was a surprise. Madame Elena's face twisted in disbelief. Even Anastasia, who had been silently watching the entire scene unfold, seemed taken aback. "You never told him?" Madame Elena asked, her voice barely concealing her shock. My father didn't blink. "No, I didn't. I'm not going to force any woman on my son for the sake of a contract marriage. I didn't follow through on it in my time, and I'm not going to force Jack to either. He has the freedom to make his own choice." There was a beat of silence before Clara's voice broke through the moment like a whip crack. "Dad, that's rich coming from you. Didn't you just coerce Jack into marrying Samantha in exchange for the presidential pardon? How is that any different?" Madame Elena's smile stretched across her face, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Clara had just handed her a gift, and she wasn't about to waste it. My father sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly. "You're right, Clara," he admitted, lifting his hands in mock defeat. "Maybe I was wrong." He turned to Jericho, his right-hand man, who stepped forward with a small, velvet-lined case in his hands. The moment my father opened it, the room seemed to collectively gasp. The rose diamond, its brilliance reflected in the stunned faces around the room. It caught the light, casting 1,000 tiny rainbows across the church walls. "Jack, come here." My father's voice was low, but it held a weight that made my chest tighten. I stepped forward, kneeling in front of him, my gaze flicking toward the Gambinos. Madame Elena's face was a tight mask of control, but even she couldn't hide her interest. "This diamond was your mother's when I asked her to marry me," my father said quietly, his voice softer now, filled with memories. "And after her, it belonged to your stepmother. Now, it's yours to give to the woman you choose as your bride. The choice is yours and yours alone." I took the ring, its weight heavy in my hand. My gaze drifted to the Gambinos. Anastasia was practically glowing with anticipation. I could hear the hushed whispers between her and her mother. "That ring may not have been mine," Madame Elena murmured, "but it will be yours, Anastasia." Anastasia's grin widened, but there was an edge to it. "But what if he gives it to that nobody, Samantha Blake?" "He won't dare," Elena growled, "unless he's asking for trouble. Keep calm, he's coming over." But I didn't stop at Anastasia. I pocketed the ring and strode past them, ignoring the calculating eyes of both women. Their expectations weighed nothing to me. As I left the church, I heard Anastasia scream, her voice cracking with rage. "Samantha Blake, I will ruin you." I didn't look back.
Chapter 26. Samantha's POV. I was dragged out of the church, the cold metal of the handcuffs biting into my skin. Every step felt like a public execution. The crowd parted, their wide eyes filled with a mixture of shock, judgment, and something far worse, pity. I hated that the most. Pity was for people who were broken, and I refused to be seen as one of them. Whispers followed me, rippling through the sea of faces, but I kept my gaze forward, head held high. I didn't need their words to remind me of my fall from grace. The van loomed ahead like a dark omen. Its tinted windows reflected a version of me I barely recognized, disheveled, eyes hollow with exhaustion. The back doors swung open, and without hesitation, I was shoved inside. I stumbled, catching myself against the cold, hard metal of the van's walls. Louis was already sitting there, slumped in the corner like a broken puppet. His tear-streaked face looked pale and haunted, so far removed from the arrogant man who once thought the world revolved around him. He no longer wore that smug, untouchable smile. Now, he was just a hollow shell. But my sympathy for him had died long ago. "You bastard." I spat, my voice shaking with fury. It came out raw and venomous, each word laced with the weight of all the pain he'd caused me. I had no control over it anymore. My anger was a tidal wave, unstoppable. "You dragged me down with you, you selfish piece of..." I couldn't even finish. I was so disgusted that words felt useless. Instead, I spat at him, aiming for the last shred of dignity he was desperately clinging to. Louis barely flinched. He wiped my spit off his face with the back of his hand, his eyes dull but tinged with something sinister. Then, to my disbelief, he laughed. A low, bitter chuckle that only fanned the flames of my hatred. "And what did you expect, Samantha?" he sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That I'd go down alone? That you'd walk away and leave me to rot?"
No.
"You should have known better than that." I stared at him, speechless for a moment, the air heavy with the stench of betrayal. He wasn't just unrepentant, he was proud of this. Proud of dragging me into the depths of his destruction. The realization hit me hard. There was no regret in him, no guilt. He didn't care about the lives he'd ruined, not even mine. "You can't be that naive," he added, his eyes gleaming with twisted amusement. "You stood by me for 3 years, and now you act surprised." Tears burned at the back of my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. Not here. Not in front of him. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms, fighting for control over the storm raging inside me. My voice cracked when I finally spoke, raw with emotion. What did I ever do to you, Lewis? I gave you everything, my time, my love, my loyalty. I stood by you when no one else would, and this is how you repay me? By destroying everything. I didn't wait for an answer. I knew better now. There were no excuses, no justifications that could ever make up for what he'd done. He'd broken me and my family, sent my brother to prison, and now I was trapped in this nightmare alongside him. For a moment, something flickered in his eyes, regret, or maybe guilt, but it was fleeting. His expression quickly hardened, and he shrugged as if my pain meant nothing. Don't act like I'm the devil, Samantha. It's not that black and white. His voice was cold, dismissive. I let out a harsh, bitter laugh, the sound reverberating through the van. The devil? Don't flatter yourself, Lewis. You're worse than that. So much worse. His lips curled into a sneer, his eyes narrowing. And what about Jack? You think he's any better than me? If I'm the devil, then what does that make him? The mention of Jack sent a shiver through me, but I held my ground, refusing to let Lewis see how his words affected me. Jack is nothing like you, I said firmly, my voice unyielding. He's a better man in every way. And you hate that, don't you? You can't stand that someone like him exists. Lewis's jaw clenched, his fists balling in his lap. Your problem, Samantha, is that you're naive. You think Jack's going to save you, but you don't even know the half of it. I stared at him, unblinking. I know enough. And anything is better than being stuck with you. The van jerked to a halt, throwing us forward. The doors were flung open, and rough hands grabbed me, yanking me out into the harsh sunlight. I blinked against the brightness, my eyes adjusting to my surroundings, the police headquarters. The reality of it hit me like a punch to the gut. I was led through the station, every step heavy with dread. The stench of sweat, metal, and despair filled the air as we were thrown into a grimy, claustrophobic cell. The door clanged shut behind us with a finality that made my heart sink. I collapsed onto the floor, my legs giving way beneath me. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. This wasn't supposed to happen. I was innocent. I didn't deserve this. Please, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I'm innocent. You have to believe me. Lewis's mocking laugh echoed through the small cell, cruel and grating. There's no use begging, Samantha. Didn't you hear the officer? Our fate's already sealed. He leaned back against the wall, a twisted smile on his face. The only comfort I have is knowing you're in this mess with me. I closed my eyes, ball rising in my throat. Being stuck in this nightmare with Lewis was worse than any prison. Suddenly, the sound of boots echoed down the hallway, growing louder with each step. The commissioner appeared, his imposing figure filling the doorway of the cell. He wasted no time. Release the young lady at once, he commanded, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade.
What?
Lewis and I both yelled, disbelief hitting us simultaneously. The commissioner's gaze softened when he looked at me, offering a faint smile. Miss Samantha Blake, you're free to go. We apologize for the misunderstanding. Your boyfriend is outside, waiting for you.
Jack.
Relief washed over me, but it felt surreal. Was this really happening? Lewis, however, wasn't about to let go. His eyes widened in shock, and in a desperate move, he lunged toward me, gripping my arm.
No.
This has to be a mistake. She belongs here with me, Commissioner. We're in this together. Before I could react, the commissioner stepped into the cell with the authority of a man who is done with nonsense. With one swift, brutal kick between Lewis's legs, he sent him crumpling to the floor in agony. Let go of her, you imbecile, the commissioner growled, towering over Lewis's groaning form. He unlocked the handcuffs from my wrists, and the moment they fell away, I felt lighter, free. Lewis's voice, weak and broken, reached me from the floor. Samantha, please. Don't leave me. You love me, remember? Don't let me rot in here. Let me go with you. I turned slowly, my heart cold and unfeeling. I stared down at him, this pathetic man who had destroyed everything, and I felt nothing but disdain. With one last look, I raised my middle finger. Rot in hell, Luis Martinez. And I hope I never see you again. Without another word, I flipped my hair over my shoulder and stormed out of the station, the commissioner by my side. As the sunlight hit my face, a sense of power surged through me. I was free. And Luis? He could rot in that cell for the rest of his miserable life. Chapter 27. Samantha, POV. The sunlight hit my skin with a warmth I hadn't felt in what seemed like forever. The fresh air filled my lungs, and for the first time in weeks, I felt alive. I was free. Free from that nightmare, from the suffocating darkness Luis had forced on me. It felt surreal, like I was standing in someone else's shoes, as if at any moment I'd wake up back in that cold cell. But no, this was real. I was free. I squinted against the brightness as I stepped outside, trying to make sense of it all, and then I saw him. Jack stood beside a sleek black SUV, his posture casual but alert, as though he'd been waiting for me all his life. The moment his eyes met mine, his expression softened, and he began walking toward me with that familiar smile tugging at his lips. I didn't think. My feet moved on their own, and before I knew it, I was running. The second I reached him, I threw myself into his arms, holding him tightly, burying my face into the warmth of his chest. Relief washed over me in waves, and before I could stop myself, I started crying. Not the quiet, dignified tears, but the full, gasping sobs of someone who's been holding it all in for far too long. Jack's arms wrapped around me, solid and comforting, as if he could protect me from everything that had happened, everything that might still come. I can't believe it, I managed to choke out, my voice muffled by his shirt.
I'm really out.
I'm free. His hand moved gently up and down my back, soothing me with his touch. You're free, Samantha. It's over. You never have to look back. I pulled back, just enough to see his face, my heart still racing. How did this even happen? How am I free? A shadow crossed his features for a brief second before his smile returned. It wasn't me. My father, he pulled some strings, talked to the president. He got you a pardon. I blinked, stunned. Your father? I barely knew him, had met him only once, and yet he'd done this for me. I shook my head, trying to process it all. I don't even know how to thank him. Jack's thumb brushed away a stray tear on my cheek, his touch lingering a little longer than necessary. You don't have to thank him. Just know that from now on, you're not alone, Samantha. You've got people on your side, and you're going to be safe. Safe. The word tasted foreign on my tongue. I hadn't felt safe in so long, I didn't know what it meant anymore. But before I could respond, my eyes caught movement behind Jack, and I noticed a man standing a few feet away. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a black suit and sunglasses, his expression unreadable. Jack followed my gaze and gave a small smile. Samantha, this is Cisco. He gestured toward the man, who nodded curtly. He's your new bodyguard. My what? I blinked, confused. A bodyguard? Jack, I don't need a bodyguard. Why would I need one? His expression darkened slightly, his usual lightness replaced by something far more serious. There are things happening, Samantha, things I can't explain right now. But trust me, you need protection. My pulse quickened. Jack, if something's wrong, if I'm in danger, just tell me. I deserve to know. He hesitated, his jaw tightening as if he was weighing his words carefully. I will tell you, I promise. But not now. Right now, the most important thing is keeping you safe. Trust me? I stared into his eyes, searching for any sign of deception, but all I found was that same determination, that same unwavering loyalty that had always been there. Jack had never let me down before, and even now, despite the unease gnawing at me, I couldn't help but believe him. I trust you, I whispered, my voice barely audible. His smile returned, though it didn't quite reach his eyes this time. Good. Then, as if he was trying to lighten the mood, Jack pulled a sleek card from his pocket and handed it to me. Here. Fluorescent Hotel. Your brother and sister-in-law are already there, waiting for you. My heart skipped a beat.
Saul? He's out too?
He's really out. Jack nodded. He's free, Samantha. I made sure of it. Tears filled my eyes again, but this time they were tears of joy. My brother was free. After everything, after all the false hope and sleepless nights, Saul was finally free. I can't believe this, I said, shaking my head in disbelief. Jack, I thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me. He grinned, a glint of mischief returning to his eyes. Don't thank me yet. There's still one more surprise waiting for you. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. Another surprise? What are you up to? Jack chuckled, his fingers brushing against mine as he handed me the card. You'll find out soon enough. Cisco will drive you to the hotel. I glanced over at Cisco, who remained silent but vigilant. The idea of having a bodyguard still felt strange, but I trusted Jack's judgment. If he said it was necessary, I believed him. Okay, I said, slipping the reservation card into my purse. But you'll be there too, right? I'll be right behind you, Jack promised. Just need to take care of a few things first. I gave him one last hug, my heart full of gratitude. Thank you, Jack, for everything. He pressed a soft kiss to my forehead. Anything for you, Samantha. Fluorescent Hotel. The moment we pulled up to the Fluorescent Hotel, its massive glass structure towering above the city, a sense of anticipation gripped me. I hadn't been here in years, but today felt different. Today, Saul was waiting for me, free at last. My heart pounded as Cisco led me through the lavish entrance, but my focus was entirely on finding my brother. As we entered the lounge, I spotted him. Saul, sitting on one of the plush couches, looking exhausted but undeniably alive. Without thinking, I ran to him. Saul. I cried out, throwing myself into his arms. We clung to each other, the kind of desperate hug that speaks of too much time lost and too many words left unsaid. Samantha, he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. I thought I'd never see you like this again. I pulled back slightly, tears streaming down my face as I looked at him. Saul, I don't believe it. You're finally free. Lola, my sister-in-law, sat nearby with a soft smile on her face. She looked relieved, but before I could pull her into the hug, a sharp voice rang out behind me. Who let this trash into my hotels? I froze, my body tensing. The venom in that voice was unmistakable, and before I could turn, I felt the cold splash of wine hitting my head, soaking my hair and shoulders. Shock paralyzed me for a second, but as I turned, anger boiled up from deep within. And there she was, Clara Smith, Jack's stepsister, smirking with a look of pure disdain. She held the empty wine glass in one hand, her manicured nails gleaming under the light. What's the matter, Samantha? She sneered. Didn't anyone tell you? You don't belong here. For a split second I saw red. All the pain, all the humiliation I had endured surged to the surface, and before I knew it, my hand shot out and landed a hard slap across her face. The sound echoed in the room, sending Clara stumbling back, her hand flying to her cheek in shock. Who the hell do you think you are? I snapped, my voice cold and dangerous. You don't get to treat me like trash. Chapter 28. Samantha POV. Just then, a few guards rushed in to help Clara to her feet. One of them, a tall, burly man with a baton gripped tightly in his fist, glared at me with unbridled fury. How dare you lay your filthy hands on our boss? You must have a death wish, he snarled, his voice low and dangerous. Without warning, he lunged at me, his baton raised high, the gleam in his eyes promising violence. Before I could even process what was happening, Cisco was already in motion. His body moved like a blur, swift and precise. In a heartbeat, his fist collided with the guard's jaw, delivering a devastating blow. The sound of the impact echoed in the room, sharp and brutal. The guard crumpled to the floor, unconscious before he even hit the ground. I stared, frozen in place, my heart thundering in my chest. Cisco hadn't even broken a sweat, hadn't flinched. It was as if knocking out a grown man twice his size was just another routine for him. And maybe it was. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. The adrenaline rushed through me, mixing with shock and something else I couldn't quite name. This was the first time I truly understood what it meant to have someone like Cisco by my side, someone who would stand between me and danger without a second thought. So this is what it felt like to have a bodyguard, someone who wouldn't hesitate to protect me from people like Clara and her goons. A surge of power flowed through me, foreign and exhilarating. For the first time in what felt like forever, I wasn't alone. And I wasn't helpless. But Clara wasn't done. The door to the lounge burst open again, and a short, middle-aged man hurried in. His face was flushed, and beads of sweat gathered on his forehead as he rushed over, looking every bit like a man bracing himself for disaster. "Where the hell have you been?" Clara shrieked the moment her eyes landed on him. Before he could even open his mouth, she lashed out, striking him across the head with the back of her hand. "How dare you let this peasant into my family's hotel without a reservation? What kind of incompetent manager are you? Do you want to lose your jobs?" The man winced under her assault, bowing his head repeatedly in submission. His whole body trembled as Clara's rage bore down on him. "And madam, I am deeply sorry. I'll handle it immediately. I'll throw them out, I swear." He turned to me and Cisco, his face contorted with disgust, as if even looking at us was beneath him. "You scoundrels need to leave now. This isn't a shelter for vagabonds. You can't just walk in off the streets without a reservation. This is a respectable establishment, not a charity." My blood boiled, the rage rising fast and hot inside me. The audacity! Who did this pathetic excuse for a manager think he was? "How dare you address us like that, you bastard?" I snapped, stepping forward, the fury in my voice sharp as a blade. "I know the rules of this place, and I wouldn't have walked in here without a reservation." The manager's lips twisted into a cruel grin, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "No way someone like you could afford a reservation at a hotel like this. Do you even have any idea how much it costs to dine here?" He laughed, loud and exaggerated, and some of the guards joined in, sneering at me as if they were in on some twisted joke. I wasn't about to let them have the last word. With my hand shaking from a mix of anger and determination, I reached into my purse and pulled out the small black card Jack had given me earlier. I held it up for the manager to see, my expression hard, daring him to say another word. "Here's your proof," I said coldly, extending the card toward him. The manager's smirk faded as his eyes narrowed at the card. He snatched it from my hand and examined it closely. The smug look on his face faltered, and then disappeared entirely. His eyes widened in shock. His hands shook as he held the card up, stammering, This is a VVIP reservation card." A ripple of confusion spread through the guards. They exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsure of what to do now that the manager's confidence had crumbled. "This card," the manager continued, swallowing hard, "is only given to exclusive shareholders of the hotel." His voice trailed off, and he glanced nervously between me and Clara, as if the ground had suddenly shifted beneath him. He took a shaky step back and bowed his head slightly. "I deeply apologize for the misunderstanding, ma'am." Before I could respond, Clara surged forward, her face twisted with fury. In one swift motion, she snatched the card from the manager's trembling hand. "This card doesn't belong to you," she hissed, her voice venomous. "You stole it from my esteemed guest, Samantha, when everything fell apart at my wedding." I stared at her in disbelief, my anger flaring hotter. "That's a lie, Clara. You know damn well I didn't steal anything. Jack, your brother gave me that card himself." The manager shot me a skeptical look, his frown deepening. "The chairman," he scoffed, folding his arms across his chest. "You expect me to believe that you know Jack Smith? He's one of the most prominent heirs in the Smith family after Miss Clara, of course. Why would someone like him give a card like this to someone like you? And if it's true, then why doesn't his sister know you?" I held his gaze, refusing to back down. "Maybe you should ask her that question and not me," I replied coolly, narrowing my eyes at him. "Or better yet, ask her why she's so desperate to paint me as a thief." Clara let out a harsh, bitter laugh. Desperate? Hardly. You're nothing more than a common criminal. In fact, she added with a cruel smile, didn't you just get arrested for fraud? You probably came here to pull the same stunt again. It's what you do. It's how you push Lewis into a life of crime. She turned to the manager, her expression hardening. Call the police. Let's put an end to this right now. The manager hesitated, his gaze darting between us and Clara. But the look in her eyes left no room for argument. And when the police arrive, Clara continued with a venomous smile, I'll make sure they arrest her for fraud. If Lewis is rotting in jail, then I'll make sure Samantha keeps him company. Her words hit me like a slap, sharp and stinging. She was willing to ruin my life all over again, just to cover up her own lies. My heart pounded as I stood there, trapped between Clara's cruelty and the manager's blind obedience. The manager picked up his cell phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed. I heard the faint ringing on the other end, and then his voice, you guys, come quickly. There are thieves at Fluorescent Hotel, and I need you to capture them immediately. Thieves? My head spun. He was actually calling us thieves? I felt the anger rise again, but before I could speak, a voice thundered from behind, cutting through the tension like a blade. Did you just refer to my guests as thieves? The voice was thick, commanding, and unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat. I turned, my heart racing, and saw the one person I thought would never show up on time.
Jack.
Relief washed over me in a tidal wave, so strong I nearly collapsed from the weight of it. I didn't think, I couldn't. My body moved on its own, and before I knew it, I was in his arms.
Chapter 29. Jack's POV. The moment Samantha collapsed into my arms, the rest of the world ceased to exist. Her body trembled against mine, her soft hair brushing against my fingers as I gently caressed her head. Every instinct in me urged me to protect her, to shelter her from the cruelty she had just faced. But my gaze never left the trembling figure standing before us, the fool who had dared to insult her. Mr. Hughes. Pathetic. The man was quaking in his boots, pale as a ghost. I knew his name, yet he meant nothing to me now. He had crossed the line. I just asked you a question, I growled, my voice low and cold, cutting through the thick tension in the air. Or are you deaf? The manager's eyes widened in panic. He fumbled with his words, his hands shaking as he stammered. I am sorry, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know. These people, I had no idea they were your guests. His fear disgusted me. This was a man who thought he had the power to belittle someone like Samantha. He was lucky I didn't fire him on the spot. Before I could respond, Clara, ever the manipulator, slithered into the conversation like a serpent. Her voice rang out, high and falsely sweet, as though her charm could somehow smooth over the mess she had created. Don't be so hard on him, Jack, she cooed, her words dripping with feigned innocence. He was only doing his job. My patience was already hanging by a thread. I turned my gaze toward Clara, my tone sharper than steel. Doing his job? Or are you saying you had a hand in this? Her confidence faltered for just a moment, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes. But Clara wasn't one to back down easily. She lifted her chin, her expression turning indignant. Samantha attacked me first, she snapped. She barged in here like she owned the place, and that's enough. I cut her off, my voice hard. I didn't need to hear more of her lies. I knew Clara too well. Her words were nothing more than another manipulation, another twisted attempt to shift the blame. Obviously, she had grudges against Samantha because my father chose her over Lewis. Clara's face flushed red with anger, but instead of pushing her luck, she stormed toward the door. Her heels clicked loudly against the floor, each step more furious than the last. But before she left, she turned back, venom dripping from her voice. Raise your hopes all you want, Samantha, she spat, her eyes flashing with malice. But you'll never be a part of the Smith family. This isn't over between us. The door slammed shut behind her, echoing in the sudden silence that followed. I let out a breath, my muscles still tense, but I didn't care. Clara could throw all the tantrums she wanted. None of it mattered. What mattered was Samantha. I turned back to the manager, who was still standing there, his face ashen. His eyes darted nervously between us, clearly unsure of what his next move should be. I gave him one clear option. "Get on your knees," I ordered, my voice low but deadly, "and apologize to Samantha and her family. Now." The manager blinked, stunned, as if he hadn't heard me correctly. But one look at my expression, and he knew I wasn't bluffing. Slowly, he sank to his knees, his face pale, his pride shattered. "I am so sorry, ma'am," he mumbled, bowing his head so low it nearly touched the floor. "Please forgive me. I had no idea. This was a terrible misunderstanding. I deeply apologize to you and your family." Samantha stood still, watching the man grovel at her feet. There was no satisfaction in her eyes, no triumph in seeing him bow. Just a quiet grace, a strength that radiated from within her. She didn't need anyone's apology. She had already risen above it all by simply being herself. The manager, sensing the weight of the moment, quickly scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting nervously toward me again. "Is she the one the surprise is organized for?" he asked, his voice trembling. I shot him a cold, sharp look, brushing off the question without a word. There was no way in hell I'd let him ruin what I had planned for Samantha tonight. Not after everything that had happened. Understanding my unspoken command, the manager nodded and gestured toward the VVIP lounge, his voice respectful, almost reverent. "Right this way, please." He led us down the elegantly lit hallway, the soft glow of the lights reflecting off the polished marble floors. Each step we took brought us closer to the moment I'd been waiting for all night. The lounge doors opened, revealing the breathtaking scene I had prepared. Twinkling lights cascaded from the ceiling, casting a magical glow across the room. Soft, flickering candlelight illuminated the table set for two, surrounded by delicate floral arrangements that filled the air with the scent of roses and jasmine. The gentle hum of classical music floated in the background, completing the ambience of elegance and romance. I glanced at Samantha, her wide eyes reflecting the beauty of the scene before her. She stood frozen, stunned into silence. Her lips parted, but no words came. For the first time in a long while, I saw the spark of hope light up in her eyes. And that was when I knew it was time. Before she could turn to speak, I did something I never thought I'd do. I dropped to one knee. The room seemed to still, the air growing thick with anticipation. Slowly, I pulled the small velvet box from my pocket, my heart racing as I opened it to reveal the sparkling diamond ring inside. "Samantha," I began, my voice steady but thick with emotion. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew my life would never be the same. You are everything to me, my strength, my light, my reason. I want to spend the rest of my life making you smile, protecting you, loving you. I don't care about the past or the people who've tried to tear us apart. All I care about is us, the future we can build together." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her hand covering her mouth as she stared down at me in shock. I looked up at her, and everything else in the world disappeared. It was just me and her in this moment, and nothing else mattered. "Samantha Blake," I said softly, my heart in my throat, "will you marry me?"
Chapter 30. Samantha POV. My heart raced, pounding in my chest like it was trying to break free. I could barely catch my breath as I stared down at Jack, still on one knee, holding the most beautiful ring I had ever seen. The room, the lights, the flowers, it was like something out of a dream. A dream I never thought could be mine. He wanted me. Jack Smith, the most decorated bachelor in the city, the one every woman wanted, was asking me to marry him. My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible. The proposal, the ring, the way he looked at me like I was the only person in the universe. It was all too much. Overwhelming. I stood frozen, my hands trembling, unsure if this was really happening or if I was imagining it all. How could this be real? How could someone like Jack want someone like me? After everything, after Lewis, after all the pain, how could I deserve this? Lola's voice snapped me out of my daze, cutting through the whirlwind in my mind. "Oh my God, Samantha, what are you waiting for? Say yes." I looked up to see her beaming at me, her eyes wide with excitement. She stood a few feet away, practically bouncing with joy. And in that moment, it felt like time stopped. Jack's eyes stayed locked on mine, his expression soft but full of hope, his hand still holding out the ring that glinted under the soft candlelight. Everything felt surreal, like I was floating, like this wasn't my life. The weight of everyone's eyes, Lola's, the manager's, the small group of Jack's closest friends, pressed down on me.
But this wasn't about them.
This was about us. Jack and me. Could I let myself have this? After everything that had been taken from me, did I dare believe I could be happy again? My throat tightened, and I swallowed hard, blinking back the tears that threatened to spill over. My lips parted, but the words wouldn't come. I could feel my pulse thudding in my ears, the world shrinking to this one, life-altering moment. But then I thought of Louis, the man who had promised me forever and then shattered me, without a second thought. The memory of his betrayal clawed at my heart, making me doubt, making me wonder if love was just another illusion, ready to dissolve in the blink of an eye. What if Jack hurt me the way Louis had? What if this happiness was just as fleeting? But Jack wasn't Louis. I stared into his eyes, so full of love, and I finally found my voice. Yes, I whispered, my lips trembling. Yes, Jack. I'll marry you. The look of pure joy that lit up his face took my breath away. His smile, wide and full of unguarded emotion, was everything I needed. He slipped the ring onto my finger, the diamond catching the light in a way that felt almost magical. My heart swelled with happiness as the reality of what had just happened sank in. I was engaged. To Jack. To the man who had saved me from the ruins of my past. Before I knew it, his arms were around me, and his lips were on mine, soft, but demanding, claiming me in a way that left no room for doubt. The kiss deepened, and I melted into him, feeling the warmth of his body, the strength in his embrace. It was as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only us, bound together, in this perfect moment. When we finally pulled apart, breathless, I heard the cheers and clinking glasses behind us. Jack had invited a few of his closest friends to share in our celebration. They raised their glasses, toasting to us, to us. It felt surreal, like I was living someone else's fairy tale. But it was mine, and for the first time in a long time, I allowed myself to believe it was real. For the rest of the evening, we basked in the glow of the celebration, surrounded by laughter and warmth. Jack never left my side, his hand either around my waist or holding mine. Every time I looked at him, the reality of what had just happened hit me all over again. I was going to marry this man. I was going to spend my life with him. How had I gotten so lucky? Later that night, Jack's penthouse felt like our little sanctuary, a place where it was just the two of us, away from the noise, the chaos, and everything else. As soon as we stepped through the door, I could feel the anticipation buzzing between us, thick and undeniable. He pulled me close, kissing me softly at first, then harder, like he couldn't get enough of me. I laughed against his lips, breathless and giddy. I can't believe we're really engaged. He smiled down at me, his eyes filled with that familiar intensity that always made my heart race. Believe it, Samantha. You're mine now. We made our way through the dimly lit penthouse, headed toward the bedroom to continue our celebration in private. My heart raced with excitement, my pulse thrumming as we moved together, Jack's hands never straying far from my body. Every touch sent a thrill through me, the promise of what was to come hanging in the air. But when we opened the door to the bedroom, everything came crashing down. There, lying on Jack's bed, our bed, was a woman, naked. Her long, dark hair spilled over the pillows, her body draped across the sheets like she belonged there. I froze. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. Who the hell was she? I glanced at Jack, and my heart dropped into my stomach when I saw the look of recognition on his face. Anastasia? His voice was sharp, but there was a hint of shock in it. The woman, Anastasia, sat up, her lips curling into a smile that chilled me to the bone. Jack, darling, she purred, her voice dripping with smugness. I've been waiting for you. It felt like a slap to the face. Waiting for him? My mind spun, confusion and anger battling for control. Who was this woman? Why was she here? And why did she think she had a right to be in our bed? Jack's body went rigid beside me, his hands clenching at his sides. What the hell are you doing here, Anastasia? How did you get in? She tilted her head, her eyes flicking over to me, as if I were some insignificant obstacle in her way. Oh, Jack, she sighed dramatically. You gave me a key, remember? You told me to wait for you. Just like old times. Her words hit me like a punch to the gut.
A key?
He gave her a key? My fingers instinctively reached for the ring on my finger, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be happening.
Not now.
Not after everything. You gave her a key? My voice trembled with disbelief. You asked her to wait for you? Jack whipped around to face me, panic flashing in his eyes. Samantha, no. I swear, I didn't give her a key. I don't know how she got in here. I would never. But I wasn't listening. I couldn't hear him over the roaring in my ears. The sting of betrayal, so familiar, so raw, was back. The wounds Lewis had left behind tore open again, and all the trust one had built with Jack began to crumble. Without thinking, I ripped the ring off my finger and hurled it at him, the diamond catching the light as it bounced off his chest and fell to the floor. The tears came fast, hot and angry. How could you do this to me? I choked out, my voice breaking. How could you let this happen? Jack reached for me, his expression desperate. Samantha, please. Don't listen to her. I didn't. Don't. I cut him off, my voice trembling as I backed away from him. I can't do this. I won't go through this again. With that, I turned and ran, my heart breaking all over again.
Chapter 31. Jack's POV. The moment Samantha stormed out, my world tilted on its axis. The pain in her eyes, the disbelief on her face, it all crushed me in ways I couldn't explain. She didn't believe me. And how could she? With Anastasia sprawled across the bed like some venomous snake, waiting to sink her fangs into the remains of my relationship with Samantha, it seemed like I had already lost. I stood there, frozen for a second too long, replaying the look on Samantha's face. She thought I betrayed her. The one thing I swore I'd never do. Anastasia's voice snapped me back to the present. Oh, don't worry about her, she purred, bending down slowly to pick up the ring Samantha had thrown in a fit of rage. She held it up to the light, her fingers caressing the diamond, as if it belonged to her. It looks better on me anyway, don't you think? She slipped it on her finger, like it was a crown she was destined to wear. Then she turned toward me, taking a few slow, deliberate steps. Her lips curved into a sly smile. Now that she's out of the way, Jack, we can finally be together. Just the way it should have been all along. Her words were like acid in my ears, burning away any patience I had left. The audacity of this woman, this delusional, manipulative woman, thinking she could slither her way back into my life after everything she'd already tried to ruin. The nerve of her wearing Samantha's ring, acting like she was the one who belonged here. I didn't think. My body moved on its own. My hand shot out, grabbing her wrist before she could come any closer. Anastasia gasped in surprise as I pried the ring off her finger, twisting it free. She winced in pain, but I didn't care. That ring didn't belong to her. It never would. It was Samantha's, and no one else had the right to it. Her smug smile vanished, replaced by a flicker of fear. I didn't stop. Without a second thought, I shoved her backward, harder than I meant to. She stumbled, her legs giving way beneath her, and fell onto the bed with a startled cry. There will never be anything between us, Anastasia. My voice was low, the kind of cold that could freeze steel. You're nothing to me. You never were and never will be. I jabbed my finger toward the door, my patience gone. Get dressed and get out of my house. You got 5 minutes. If you're not gone by then, I'll have my security throw you out naked. And believe me, I won't give a damn. For a moment, she just lay there, her face pale as the weight of my words settled in. Her eyes narrowed, lips tightening into a thin line. I could see the wheels turning in her head, plotting her next move, but I wasn't going to give her the chance. I'd had enough of her games, enough of her poison. Before she could respond, The door swung open with a bang, and Cisco, Samantha's new bodyguard, burst into the room. His sharp eyes swept over the scene. Anastasia sprawled on the bed, me standing over her, fists clenched, tension radiating through the room like a ticking bomb. "Is everything okay, sir?" Cisco's voice was measured but edged with concern. Then he glanced around, as if searching for someone. "Samantha?" She left angrily. She refused to let me go with her when she left. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. Samantha hadn't taken Cisco with her. She was out there alone, vulnerable. My stomach twisted. I knew she was angry, hurt, but I couldn't believe she'd gone out there with no protection. Especially not now. Not with Anastasia in the picture, weaving her web of lies. God knows what other schemes she had lined up, what other traps Samantha could walk into. I turned to Cisco, my voice laced with urgency. "Keep an eye on her." I pointed at Anastasia, who was now sitting up, glaring daggers at both of us. "She's got 5 minutes to get out of here. If she's still here after that, throw her out. I don't care how you do it." Cisco's jaw tightened, his eyes dark as he nodded. "Understood." Without another word, I bolted out of the penthouse, my heart pounding like a war drum. Samantha was out there somewhere, hurt, vulnerable, and it was my fault for not stopping Anastasia sooner. My fault for letting things get this far. The elevator doors couldn't open fast enough. As I descended, my mind raced through every possibility, every place she could have gone. Samantha was unpredictable when she was upset, but I knew her. I knew where she'd go to drown her pain. Pulling out my phone, I dialed her brother, hoping he could give me a lead. "Hey, Jack, what's up?" His voice was casual, unaware of the storm brewing on my end. "Have you heard from Samantha?" His tone shifted immediately, concern creeping in. "Last I saw her, she was with you. You both left the party together, right?" I hesitated. Damn, I didn't want to drag her family into this mess. Not yet. "Yeah, we did," I lied smoothly. "It's nothing. Just a mix-up. Don't worry about it." He didn't sound convinced. "Jack, if something's wrong..." "It's fine," I cut in, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'll take care of it." I hung up before he could question me further. That was a dead end. I couldn't waste any more time. Then it hit me. The cocktail bar downtown. The one she'd gone to after Lewis had betrayed her. She'd go there again. It was where she went to numb the pain. Without wasting another second, I jumped into my car, my hands gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, speeding through the city like a man possessed. The streetlights blurred into a smear of gold as I pushed the car to its limits. I reached the bar in record time, parking haphazardly on the street. The moment I stepped inside, the familiar smell of cigarette smoke and cheap liquor hit me, and I scanned the room, my eyes darting over the crowd. And then I saw her. Samantha was slouched at a table in the back, a glass in her hand, her eyes half closed, hair messy and wild. She looked completely out of it, drunk to the point of oblivion. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the men surrounding her. Gambino men. They were too close, leaning in, their eyes gleaming with something dark and predatory. I recognized them instantly. I'd had dealings with these thugs before. They were scum, dangerous scum. And the way they were looking at Samantha, the way their hands brushed her arm, her hair, it was like they thought they already owned her. My blood boiled. One of them reached out, fingers trailing down her shoulder, and something inside me snapped. In a single fluid motion, I pulled out my gun, cocking it with a loud click that cut through the bar's noise like a knife. "If any one of you so much as breathes on her again," I growled, aiming the gun directly at the group, "you're dead meat." The room fell into silence. The men froze, their faces drained of color. I could see the fear in their eyes now, replacing the smugness they had a moment ago. "Back the hell off," I snarled, my finger hovering over the trigger. No one moved. Not a soul dared to defy me. I slowly stepped forward, shielding Samantha with my body, and the Gambino men began to back away. They knew better than to push me further. I wasn't bluffing. Chapter 32. Jack POV. I watched her, the dim light of the bar casting shadows across her face as she took another long sip from the glass. Her eyes were distant, glazed over, lost in a dark, unreachable corner of her mind. The Gambino men had finally backed off, but Samantha, she was drowning in her own pain. The weight of everything she'd seen, the betrayal she felt, it was pulling her under. Without thinking, I snatched the glass from her hand, the cold liquid sloshing against my skin. "Hey!" she shouted, her voice rough, broken at the edges. She lunged for the glass, her fingers grasping at air, but I held it out of her reach. "Give it back, Jack!" Her hands shoved at me, stronger than I expected, but not enough to break my grip. "No, Samantha." My voice was firmer than I intended, but I couldn't let her do this. Not like this. Not to herself. "You've had enough." Her eyes snapped to mine, sharp and full of venom. "You don't get to decide that." She stood abruptly, swaying slightly, her balance betraying her. "You don't get to touch me, Jack. Not after what I saw. Not after." Her voice cracked, and she swallowed hard, trying to keep it together. "I'm disgusted by you." The words hit harder than I anticipated, like a punch to the gut. I had never seen her look at me like that. Like I was the enemy, someone to be reviled. Every instinct told me to fix this, to make her understand, but all she could see was the image of Anastasia in my bed, the betrayal she believed to be true. "Samantha, it's not what you think," I pleaded, stepping closer to her, careful not to spook her. My voice was low, almost begging. "Please, just let me explain. You don't have the full picture." She let out a bitter laugh, the sound cold and empty. "Oh, of course. Isn't that what men always say when they cheat?" Her words were sharp, slicing through the air between us. "It's not what we think, right? There's always some grand misunderstanding, some convenient excuse." Each word felt like a nail being hammered into my chest, but I stayed quiet, knowing I had to let her vent, to let her release the anger bubbling up inside. She wasn't finished. "You don't get to play the victim here, Jack," she continued, her eyes blazing with pain and fury. "I've seen it before, been through it before. Men like you, Lewis, you're all the same. You act like you're different, but in the end," her voice wavered, and for a second I thought she was going to crumble. The stares from across the bar pressed down on me like 1,000 needles, each whisper and glance tightening the knot of tension in my chest. I could feel their eyes, hear their hushed conversations. They were watching us, judging us, but I didn't care about them. I cared about her, about saving whatever was left of what we had. "Samantha," I said softly, lowering my voice to keep the moment between us. "Please, can we go somewhere private? Just let me explain. You need to know what's really happening." For a moment, she stood frozen, her jaw clenched, her fists tight at her sides. I could see the internal battle raging inside her. Anger, betrayal, the instinct to protect herself warring with the part of her that still wanted to trust me, that still wanted to believe that I wasn't like the others. After what felt like an eternity, she let out a slow breath and turned to face me, her eyes still cold, but with a flicker of something else. Something I clung to like a lifeline. "Fine," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "But if I hear one lie, just one, you'll never see me again." Relief coursed through me, but I didn't let it show. I nodded, keeping my expression neutral, respectful of the boundaries she had drawn. "I promise. No lies." We left the bar in silence, the tension hanging thick between us, heavy and suffocating. As we walked to the car, I felt the weight of every unspoken word between us. The longer the silence stretched, the harder it was to breathe. Once we were in the car, Samantha sat rigid, her arms folded tightly across her chest, her gaze fixed out the window as if she couldn't stand to look at me. I started the engine, my heart pounding in my chest, knowing that this conversation would either save us or destroy whatever we had left. I pulled the car to a stop by the river, the city lights shimmering on the water, casting a soft glow over the darkened landscape. The quiet hum of the engine died, leaving us in a heavy, oppressive silence. "Samantha," I began, my voice low, careful. "There's so much you don't know about my life. Things I never wanted you to get involved in. But," I paused, searching for the right words, the right way to tell her everything without pushing her further away. "You need to know the truth." She didn't respond, her body tense, waiting. That lady you saw at my house is the heiress to the Gambino family. I continued, running a hand through my hair. I'm sure you've heard about them. They're not just some mafia family. They're dangerous, powerful, and long before I was even born, there was an arrangement made between our families. A marriage contract to keep the peace. A marriage contract? She repeated, her voice incredulous. So, you were going to marry Anastasia all along? No, even though I only just got to find out about it, I said quickly, shaking my head. I refused. I never wanted that life, and my father never wished it for me, Samantha. But Anastasia, she's never accepted my refusal. And now that I've chosen you, you're a target. Her eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. A target? What do you mean? Anastasia's angry. Not just her. Madame Elena is even more angry for her own personal reasons, and I won't be surprised if they try to hurt you. That's why I hired Cisco, your new bodyguard. I explained, my voice thick with frustration. She's furious that I chose you over her. And Clara, well, she'll probably be involved too. She's mad at my father and I for choosing you over Louis. They both see you as a threat, and they'll do anything to remove that threat. Samantha's face paled, her lips parting in shock. You're telling me I've been dragged into some mafia war because you chose me? Because you... She stopped, her voice faltering. I'm sorry, I said, reaching for her hand. I never wanted you to get caught up in this. But I need you to stay with me, Samantha. I need you to trust me. For a long moment, she stared down at our hands, her fingers trembling. Then, slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes fierce with a new determination. Well, fuck them. I've been through worst. I'll stick by you, she whispered, her voice steady. Until the end of the road, no matter the cost. Relief flooded through me, and without thinking, I leaned in, capturing her lips in a kiss that spoke of all the things I couldn't put into words. Apologies, promises, hope. When we finally pulled apart, our foreheads resting together, I reached into my pocket, pulling out the ring I had never stopped carrying with me. Take it back, I whispered, holding it out to her. Be my wife, Samantha, because we belong together. She stared at the ring for what felt like an eternity, and then, with trembling fingers, she took it, sliding it back on her finger where it belonged. I'll be your wife, she said softly. For real this time? Chapter 33. Jack POV. I gazed into Samantha's eyes, feeling a whirlwind of excitement and determination wash over me. It was time to take a bold step forward in our relationship. Samantha, I began, my voice steady but my heart racing. When do you want to set the date for our weddings? She paused, her brow furrowing in thought, the light in her eyes momentarily dimmed by contemplation. What about next Saturday? She suggested, her tone bubbling with eagerness. It'll be a day after my birthday. That way, we can merge the bachelor and spinster parties into one big bashin', extravagant celebration of both love and new beginnings. A grin broke across my face as I nodded in agreement. That sounds perfect. I can't wait to celebrate both occasions with you. The thought of sharing my life with her filled me with an indescribable joy, igniting a fire in my chest. But then, an unsettling thought struck me, a chill creeping down my spine. Wait, I said slowly, trying to piece together the fragments of this sudden realization. You mentioned your birthday is next week. Does that mean you share the same birthday with Clara? Samantha's eyes widened in surprise, her excitement momentarily replaced by confusion. What? No, I didn't know that. Are you serious? I stared at her, an involuntary knot tightening in my stomach. First, she bore a striking resemblance to my grandmother, and now she shared a birthday with Clara. Could it be merely coincidence? Or was there something deeper at play here? It's strange, don't you think? I mused, my mind racing with possibilities. She shrugged, brushing it off with a light laugh, though I could sense the curiosity bubbling beneath the surface. It's probably just a random thing. Birthdays are common enough, aren't they? Yeah, I guess so, I replied, trying to dismiss the concern gnawing at me. Perhaps it was just an odd coincidence. I shook my head, pushing the thought aside for the moment. I couldn't let myself spiral into unnecessary conclusions. After all, she was right. It could be nothing. Once we returned to the penthouse, Samantha headed for the shower while I sank into the couch, my mind racing with thoughts about our upcoming wedding and the strange connection between Samantha and Clara. The soft sounds of water cascading filled the air, but I couldn't shake the lingering sense of dread. I reached for my phone, feeling the weight of uncertainty settle on my shoulders. I needed answers that might unravel the threads of my growing fears. "Scorpion," I said as soon as he picked up, my tone serious and urgent. "I need you to dig into everything you can find about Samantha. I want to know her origins, her family, everything. The last thing I need is to marry a sister I never knew about." "Understood," he replied, his voice steady and reassuring. "I'll get on it right away." Just as I hung up, I heard the bathroom door creak open. Samantha stepped out, droplets of water glistening on her skin, a fluffy towel wrapped around her body. She looked radiant, her hair cascading in damp waves, but the tension from my call lingered in the air like an impending storm. "I heard you on the phone. What was that about?" she asked, her brow furrowing with curiosity. I quickly played it off, feigning nonchalance. "Just some logistics from the office," I said, trying to sound casual and collected. "Nothing serious." She regarded me with a look that suggested she wasn't completely convinced, but thankfully, she chose to let it go as she changed into a fresh outfit. My eyes lingered on her movements, the way the fabric clung to her curves, a reminder of how fortunate I was to have her in my life. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but I pushed it aside, focusing instead on the beauty before me. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the penthouse, shattering the moment like glass. I stood up, glancing at the door with a growing sense of unease. As I opened it, I was met with the face of a delivery man, flanked by my security and Samantha's bodyguard, Cisco. The delivery man held a box wrapped like a present, but something about his demeanor sent alarm bells ringing in my mind. "What's this?" I asked, eyeing the package warily, my instincts on high alert. Cisco stepped forward, his expression serious, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of danger. The delivery guy insisted on delivering this directly to Samantha. He explained, a note of caution threading through his voice. Samantha, her curiosity piqued, stepped forward. "Who sent it? Where do I sign?" she said, reaching for the box with a smile, but I felt a surge of protectiveness. The sudden jolt of adrenaline coursing through me pushed me into action. "Wait," I ordered, instinctively stepping in front of her. "Stand back, Samantha." My voice was firm, filled with urgency, and I turned to my men, my heart pounding in my chest. "Open the package." As they carefully unwrapped the box, an eerie sense of dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Cisco pried open the lid, and what lay inside made my blood run cold. A wooden box shaped like a casket. My heart raced as I leaned closer, dread pooling in my gut like a heavy stone. Cisco opened the casket, revealing a bridal doll dressed in a wedding gown, but it was stained with blood-crimson splotches that twisted my stomach into knots. Samantha gasped, her face paling as she took in the horrifying sight. I could see the color drain from her cheeks, her eyes wide with shock and terror. "Samantha!" I shouted, panic rising like bile in my throat, but it was too late. She slumped, her body going limp as her eyes rolled back. I sprang forward, catching her just before she hit the floor, cradling her against me as if she were the most fragile thing in the world. "Someone get a doctor," I yelled, urgency flooding my veins, my voice echoing through the penthouse like a battle cry. The delivery guy was about to turn around and leave when Cisco grabbed him by the neck, his grip firm and unyielding. "Where do you think you're going, young man?" Cisco growled, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Let me go." "I didn't do anything," the delivery man protested, panic clear in his voice. But I couldn't focus on him. My mind was solely fixated on Samantha, her still form weighing heavily against my chest. "Stay with me, Samantha. Please," I whispered, my voice cracking with desperation as I gently shook her, willing her to wake up. "Sir, that's not all," Cisco echoed. "There's a letter attached." "Well, what does it say?" I replied, my patience wearing thin. Saying I do shall be your biggest mistake, Samantha Blake. We are watching. Chapter 34. Jack POV. Cisco's grip tightened around the delivery man's throat, his muscles flexing with the effort. The guy's face flushed red, veins popping as he gasped for air, eyes wide with terror. He kicked his legs uselessly, trying to find some relief. Tell me who sent it. Cisco growled, his voice low and venomous. Or I'll make sure you never leave this building alive. The delivery man choked, his breath a desperate wheeze. I don't know, he sputtered, his voice cracking under the pressure. I swear I don't know anything. I was just given the package to deliver, please. I'm just a messenger. Cisco's eyes narrowed, dark and threatening, as if he was contemplating whether to snap the man's neck right there. I could see the urge in his posture, in the way his knuckles whitened. But then something metallic clinked softly against the floor, drawing both our attention. A small name tag had fallen from the delivery man's chest. It lay there, innocent enough, but something felt wrong. Cisco released the man with a rough shove, bending down to retrieve the tag. He turned it over, inspecting it with a sharp eye. A muscle in his jaw twitched, and he stood up slowly, his expression darkening. This isn't real, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Then his gaze snapped to me. The tag's a fake, boss. A wave of anger surged through me. My fists clenched instinctively, and I had to fight the impulse to beat the truth out of the guy myself. My blood pounded in my ears, the fury building up like a storm inside me. This wasn't just some random act of harassment. Someone had planned this, targeted Samantha. Whoever this man was, he wasn't some clueless delivery guy caught in the middle. No, he was part of something bigger. The realization made my skin crawl. And Samantha had nearly been the one to pay the price. Before I could act, sirens pierced the tension, their wail echoing in the hallway. The paramedics had arrived. I turned to Samantha, still cradled in my arms. Her skin was pale, her breathing shallow, and my heart clenched painfully. Every instinct in me screamed to protect her, to keep her safe. I watched as the paramedics moved swiftly, their faces calm and focused as they placed her gently onto a stretcher. My throat tightened as they strapped her in, preparing to take her out. Cisco, I barked, not tearing my eyes away from Samantha. Take him to the warehouse downtown. I want him there waiting for me when I'm done. Beat the truth out of him if you have to, but don't kill him. I'll do that myself if anything happens to her. Cisco nodded, his jaw set with grim determination. Consider it done, boss. He grabbed the delivery man by the collar and began dragging him toward the door, the man's protests drowned out by the chaos of the moment. But my focus was no longer on them. Samantha. My entire world narrowed to her. I followed the paramedics out, barely noticing anything but the stretcher in front of me. They moved quickly but carefully, loading her into the ambulance with expert precision. My heart hammered in my chest as I climbed in after them, refusing to let her out of my sight for even a second. The ride to the hospital felt like a blur, like I was trapped in a haze of fear and uncertainty. I watched Samantha's face the entire time, willing her to wake up, to open her eyes and tell me everything was okay. But she didn't stir. She lay there, motionless, and it tore me apart. By the time we reached the hospital, I was barely holding it together. The bright fluorescent lights overhead felt too harsh, the sterile smell of antiseptic burning my nose. I hated hospitals. I always had. But now, standing here, I'd never hated anything more. They rushed her into a room, and I was forced to stay behind. The doors closed, leaving me standing alone in the cold hallway, a pit of dread forming in my stomach. Every second that ticked by felt like an eternity. My hands clenched and unclenched as I paced the floor, my thoughts racing in circles. What if something was seriously wrong? What if this wasn't just about the package? Minutes stretched into what felt like hours before the door finally creaked open. The doctor stepped out, his face calm and composed, but I could barely breathe. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound loud in my ears as I hurried toward him. How is she? I demanded, my voice rough, thick with emotion. What's wrong with her? The doctor smiled, a soft, almost knowing smile that immediately put me on edge. Mr. Smith, he began slowly, carefully, You might want to sit down. I didn't sit. I couldn't. I stood there, rigid, the tension mounting as I waited for him to speak. Congratulations, he finally said, his voice warm and steady. You're going to be a father. Miss Samantha is about 2 weeks pregnant. The words hit me like a punch to the gut, knocking the air out of my lungs. Pregnant? My mind reeled, trying to process what he was saying. Pregnant. Samantha, pregnant with my child? For a long moment, I just stood there, frozen in place, the world spinning around me. 1,000 thoughts rushed through my head all at once, crashing into each other like waves. We hadn't planned for this. Hell, I hadn't even known it was a possibility. And yet, here we were. Pregnant? I echoed, my voice barely above a whisper. Saying it out loud didn't make it any more real. The doctor nodded, his expression gentle but serious. Yes, she's about 2 weeks along. She fainted due to stress, but there's nothing to be worried about. Both she and the baby are perfectly healthy. She just needs some rest. I nodded, but my mind was spinning. A baby. Samantha was carrying my child. A surge of emotion hit me like a tidal wave: joy, shock, disbelief, and something deeper, something fiercer. A protectiveness so strong it nearly knocked me off my feet. Chapter 35. Jack POV. The doctor led me down the hallway, my footsteps echoing louder than I intended. The reality of the situation was still sinking in. Samantha was pregnant. My thoughts spiraled in 1,000 different directions. I had no idea what to expect when I got to the hospital. But this, a baby? It was like life had thrown me a curveball, and I wasn't sure how to catch it. I didn't even know how she was going to take the news. Hell, I wasn't sure how I felt about it. But one thing was clear as day. Samantha and that baby now came first above everything. As we neared her room, the doctor pushed open the door with the same care you'd use when opening a treasure chest. And there she was, the love of my life, lying on that hospital bed, her face pale but peaceful, her breathing soft and steady. My heart clenched. I hadn't realized how terrified I'd been until I saw her awake. The relief was overwhelming, and before I could think, I was at her side, pulling her into my arms. She felt fragile, like she might slip away if I didn't hold on tight enough. Don't ever scare me like that again, I murmured into her hair, my voice betraying how shaken I was. Just feeling her heartbeat against me, knowing she was alive, it was enough to make me want to drop to my knees and thank the universe. She blinked, her eyes still cloudy, her mind clearly trying to catch up with her surroundings. Jack, what happened? Her voice was soft, groggy. Why am I in a hospital? I squeezed her hand, trying to figure out the best way to explain everything. It's a long story, Sam. But first, there's something you need to know. I paused, searching her face, bracing myself for her reaction. You're pregnant. We're going to have a baby. The words hung in the air like a thick fog, and for a second, she just stared at me, her eyes wide with disbelief. Then, to my surprise, she burst out laughing. What? She said between chuckles, her voice incredulous. You're joking, right? This has to be a joke. But I wasn't joking. I didn't even crack a smile. It's true, I said softly, watching as the reality of the situation began to settle over her. The doctor confirmed it. Her laughter faded, replaced by shock. But I take contraceptive pills. How? She trailed off, and then I saw it. The moment everything clicked into place. Her eyes widened even more, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Oh my God, she whispered. I forgot them. When I left Lewis's house, I forgot my pills. I haven't taken them since. The mention of that bastard's name made my blood boil, but I swallowed down the anger. This wasn't about him. This was about us. It doesn't matter how it happened, I said gently, brushing a lock of hair away from her face. What matters is what we do now. Do you want this baby? Samantha was quiet for a long moment. She looked down at her hands, her fingers trembling as they rested in her lap. I could feel the weight of her thoughts pressing down on both of us. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. And then, finally, she looked up at me, her eyes shimmering with tears. I want it, Jack, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I want this baby with all my heart. A wave of emotion washed over me, and for a moment, I couldn't find the words. I just leaned in and kissed her forehead, holding her close, feeling more relieved than I'd ever felt in my entire life. But before I could fully savor the moment, my phone buzzed in my pocket, interrupting us. "Give me a second," I said, reluctantly pulling away and stepping out into the hallway. The name flashing on my screen was Cisco. My stomach tightened. Cisco never called with good news. I answered with a curt, "What's going on?" Cisco's voice was low and grim. "The delivery man's dead, boss. He took his own life." "What?" I clenched my jaw, my mind immediately racing. "How?" "Hung himself in the warehouse bathroom," Cisco replied. "Nobody saw it coming. What do you want us to do?" I was silent for a moment, fury building inside me. This wasn't just bad luck. This was calculated, deliberate. The Gambinos. "Don't touch the body," I said, my voice as cold as ice. "This has the Gambinos written all over it. Make sure our men are on high alert. Double up security around Samantha. And let my father's people know what's going on. We need every angle covered." "Understood, boss," Cisco said before hanging up. I stood there for a moment, taking deep breaths, trying to calm the storm brewing inside me. The Gambinos thought they could keep coming for me, for Samantha, for our future. But threatening her when she's pregnant with my child is a line they shouldn't think of crossing. When I walked back into Samantha's room, she was sitting up, looking at me with concern. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. "And you still haven't told me how I ended up here." I walked over to her, sitting down beside her and taking her hand again. This time I didn't sugarcoat it. "It was the Gambinos. They sent a package to you, a death threat. It had blood in it. When you saw it, you fainted." Her eyes went wide, and she gripped my hand tighter. "The Gambinos?" she whispered. "But why?" I sighed, running a hand over my face. "Well, I already told you before. They want one thing, to see me married to their daughter, Anastasia. And they wouldn't stop until that happens." Samantha's expression hardened. "I never believed it was something this serious, my love. So what do we do? Is there any way to make them stop?" There was only one way I could think of, one solution that might buy us some time. "The only thing that'll make them back off is if I marry you immediately. That way I'll be officially off the market. If we move our wedding date forward, have a private ceremony, just the important family members, they might leave us alone." Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. "A wedding? This soon?" I nodded. "It's the only way to keep them off our backs. We can do it somewhere discreet. No big ceremony, just enough to make it official." Samantha was silent, her gaze searching mine for a long moment. Then slowly she nodded. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "Okay, Jack. Let's do it. Let's get married." Hearing her say those words filled me with a sense of resolve. This was it. Chapter 36. Jack POV. The next few days were a blur of preparations, with security tightened around every corner of our lives. The penthouse, once our sanctuary, was no longer safe, so we had to relocate to my family estate on the outskirts of the city. Cisco had doubled the guards, and any packages that arrived were scanned twice before being allowed through the gates. Despite the precautions, there was an uneasiness in the air, a lingering tension that no amount of security could fully erase. I could feel Samantha's fear, even though she tried to mask it with a brave face. We decided to hold a small ceremony on the grounds of my family's private estate, a secluded place far from the city's chaos. Here, the Gambinos would be less likely to reach us. Only our closest family members and Cisco, along with the rest of my father's men acting as security, would be present. I hated that it had to be this way, that our wedding, a moment that should have been filled with joy, was instead more of a fortress than a celebration. But I knew it was the only way to protect her and our unborn child. The night before the wedding, I found myself standing in the dimly lit study, staring out over the expansive gardens. The moonlight cast long shadows across the manicured lawns, but my mind was restless, consumed with thoughts of the threat looming over us. Every possible scenario, every angle the Gambinos might exploit, ran through my head. I knew they wouldn't let up easily, and once we were married, they might grow more desperate. I had to stay sharp. I had to keep her safe. The sound of soft footsteps broke through my thoughts, and I turned to see Samantha. She was wrapped in one of my jackets, her expression a mix of softness and determination. She walked up to me, slipping her arms around my waist and resting her head against my shoulder. For a moment, we stood there in silence, letting the quiet settle around us, the weight of the world momentarily forgotten. "You're worried," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I can feel it." I didn't deny it. "There's a lot at stake, Sam. Marrying you is the best decision I've ever made, but I hate that it's under these circumstances. You deserve a real wedding, a life free from threats." She pulled back slightly, looking up at me, her eyes filled with a strength I hadn't seen in a long time, a fierce, unwavering resolve. "Jack, this isn't just your fight anymore. I'm in this with you, whether the Gambinos like it or not." Her hand moved to her stomach, a small but protective gesture. "And now it's not just about us either." Her words hit me harder than I expected. Samantha had always had a quiet strength, but now she was as unyielding as steel. Her resolve gave me the courage I didn't realize I needed. I smiled, pulling her close again. "I don't deserve you," I whispered, pressing my lips to her forehead, tasting the sweetness of the moment. The morning of the wedding arrived, shrouded in the soft glow of dawn. The light filtered through the trees, casting golden beams across the grounds. Samantha and I had agreed on a simple exchange of vows, nothing grand, no extravagant displays. But as I waited by the garden altar, surrounded by the peaceful rustle of trees, I realized how momentous this moment truly was. Despite the circumstances, despite the danger hanging over us, this was the day I would bind my life to hers forever. And then she appeared. Samantha walked down the garden path, dressed in a simple yet stunning white gown that flowed around her like a cloud. She looked like a vision, radiant and serene, as if the darkness in our lives couldn't touch her. The quiet beauty of her presence took my breath away, and for a brief moment, all the chaos, all the threats, melted away. My gaze found hers, and in that instant, nothing else mattered, not the Gambinos, not the threats, not the madness that had brought us to this point. All that mattered was her and the life we were about to build together. The priest's voice resonated softly through the garden, a calming thread binding us in the midst of so much uncertainty. He led us through the vows, and I felt a sense of peace settle over me. It was surreal. Here we were, standing on the edge of the future we had dreamed of, despite everything that had tried to tear us apart. "Do you, Jack Smith, take Samantha Blake to be your wife?" the priest asked, his voice clear and steady. "Yes, I do," I replied, slipping the ring onto Samantha's finger. The metal felt cold against my skin, grounding me, reminding me of everything that had brought us here. The spectators around us erupted in applause, a quiet celebration echoing through the garden, and for a moment, it felt like we had won, like nothing could touch us. The priest turned to Samantha. Just before he could ask his next question, I noticed a strange look cross Clara's face. She was staring at her wristwatch, her gaze darting around the scene, as if she were waiting for something or someone. I nearly laughed at the absurdity of it. Clara, of all people, attending my wedding. It was a miracle she'd shown up, given the grudge she still held against me and my father from the Lewis debacle. But here she was, and I wasn't about to let her ruin this moment. I turned my focus back to Samantha. Her gaze was unwavering, her hand warm in mine. The priest's voice broke the silence once again. "Miss Samantha Blake, do you take Jack Smith to be your husband?" "Yes, I dash," she began, her voice soft. But before she could finish, the distant thrum of helicopter blades sliced through the air, growing louder by the second. The sound was unmistakable, and my blood ran cold. It wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't just some random noise. I looked up, narrowing my eyes against the bright sky, and saw the helicopter hovering just above us. A sense of dread twisted in my stomach. "That can't be good news," my father barked, his voice low and urgent. "Shoot it down." His men were already moving into position, hands on their weapons, ready to neutralize the threat. Clara scoffed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "It's probably just the paparazzi." But even she couldn't mask the nervous glance she cast toward the hovering chopper. Before anyone could act, the helicopter dipped lower, coming closer, its shadow looming over us. Then, the glint of metal caught my eye. A machine gun. A burst of gunfire erupted from above, deafening and relentless. The sound of bullets tearing through the air was all-consuming. Instinct took over. I lunged toward Samantha, pulling her to the ground and shielding her with my body, feeling the weight of her arms wrapping around me. The world seemed to slow in that moment, but the chaos that followed was swift and brutal. People scattered in every direction, diving for cover as the bullets ripped through the space where we had just been standing. The ceremony, the vows, the quiet beauty of the moment, all of it disappeared in an instant. The garden was no longer a peaceful sanctuary. It was a battlefield. I kept Samantha close, my body covering hers as the world around us exploded into chaos. Her fingers dug into my shirt, her body trembling beneath mine. I could hear her breath, shallow and panicked, but I kept my voice steady, pressing my hand against her cheek to ground her. "We're going to be okay," I whispered fiercely, my heart hammering in my chest. "I promise, Sam. Just stay with me." She nodded, her face pale but determined, clinging to me as gunfire continued to rain down from above. My father's men were returning fire now, but the situation was spiraling. Guests scrambled for cover, huddling behind anything they could find. In the chaos, I caught sight of my father, his wheelchair tipped over, blood dripping from his chest. He had been hit. "Father, no!" I screamed, my voice raw with anguish. The world seemed to stop as my heart threatened to shatter. Chapter Jack POV. The gunfire continued. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and smoke, choking every breath. I clutched Samantha's trembling hand like a lifeline, pulling her through the chaos. My men formed a protective circle around us, their bodies shields against the relentless hail of bullets. Every step toward the house felt like an eternity, each movement a desperate battle against time. My father needed me, but before I could save him, I had to ensure Samantha and our unborn child were safe. If I failed them, there would be no reason to fight. "Cover us!" I bellowed, my voice cutting through the cacophony. The words were barely audible over the relentless barrage, but my men understood. They moved with precision, laying down suppressive fire as the helicopter loomed above, its guns trained mercilessly on us. We reached the hidden entrance, a metal door half buried in the ground, and I slammed it shut behind us. Inside, the air was still, heavy with an eerie silence that clung to my chest, tightening with every breath as if the weight of the world had shifted to rest squarely on my shoulders. Every sound outside seemed distant now, muffled by layers of concrete and steel. I led Samantha down the narrow corridor toward the safety bunker, my heart hammering in my chest. "Are you okay?" I stopped briefly, cupping her face in my hands. Her wide eyes searched mine, flickering between fear and determination, while her chest rose and fell in uneven, shallow breaths. Yet, her voice remained steady, grounded in a strength that defied the chaos around us. "I'm fine," she said firmly. "Do what you need to do, Jack." I pressed a lingering kiss to her forehead, savoring the brief warmth. "Stay here. Don't open this door for anyone but me, no matter what happens." Her hand darted out, her fingers locking around my arm with a ferocity born of desperation, as if letting go would shatter everything she was holding on to. "Be careful," she whispered, her voice trembling with a fear she tried so hard to hide. I nodded, forcing myself to pull away. Hesitation now would mean death for her, for my father, for everyone I cared about. My steps quickened as I made my way to the armory. Inside, the familiar weight of the bazooka in my hands brought a fleeting sense of reassurance. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about ending the madness. Outside, the night was alive with chaos. The helicopter hovered low, its guns spitting fire, tearing chunks of earth and stone as my men valiantly held their ground. They were outmatched and outgunned, but they didn't falter. Not once. Steeling myself, I took aim. The world seemed to shrink around me, the chaos dissolving into a sharp focus on the crosshairs, the hum of the helicopter's blades pulsing in my ears like a countdown. "This ends now," I muttered under my breath, squeezing the trigger. The missile streaked through the night like a comet, hitting the chopper dead on. The explosion lit up the sky, a fiery blossom against the darkness. For a brief, fleeting moment, there was silence. Then came the sound of shrapnel raining down, the roar of the flames consuming the wreckage. The battlefield stilled, the chaos ebbing into an eerie quiet. I allowed myself a single breath of relief before I saw him. My father lay crumpled on the ground, his wheelchair overturned, blood pooling beneath him. Time seemed to stop. The world around me blurred as I sprinted to his side, dropping to my knees. "Dad!" My voice cracked as I pressed trembling hands to the wound in his chest, desperate to stop the bleeding. His face was pale, his breathing shallow, each ragged inhale a painful reminder of how fragile this moment was. "Stay with me," I urged, my throat tightening. "You're going to be fine. Just hang on." His eyes fluttered open, and a faint, almost defiant smile tugged at his lips. "Jack, looks like I'm not invincible after all." "Don't say that," I snapped, my voice breaking. "You're not going anywhere. Get the car ready," I shouted to my men, "and call an ambulance. Now!" They moved quickly, lifting him with care into the waiting SUV. I climbed in beside him, gripping his hand tightly as we sped toward the hospital. His labored breaths filled the car, each one a painful reminder of the stakes. There was no room for failure. When we arrived, the emergency room exploded into action. A team of doctors and nurses swarmed him, their voices sharp and urgent. One turned to me, his expression grim. "He's losing a lot of blood. We need a transfusion immediately." "Take mine," I said without hesitation, following him to the lab. Minutes dragged on like hours as I waited for the results, the sterile walls of the waiting area closing in around me. The doctor returned, his face troubled. "Mr. Smith, your blood isn't compatible with your father's." I froze. "What? That's impossible." "Run the test again." "We've triple-checked," he said gently. "I'm sorry." Before I could process his words, Clara stormed into the room, her heels clicking sharply against the tile. Her expression was as venomous as her tone. "This is her fault," she spat, pointing a perfectly manicured finger at Samantha. "Ever since she came into your life, it's been one disaster after another. Now look at what's happened to Father." My patience frayed. "Enough, Clara," I said, my voice tight with restrained anger. "This isn't the time for your accusations. This isn't the time for your stupidity." Her glare could have cut steel, but she didn't argue. Instead, she turned to the doctor, her voice sharp. "Test me. I'll donate." The results came back quickly, and the doctor's grim expression told me everything. Clara's blood wasn't a match either. "How is this possible?" she demanded, her voice rising in frustration. "He's our father." The doctor's face tightened with sympathy. "I'm sorry. I don't have an explanation." The walls seemed to close in, the weight of panic pressing against my chest. My father's life was slipping away, and I was powerless to stop it. "We're running out of time," the doctor said urgently. Samantha stepped forward, her voice calm despite the storm swirling around us. "Test me," she said. "Sam, you don't have tea," I began, shaking my head. She silenced me with a single look. "If there's a chance I can save him, I have to try," she said softly but firmly. Her courage was both humbling and infuriating. The minutes dragged, each second stretching into eternity. When the doctor returned, his expression was one of shock. "It's a match," he said. The room fell silent. Samantha's gaze met mine. I couldn't believe my ears.
Chapter 38. Samantha's POV. The sharp, sterile smell of antiseptic seemed to cling to every corner of the hospital room, lingering in the air. The steady beeping of machines broke the silence, occasionally interrupted by the low, even tones of the doctor as he explained the procedure. My thoughts were a chaotic mess, but my body felt strangely disconnected, as if I were observing someone else preparing to give blood. Mr. Smith's life depended on this, and there was no way I was going to let him die, if I could help it. I had just begun rolling up my sleeve when Jack moved closer, his presence radiating heat and quiet worry beside me. His hand brushed against my arm, grounding me, though there was a hesitancy in his touch. "Samantha," he said softly, but his voice was firm. "Are you absolutely sure about this?" I looked up, meeting the stormy intensity of his gaze. "I'm sure." He didn't release me, his eyes searching mine for a moment that felt like forever. "This isn't just about you," he murmured. "You're pregnant." The words hit harder than I had anticipated, not because I hadn't thought about the baby. Of course I had. But the fear and concern in Jack's voice carried a weight I hadn't fully understood until now. "You're asking your body to take on more than it should right now," he continued, his voice faltering as his hand fell away. "What if?" Before I could respond, a sharp intake of breath cut through the air like a knife. "What did you just say?" Clara's voice was cold and razor-sharp, slicing through the moment. I turned slowly, my stomach sinking as I met Clara's wide-eyed glare. Her disbelief was evident, but it was the venom in her tone that sent a chill through me. "She's pregnant," Jack said firmly, stepping slightly in front of me, as if to shield me from what was coming. "With my child." Clara's laugh rang out, harsh and bitter, echoing off the sterile walls. "Of course," she sneered, throwing her hands in the air. "Of course she's pregnant. Why wouldn't she pull out the oldest trick in the book to trap you?" "Clara, stop," Jack snapped, his voice sharp and cutting. "No, Jack, I will not stop." Clara shot back, her finger pointing accusingly at me. "Do you think I don't see what's happening here? She's been manipulating you, from the start. And now this? A baby? How convenient." Anger tightened my chest as I stepped forward, doing my best to keep my voice calm despite the storm of emotions churning inside me. "This isn't about you, Clara," I said evenly. "This is about saving Kelvin's life." "Oh, please," Clara scoffed, crossing her arms tightly. "Everything you do is about worming your way into this family. First, you appear out of nowhere. Now you're playing the savior and conveniently carrying Jack's heir? Spare me the act." "That's enough," Jack growled, his voice low and dangerous as he turned to face her, his body tense. "You're out of line." Clara smirked, but her eyes burned with fury. "You think this makes her noble," she hissed. "It makes her reckless. She's risking her child for a man she barely knows." The words struck deep, twisting something inside me, but I refused to back down. "This isn't about proving anything," I said, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts to stay steady. "This is about doing the right thing. Kelvin is your father, Jack's father, and if I can save him, I will." Minutes later, the needle pierced my arm, and as my blood flowed into the collection bag, I focused on the rhythmic beeping of the machines. Anything to distract me from the unbearable tension that coiled tighter with every passing second. Jack stayed by my side, his hand brushing lightly against my shoulder, offering silent reassurance. Clara stood off in the corner, her arms crossed, her expression a storm cloud of anger and disbelief. When the transfusion was finished, the doctor returned, his face unreadable as he glanced between us. His lips pressed into a thin line before he spoke. "The transfusion was successful," he began, his voice measured. Relief washed over me, but it evaporated instantly as he added, "However, during testing, we noticed something unusual." Beside me, Jack went completely still, his body taut with tension. "Unusual how?" The doctor hesitated, clearly choosing his words carefully. "The DNA markers in Samantha's blood indicate a familial match with Mr. Smith."
"What?"
My voice was barely audible, drowned out by the pounding in my ears. "That's impossible. I've never even met Kelvin before this." Jack's face turned pale as he turned to the doctor. "What exactly are you saying?" The doctor shifted uncomfortably. "I can't say for certain, but the markers suggest a close genetic relationship, parent, sibling, or child." The room fell silent, the weight of the revelation pressing down on all of us. Clara broke the silence with a sharp, mocking laugh. "Of course," she said, her voice dripping with derision. "How convenient. The outsider just happens to have a genetic connection to father. I don't know what's going on, I said, my voice rising in desperation. I'm not lying, I swear. Jack's eyes met mine, his expression a mix of confusion and something else I couldn't identify. Do you know anything about your family? He asked gently, though his tone carried an edge. No, I replied, shaking my head. I was adopted. But this doesn't make sense. I have no connection to. My voice faltered as the enormity of the revelation began to sink in. How convenient, Clara sneered. Another sob story to tug on your heartstrings, Jack. First the baby, now this? What's next? She's secretly royalty? Clara, stop, Jack said sharply. You're not helping. I'm the only one seeing this for what it is, Clara shot back, her voice rising. She's playing you, Jack, and you're too blind to see it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Kelvin's condition was stable, but the coma had left too many questions unanswered. As I wandered through the quiet hospital halls, I overheard Clara's voice coming from an open office door. Leak it to the press, she was saying, her tone clipped and furious. The pregnancy. I don't care how it looks. Make her seem like the manipulative little liar she is. I stumbled back, my hand instinctively resting on my stomach. Clara wasn't just trying to ruin my reputation. She was willing to drag my child into her schemes. This wasn't just about Mr. Smith or even Jack anymore. This was about survival, mine, my babies, and the fragile threads holding everything together. And if Clara wanted a war, she was about to get one.
Chapter 39. Clara's POV. The hospital air felt as cold and sterile as my mood. I stormed out of the waiting room, my heels clicking sharply against the tiled floors. Jack's voice, soft with concern for Samantha, echoed in my mind, cutting deeper than I wanted to admit. I could still see Samantha's trembling resolve as she prepared for the transfusion. Always so determined to play the hero, always at the center of everything, as though the world revolved around her. But it wasn't just about her playing hero or stealing Jack's devotion. No, this ran deeper. This was about Louis. I pressed the elevator button harder than necessary, my knuckles whitening as the memories came flooding back. My wedding day, what should have been the happiest day of my life, shattered in an instant. Louis, my Louis, was ripped from me at the altar, dragged away in handcuffs in front of everyone. The man I loved, the man who was supposed to be my future, was destroyed by the political chess game Father played. And when the opportunity came to save him, to make it right, Father had chosen her. Samantha, the stranger with no name, no connections, nothing except her innocence and her unborn child. She had walked away with her freedom while Louis was left to rot in that prison. I never forgave Father for that decision. I never would. And now Samantha was here, in my family, pregnant, smiling, thriving, as if she hadn't already taken enough from me. When I returned to the estate, the silence was deafening, but the rage in my chest roared louder than any noise. I went straight to Father's study, poured myself a glass of wine, and stared at the empty leather chair where he used to sit. He was the reason Samantha was still breathing. He was the reason Louis wasn't. The helicopter strike should have been the end of her. It was supposed to be clean, final. I had already mourned her death, relished in the thought of a world free of her manipulative presence. But somehow she survived. Fine. If I couldn't kill her, I'd destroy her another way. I grabbed my laptop, opened my email, and began typing. Every word was a dagger aimed at Samantha's reputation. Samantha, Jack Smith's secretive fiancée, is pregnant. Sources close to the family suggest she's been hiding this while leveraging her position to gain influence within the Smith empire. What's more, recent DNA tests have raised questions about her true connection to the Smith family. I read it over twice before hitting send. Clean, precise, and devastating. Let the world tear her apart. The next morning, chaos arrived like clockwork. The estate gates were crowded with paparazzi and reporters, their cameras flashing incessantly as they shouted questions into the morning air. Smith family scandal. Fiancé's pregnancy and DNA revelation. Unveiling Samantha. What is she hiding? Jack Smith's fiancé under fire. Manipulation or true love? The staff scrambled to manage the situation, But I sat in the library, sipping my coffee, watching it all unfold through the window. Samantha's name was plastered across every headline, her pristine image unraveling thread by thread. The shrill ring of my phone broke the peaceful moment. I glanced at the screen and smirked. Madame Elena, I greeted smoothly. Clara, her voice purred, calm yet commanding. I've been keeping an eye on this little situation you've created. I must say, you've outdone yourself. The pregnancy leak, it's brilliant. I leaned back, letting her praise wash over me. It's time the world saw Samantha for what she really is. Elena chuckled a low, amused sound. I'll admit I didn't think you'd go this route. I thought the helicopter strike was meant to resolve the issue permanently. I gritted my teeth at the reminder. It should have, I said, the bitterness in my voice sharp and raw. But since she survived, this is the next best thing. If I can't kill her, I'll ruin her. Smart, Elena said approvingly. But be careful. Samantha's resilient. She has a knack for turning disasters in her favor. Not this time, I said firmly. I won't let her win. By mid-afternoon, the headlines had reached every corner of the media. Social media was ablaze with speculation, and Samantha's name was trending worldwide. For a moment, I allowed myself to bask in the success of my plan. But the moment was short-lived. My phone buzzed with a call from father's lawyer. I answered, my annoyance barely concealed. Miss Smith, his voice was measured but cautious, the kind of tone that immediately put me on edge. I thought you should know. Kelvin made some significant transfers before his hospitalization. Specifically, he moved several key assets into Samantha's name. It seems he trusted her with them. I imagine this complicates things for you. The blood drained from my face, and the phone slipped from my fingers, landing on the desk with a thud. My breath came in sharp, shallow gasps as the words sank in. No, I whispered, barely able to hear myself. Father, the man who had chosen Samantha over Lewis, had now entrusted her with his legacy. The betrayal was like a knife twisting in my gut. The wine glass in my hand shattered as it slipped through my fingers, the shards scattering across the floor. This wasn't just about Jack anymore. Samantha wasn't just a nuisance. She wasn't just an inconvenience or a liability. She was a threat, and threats had to be eliminated.
Chapter 40. Samantha's POV. The soft hum of machines and faint whispers of hospital staff filled the air as I leaned against the wall of the waiting room. Jack sat beside me, his elbows on his knees, his head bowed. His silence felt heavy, but I didn't have the strength to ask what was on his mind. My thoughts were already spiraling, stuck on the chaos of the past few days. Kelvin's condition was stable, but the bombshell of the DNA revelation hung over us, unresolved. Was it real? Was there any truth to what the doctor said? The idea of being connected to Kelvin Smith by blood was impossible, wasn't it? The quiet tension was shattered by the sudden sound of hurried footsteps and muffled voices. Jack looked up, his brows furrowed, as a wave of noise grew louder, closer. Is that Dash? He started, but before he could finish, the waiting room doors burst open. The flash of cameras was blinding, and a mob of reporters flooded the room. My breath hitched as they swarmed us, their voices rising in a chaotic cacophony. Samantha, is it true you're pregnant with Jack Smith's child? Sources say there's a genetic match between you and Kelvin Smith. Are you his biological daughters? If you're related to Kelvin Smith, doesn't that make your child with Jack an abomination? Do you think the helicopter attack at your wedding was fate trying to intervene? My heart dropped into my stomach as the questions hit me like a barrage of stones. The room spun, and I instinctively raised my arms to shield myself from the flashes. Jack was on his feet in an instant, his body blocking mine as he shouted at the reporters. Back off, he barked, his voice thunderous and raw with fury. What the hell is wrong with you people? Get out of here. But they didn't stop. Their microphones and cameras shoved forward, their voices rising louder. Samantha, do you care to comment on your relationship with Jack Smith in light of these allegations? Are you going to deny the DNA connection to Kelvin Smith? Jack, do you stand by Samantha despite the scandal? What the hell is going on? Jack growled, his head snapping back and forth as he searched for hospital security. Who told you we were here? I grabbed his arm, my voice shaky. Jack, we need to leave.
Now.
We managed to escape through a side hallway with the help of a security guard, but the damage was done. My legs felt like jelly as we hurried into a private room, my mind still racing from the onslaught of questions. Jack shut the door behind us, his hands gripping the handle as if holding it closed could keep the world out. "Where the hell did they all come from?" he demanded, turning to me. "And how did they know where to find us?" I hesitated, my heart pounding as I considered how to answer. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't just the media being relentless. "Clara," I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper.
What?
Jack's brow furrowed, his confusion giving way to anger. "It's Clara," I repeated, more firmly this time. "Yesterday, I overheard her talking to someone. She was saying something about revealing the truth about my pregnancy. I didn't think she'd actually dash." My voice faltered as the full weight of what Clara had done hit me. Jack stared at me, his expression hardening. "You're saying she leaked it? All of it?" "She didn't just leak it," I said bitterly. "She turned it into a circus. She's trying to ruin me, Jack. She wants everyone to question me to question us." He paced the room, running a hand through his hair. "She's gone too far this time," he said, his voice sharp with restrained fury. "I don't care what her problem is with you. This is unacceptable." Before either of us could say more, the door creaked open, and Cisco, my bodyguard, stepped in. His usually calm demeanor was replaced with tension, his jaw tight. "Mr. Smith." "Ms. Blake," he said, his tone clipped. "You need to see this." "What now?" Jack asked, his frustration bubbling over. "It's Clara," Cisco said, his expression grim. "She's holding a live press conference."
What?
My stomach twisted. Cisco pulled out his phone and tapped the screen a few times before turning it toward us. The live stream began, and there she was, Clara, standing at a podium, her expression composed but lethal. The headline at the bottom of the screen read, "Samantha Blake, a calculated criminal." My breath caught in my throat as Clara began to speak. "The Smith family has always valued integrity and transparency," she said, her tone calm and authoritative. "Which is why it's with a heavy heart that I must address the recent revelations about Samantha Blake, my brother's fiancé." I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white as I listened. For months, Samantha has misled this family, positioning herself as a victim while weaving a calculated web of lies. She concealed her pregnancy, knowing it would raise questions about her motives. Clara continued, her voice dripping with false sincerity. "And now, DNA tests have revealed a potential familial connection between Samantha and my father, Kelvin Smith. This revelation raises deeply disturbing questions about her true identity. She's trying to paint you as a fraud," Jack said, his voice low and dangerous. But Clara wasn't finished. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping into a tone that made my stomach churn. "We must consider the possibility that Samantha Blake has manipulated her way into this family for personal gain. Is she truly who she claims to be? Or is she a threat to everything we stand for?" I could barely breathe as the camera zoomed in on Clara's face, her expression grave. "And finally, I must address the tragic helicopter attack that interrupted Samantha and Jack's wedding. While it was a terrifying event, one must wonder, was it truly an attack, or was it fate intervening? Perhaps, in some ways, it was a blessing in disguise." Jack snatched the phone from Cisco and shut it off, his hands shaking with rage. "That's enough," he snapped. The silence that followed was deafening. I felt like the walls were closing in, the weight of Clara's words crushing me. "She's trying to bury you," Jack said finally, his voice tight with anger. "No," I said, my voice cracking.
"She's trying to bury us."
Jack turned to me, his eyes blazing with determination. "I'm not letting her win, Samantha. We're going to fight this." But as I looked at him, the enormity of Clara's attack weighed on me. The pregnancy, the DNA match, the insinuations about the wedding she had turned every vulnerable part of my life into a weapon. Clara had drawn a line in the sand, and she was daring me to cross it. If it was a war she wanted, then it was a war she would get. Chapter 41. Samantha's POV. The waiting room felt suffocatingly quiet, like the world had pressed pause while Jack and I sat in the stillness. He sat hunched over, his elbows on his knees, hands clasped together as though holding himself in place. I watched him from the corner of my eye, the tension in his shoulders speaking louder than the words we weren't saying. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the space between us, but my mind was stuck in a spiral. Clara's press conference had gutted me. Her words cold, sharp, and calculated had cut into every vulnerable part of me, and the pain lingered. Even worse, the DNA revelation still gnawed at my sense of self. Was it possible? Could I really be connected to Kelvin Smith? The very idea felt like a crack forming in the foundation of my identity. Jack broke the silence with a sharp sigh, pulling me back into the present. His phone buzzed loudly in his hand, the sound jolting both of us. He looked at the screen, his jaw tightening as his thumbs swiped across it. "Smith," he said curtly, his voice clipped. I sat silently, watching as his expression darkened. Whoever was on the other end wasn't bringing good news. He didn't say much, only a few terse responses. Yes, I understand. Fine, I'll be there, before hanging up. The board's calling an emergency shareholder meeting, he said, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. They want to discuss the company's future. I frowned. Because of Clara's accusations? His laugh was short and humorless. Because FinCorp's shares are plummeting, he snapped, then paused, shaking his head. And yeah, probably because of Clara too. This is exactly what she wanted, to stir the pot and make us look like we're crumbling. Then we can't let her win, I said softly, trying to sound braver than I felt. We can fix this, Jack. He looked at me, his eyes softening for just a moment. We'll have to. He exhaled sharply, pacing a few steps before stopping. You're coming with me to the meeting. You're a part of this now, whether we like it or not. We arrived at FinCorp headquarters later that afternoon, stepping into a building that buzzed with an almost palpable tension. Even the staff who greeted us avoided eye contact, and the usual hum of conversation in the lobby was absent. Jack's presence beside me was both comforting and intimidating, his determination casting a shadow I couldn't quite escape. The boardroom doors loomed large as we approached. Jack opened them, striding in with purpose, and I followed close behind, doing my best to match his composure. Inside, a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward us. The senior board members sat stiffly around a long, polished table. Clara was already there, seated at the far end with an air of smug confidence that set my teeth on edge. Let's get started, one of the senior board members said, breaking the silence. Jack took a seat at the head of the table, his expression hard and unreadable. I hesitated for a moment before sitting beside him, painfully aware of the scrutiny I was under. The meeting began with a grim summary of the situation. The public scandal had caused FinCorp's shares to nosedive, and the board members looked visibly shaken. Clara, of course, wasted no time making her move. It's clear that Samantha's involvement in this company has been a liability, Clara said, her voice calm but dripping with venom. The DNA revelations, the rumors surrounding her child, it's a PR disaster. One we can't afford. My fists clenched under the table, my nails digging into my palms. She wanted me to lash out, to give her more ammunition, but I refused to take the bait. Beside me, Jack's jaw tightened. That's enough, Clara, he said sharply, his tone silencing the murmurs that had begun around the table. This meeting isn't about airing your personal grievances. Clara's smirk widened. It's not personal, Jack. It's about what's best for FinCorp. And right now, the board needs to decide if Samantha's continued presence is a risk we can't take. Enough, a deep voice interrupted, cutting through the tension like a knife. All heads turned toward the company's legal counsel, a sharp-eyed man holding a thick file in his hands. He stepped forward, placing the file on the table with a deliberate thud. Before we move forward with any decisions, he began, there is a matter regarding Mr. Kelvin Smith's shares that needs to be addressed. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling heavily. My pulse quickened as the lawyer opened the file and began to speak again. Prior to his coma, Mr. Smith executed a transfer of 40% of his shares in FinCorp to Samantha Blake as part of a wedding gift, he announced, his tone steady but firm. This makes her the largest single shareholder in the company. The room erupted. Voices overlapped as board members argued and speculated, the chaos only broken by the sound of Clara's chair scraping loudly against the floor as she stood. "That can't be true," she spat, her carefully composed mask cracking. "My father wouldn't do that. He couldn't have." "It's all here in writing," the lawyer said, his voice calm and resolute. He gestured to the documents. "Samantha Blake is now the de facto president of FinCorp." I froze, my breath catching in my throat. President? The word felt foreign, heavy, like a burden I hadn't asked for. I hadn't wanted this. But now it was mine, and there was no turning back. Beside me, Jack's hand found mine. His touch was steady, grounding, a silent reassurance that I wasn't alone in this. "You've got this," he whispered, his voice low and filled with determination. Across the table, Clara's eyes burned with fury. She sank back into her chair, her lips curling into a venomous smile. "This isn't over," she muttered, her words a quiet but unmistakable threat. Her voice echoed in my mind as I sat there, trying to hold onto the composure I'd so carefully built. Deep down, I knew she meant every word.
Chapter 42. Jack's POV. The boardroom buzzed with attention, so thick it felt suffocating. Samantha sat beside me, her posture straight, hands folded neatly in her lap, and her face calm. But I knew her well enough to see through the facade. Her knuckles were pale where they pressed against each other, and every so often, her eyes darted around the table, taking in the sea of judgmental stares. She wasn't used to this level of scrutiny, not like I was, and I hated that she had to face it because of Clara. Across the table, Clara lounged in her chair like she owned the place. Her perfectly painted nails tapped lightly on the table, the sound grating against my nerves. She had the look of someone who thought she had already won. Her gaze flicked toward Samantha, sharp and cold, and I felt a surge of anger burn through me. "This meeting has been called to address the current state of FinCorp," said one of the senior board members, breaking the uneasy silence. His tone was weary, as though the weight of the scandal had aged him overnight. "The stock value has plummeted, and public trust in the Smith family is at an all-time low. We need to act swiftly to stabilize the company." Clara seized her moment, leaning forward with the practiced grace of a seasoned predator. "Exactly," she said, her voice soft but cutting. "And I think we can all agree where the root of the instability lies." Her gaze landed squarely on Samantha, and my fist clenched under the table. "Samantha's presence has been a distraction from the very beginning," Clara continued. "Between the rumors about her child, the DNA scandal, and the circumstances surrounding her rise to power, it's clear that she's not fit to lead. The public sees her as a liability. And frankly, so should we." Samantha didn't flinch, but I saw her lips pressed together tightly. I glanced at her, searching for any sign that she might speak up. She stayed silent, her calm exterior betraying none of the turmoil I knew she must be feeling. Enough was enough. "That's enough, Clara," I said, my voice firm. The room quieted instantly as every pair of eyes turned to me. Let's not forget how this whole mess started in the first place. It wasn't Samantha who leaked private family matters to the press. That was you. Clara's smirk faltered for a split second, but she quickly recovered. "I did what I had to for the good of the company," she said smoothly. "The public deserves transparency. Samantha's connection to our father is questionable, and it raises legitimate concerns about Dash." "About what?" I snapped, cutting her off. "Kelvin Smith trusted Samantha enough to give her 40% of the company's shares. That's not a decision he made lightly. And you think you know better than him? You think jeopardizing the family's reputation with your petty vendetta is good for FinCorp?" A murmur spread around the table. I could see some of the board members nodding subtly, their expressions shifting from neutrality to quiet support. Clara's composure was slipping now, her nails digging into the armrests of her chair. "The question isn't whether Samantha belongs here," I continued, forcing myself to stay calm. "The question is whether Clara's reckless actions have made her too much of a liability to remain involved in this company's leadership." The murmurs grew louder, and Clara's eyes blazed with fury. I did what was necessary, she spat. The stock value plummeted because of her, not me. Enough, one of the senior board members said, holding up his hand. The room fell silent. We've heard enough from both sides. It's time to put this to a vote. The next few minutes felt like hours. One by one, the board members cast their votes. Samantha stayed perfectly still beside me, her face calm but pale. I could feel the tension radiating off her, though she never once looked my way. I wanted to reach over, to hold her hand, to tell her it would be okay. But I knew better. She needed to face this moment on her own. All in favor of retaining Samantha Blake as president of FinCorp? The senior board member asked. Hands went up slowly at first, but then more followed. Clara's expression twisted with every new vote until it was clear she had lost. The final tally came in. Samantha's victory was overwhelming. Only 2 board members had sided with Clara. The board has spoken, the senior member declared. Samantha Blake will remain as president. Furthermore, it is the recommendation of this board that Clara Smith publicly take responsibility for leaking private family matters to the press. This will go a long way in repairing the company's public image. Clara shot to her feet, her chair screeching loudly against the floor. Her face was pale with fury, her polished mask completely shattered. This is a mistake, she hissed, her voice shaking. You'll regret this. All of you? Sit down, Clara, the senior member said sternly. This meeting is adjourned. As the boardroom emptied, I turned to Samantha. She looked shaken but resolute, a quiet strength radiating from her even as the weight of the situation bore down on her. You handled that well, I said softly. She gave me a faint smile. I barely said anything. Sometimes silence says more than words ever could, I replied, trying to ease some of the tension in her shoulders. Before we could leave, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and felt my stomach drop as I read the message. You may have won the boardroom, but the real battle starts now. The words sent a chill down my spine. I glanced around instinctively, my senses on high alert. Clara was gone, but the threat lingered like a shadow. What is it? Samantha asked, her voice soft but worried. Nothing we can't handle, I said, slipping my phone back into my pocket. But as we walked out of the boardroom together, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning.
Chapter 43. Samantha's POV. The waiting room outside the press conference felt more like a cage than a refuge. I could hear the hum of voices beyond the doors, reporters murmuring, cameras clicking, microphones being tested. Each sound tightened the knot in my stomach until it felt like I could barely breathe. Jack sat beside me, his hand resting on my knee in silent reassurance, but even his touch wasn't enough to calm the storm inside me. You don't have to do this, he said softly, his voice a steady anchor. We can find another way. I shook my head. We don't have another way, Jack. Clara made sure of that. My voice trembled despite my efforts to sound strong. If I don't address this now, they'll never stop. They'll tear me apart. They'll tear us apart. He didn't respond right away. Instead, he leaned closer, his forehead brushing against mine. No matter what they say, we'll figure it out, he murmured. Just tell them the truth. Don't let them twist it. The truth. I let the word linger in my mind, heavy and impossible. How could I tell the truth when I didn't even know what it was? The DNA revelation hung over us like a dark cloud, a question mark I wasn't ready to answer. And the baby, our baby, added a layer of complication I couldn't even begin to unravel. What if the DNA test was real? What if Jack was my brother? I couldn't let the press, or anyone else, think of our child as something unnatural. The thought made me sick, but it was a reality I couldn't ignore. A knock at the door pulled me from my thoughts. Cisco's face appeared in the doorway, his expression grim but calm. They're ready for you, Ms. Blake. I glanced at Jack, who nodded encouragingly, though his jaw was tight with worry. Drawing a deep breath, I rose to my feet and smoothed the front of my blazer. My legs felt shaky, like they might give out at any moment, but I forced myself to take a step forward. Then another. As I stepped into the press room, the sound hit me like a wave. Flashing cameras, shouted questions, the restless energy of 100 reporters crammed into a single space. I moved to the podium, every eye in the room locking onto me like a predator stalking its prey. The lights were blinding, the heat oppressive, but I squared my shoulders and met their stares head-on. "Good afternoon," I began, my voice steadier than I expected. "Thank you for coming." The room quieted slightly, though the tension remained palpable. I glanced down at the notes I'd prepared but decided to speak from the heart instead. They'd see through rehearsed lines.
They always did.
"I know there has been a lot of speculation surrounding me recently," I said, keeping my tone calm but firm. "I want to address the accusations made by Clara Smith and provide clarity for the sake of my family, my colleagues, and the public." The murmurs grew louder, but I pressed on. "First and foremost, the claims regarding my connection to Mr. Kelvin Smith are still under review. I cannot comment on the DNA results until we receive confirmation from further testing. However, I want to make one thing clear. My commitment to FinCorp and its values is unwavering." A reporter stood, her voice cutting through the room. "Miss Blake, can you comment on the rumors surrounding the paternity of your child? Is it true that the father is Jack Smith?" The question was a slap in the face. My breath hitched, and for a moment, I couldn't respond. My gaze darted to the crowd, then to Jack, who stood in the back of the room, his expression unreadable. The reporters erupted, their questions overlapping in a chaotic mess. If Jack Smith is the father, isn't it morally questionable given the DNA results? Are you hiding the truth to protect your relationship with Jack? Is this the kind of leadership we can expect from FinCorp? The weight of their words crushed me. I gripped the edges of the podium, my knuckles turning white. This was my moment to put an end to the speculation, to protect my child and my future, but the truth felt like a cage. If I admitted Jack was the father, the world would judge us, judge our baby, without mercy. I couldn't do that to him, or to us. I swallowed hard, my voice trembling as I spoke. "The father of my child is Luis Martinez." The words tasted like poison, but they spilled out before I could stop them. The room erupted again, the reporters shouting more questions, but I couldn't hear them anymore. My heart pounded in my ears, and my vision blurred. I forced myself to stand tall, to act like this was the truth, even as I felt the lie twist around me like a noose. "Thank you," I said, my voice barely audible over the chaos. "That's all I have to say." I stepped away from the podium, my legs barely carrying me as I moved off stage. Jack was waiting for me, his face a mixture of shock and hurt. He didn't say anything as I approached, but the look in his eyes spoke volumes. "Jack, I started," but he held up a hand. "You didn't have to do that," he said quietly. "You didn't have to lie." "I did," I whispered, my voice breaking. "I did it for the baby. For us." Jack shook his head, his lips pressing into a thin line. "I need some air." He turned and walked away, leaving me standing there, feeling more alone than I ever had. The weight of what I'd done settled over me, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to believe I'd made the right choice, but deep down, I wasn't sure anymore. Back in the dressing room backstage, my phone buzzed on the table. I picked it up and read the message, my stomach dropping. "You've made your move. Now it's my turn." Clara's name flashed at the top of the screen, her threat sending a chill down my spine.
Chapter 44. Clara's POV. The press conference played on the screen in front of me, Samantha's steady voice echoing through my study. Her calm facade was convincing enough, but I saw the cracks, the hesitation, the tightness around her eyes, the faint tremor in her hand as she gripped the podium. And then she said it. "Luis Martinez is the father of my child." My lips curled into a slow, triumphant smile. What a pathetic, desperate move. She thought naming Luis would shield her from the whispers, from the judgment. All she'd done was hand me the perfect weapon. And the irony of it? Luis would love the opportunity to strike back at her. I reached for my phone and dialed. Madame Elena answered almost immediately, her voice smooth and cold. "Clara, I take it you've seen the press conference." "Oh, I've seen it," I replied, swirling the wine in my glass. "The little liar just handed us everything we need." Luis Martinez, or should I say your husband, Elena mused, her tone thoughtful. Interesting choice. Convenient, given he's locked away. Not for long, I said. Get him out. If Samantha wants to play this game, let's give her exactly what she's asking for. Let's put Lewis back in her life. Elena chuckled softly. You're growing more ruthless by the day. I'll handle it. But remember, Clara, when you let a man like Lewis loose, he's not always easy to control. I don't need to control him, I said coolly. I just need him to want revenge. And trust me, he will. A few days later, I stepped into the prison's visiting room, the cold, sterile air hitting me like a slap. It had been months since I'd seen Lewis, and I hated that this was how it had to be. We'd shared so much once. We'd been partners, lovers. I had thought we were building something real, something permanent. But then came Samantha, with her innocent act and her sob story, dragging Lewis into her mess and ruining everything. He was waiting for me on the other side of the thick glass partition, his posture casual but his eyes sharp as ever. He looked thinner, rougher around the edges, but that fire I remembered was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. Clara, he said, leaning back in his chair. To what do I owe the pleasure? Finally missed me. I smirked, settling into the seat across from him. Something like that. You're looking well. He barked out a laugh. Yeah, prison really brings out my glow. Cut the crap, Clara. Why are you here? I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the table. Because you deserve better than this, Lewis. You don't belong in here, and you know it. Samantha put you here, and now she's out there dragging your name through the mud. Did you hear what she said about you? His jaw tightened, the lightness in his tone disappearing instantly. I heard. Everyone in here heard. She's calling me the father of her kid now? Unbelievable. It's disgusting, I said, my voice low and venomous. She's using you to cover her own mess. Trying to protect herself while you rot in here. He let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. That's Samantha for you. Always looking out for herself. She doesn't deserve to get away with this, I pressed. And you, Lewis, you deserve to get your life back. To fight back. His eyes narrowed as he studied me. What are you offering, Clara? Your freedom, I said simply. And the chance to make her pay for what she's done. I'll get you out of here, and together we'll take her down. Publicly. She thinks she can use you? Let's show her what happens when she plays games she can't win. For a moment, he didn't respond. Then a slow smile spread across his face, sharp and dangerous. I've missed this side of you, he said. Always plotting, always one step ahead. I shrugged, feigning indifference. I've learned from the best. He leaned forward, his voice softening slightly. You know, Clara, I didn't forget about us. I never stopped thinking about what we could have had. My chest tightened at his words, but I pushed the feeling aside. I couldn't afford to let sentiment cloud my judgment. Then let's make sure we get what we deserve, I said. Together. He held my gaze for a long moment before nodding. Fine. Get me out of here. I'm in. When I left the prison, my emotions were a tangled mess. Seeing Lewis again had stirred things I thought I'd buried: anger, betrayal, longing. I hated him for how things had ended, for letting himself be pulled into Samantha's orbit. But I also hated Samantha more. She'd ruined everything for both of us, and now, she was trying to use Lewis to protect herself. As I stepped into my car, my phone buzzed. A message from Elena. It's done. He'll be free by the end of the week. I leaned back in my seat, a smile tugging at my lips. The stage was set, and Samantha wouldn't know what hit her. She thought she could waltz into my family, into my company, and take everything that was rightfully mine. She was about to learn the hard way that I don't lose. Not to anyone. And definitely not to her.
Chapter 45. Samantha's POV. The aftermath of the press conference left me feeling like I was walking a tightrope, every step more precarious than the last. The reporters had gotten what they wanted in answer, but I was left with nothing but a growing pit in my stomach. Naming Lewis as the father of my child had been the only way to quell the storm, but the lie hung over me like a guillotine. And worse, I didn't know how Jack would handle it. Jack had barely spoken to me since the press conference. His quiet retreat hurt more than I cared to admit. He wasn't angry, not outwardly, but I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes lingered on me as if searching for the person he thought he knew. I'd tried explaining it to him, tried to make him understand that I'd done it for us, for the baby. But he had simply nodded and walked away. I sat in my office at FinCorp, staring blankly at the glowing screen of my laptop. Reports, emails, stock updates, they were all meaningless right now. My thoughts kept circling back to Jack, the lie, and the gnawing fear that the press conference had only made things worse. A knock at the door pulled me out of my spiral. My assistant, Emma, peeked her head inside. She looked nervous, her eyes darting around as if she were afraid to deliver bad news. "Ms. Blake," she said softly, "there's someone here to see you." I frowned. I wasn't expecting anyone. "Who is it?" Emma hesitated, wringing her hands. "It's Luis Martinez." The words didn't register at first. I blinked, sure I'd misheard her. "What did you say?" "Luis Martinez," she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. My stomach dropped. "That's impossible. He's supposed to be in prison. For life." "I don't know how he got out," Emma said quickly, "but he's here, and he insists on seeing you." My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of shock and dread spreading through me. Lewis was supposed to be gone, locked away forever, a chapter of my life I'd closed and never wanted to revisit. How could he be here now, of all times? "Send him in," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Emma nodded and slipped out, leaving the door ajar. A moment later, Lewis walked in, and the sight of him sent a chill down my spine. He looked different, leaner and harder, the edges of his features sharpened by time and anger. His dark eyes locked onto mine, unreadable but intense. He carried himself with the same confidence I remembered, but there was something darker, more dangerous, about him now. "Hello, Samantha," he said, his voice smooth but laced with something I couldn't quite place. "Miss me?" I stood, folding my arms tightly across my chest. "What the hell are you doing here, Lewis? You're supposed to be in prison." His lips curled into a smirk. "Nice to see you too. And here I thought you'd be happy to see me after dragging my name into your little press conference stunt." My breath caught. Of course he'd heard about it. The press conference had been unavoidable, splashed across every news outlet. Still, hearing him confront me sent a fresh wave of dread through me. "You're not supposed to be here," I said, my voice sharp. "How did you get out?" "That doesn't matter," he said, stepping closer. "What matters is that I'm here. And you've got some explaining to do." "There's nothing to explain," I shot back, my defensiveness rising. "You were never supposed to be a part of this." "Oh, but you made me a part of it," he said, his tone darkening. "You had the whole world believing I'm the father of your child. Didn't even ask me first. Just tossed my name out there like it was nothing. Because it was the only way to protect my baby," I snapped. "You weren't supposed to get out. No one was ever supposed to question it." Lewis laughed bitterly, shaking his head. "That's your problem, Samantha. You think you can just use people and walk away. But let me make one thing very clear: you don't get to decide what role I play. That's my child, and I'm going to be in their life whether you like it or not." I stiffened, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. "The baby doesn't need you, Lewis." "I don't need you." "Well, that's too bad," he said with a smug grin. "Because I'm not going anywhere. And if you even think about trying to push me out, I'll make sure the whole world knows the truth." My blood ran cold. "What truth?" "Oh, you know," he said, leaning in slightly. "The truth that I'm not the father of your baby. That you lied to protect yourself. Imagine how the press will eat that up. President Samantha Blake, the woman who can't stop lying. You think your little PR stunt saved you? It'll destroy you." "You wouldn't," I said, though my voice wavered. "Wouldn't I?" he challenged, his eyes glinting with malice. "I've got nothing to lose, Samantha. But you've got everything. Your position, your precious company, your perfect little life with Jack. How do you think he'll feel when he finds out you dragged my name into this to keep your dirty little secrets?" I swallowed hard, my throat tightening as his words sank in. He was right. If Louis went to the press, it would unravel everything. The lie I'd told, the fragile trust one still had with Jack, it would all come crashing down. I couldn't let that happen. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Louis leaned back, crossing his arms as he studied me. "For now, I want to be involved. In the baby's life. No more pretending I don't exist. And if I agrees?" I asked, dreading the answer. "If you agree," he said with a sly smile, "I'll keep your secret. For now." I hated him in that moment, hated the smug look on his face, hated that I had no choice but to play along. But I couldn't let him ruin everything I'd worked for.
Not now.
Not when everything was already hanging by a thread. "Fine," I said tightly. "But if you step out of line, You'll what?" he interrupted, smirking. "Face it, Samantha. I've got the upper hand here. Get used to it." He turned and walked out, leaving me standing there, the weight of his threats pressing down on me like a stone. My hands trembled as I sat back down, my mind racing. How had it come to this? And what would Jack do if he found out? As I stared blankly at the note Louis had left on my desk, the words burned into my mind. "You owe me, Samantha. Don't forget it." For the first time in weeks, I felt truly cornered, and I had no idea how to get out.
Chapter 46. Jack's POV. The night of Samantha's press conference replayed over and over in my mind like a bad movie I couldn't shut off. I sat alone in my penthouse, the city lights stretching out below me, but I barely noticed them. All I could see was her face, the way her voice wavered when she said his name. Louis Martinez is the father of my child. It wasn't true, I knew it wasn't. Samantha and I had been together, and there was no one else. So, why the hell had she said it? She claimed it was to protect us, to protect the baby. But something about the way she'd looked at me afterward, the way she'd avoided my questions, made me wonder if there was more she wasn't telling me. I picked up the glass of whiskey on the table and took a slow sip, letting the burn settle in my chest. Since the press conference, there had been a distance between us, one I wasn't sure how to close. Every time I tried to talk to her, she either deflected or shut down completely. I'd started avoiding her too, not because I wanted to, but because I didn't know what to say. A knock at the door snapped me out of my thoughts. I wasn't expecting anyone, but I had a feeling I knew who it was. I set the glass down and walked to the door, opening it to find one of my contacts, a private investigator I'd hired to keep tabs on Clara's movements. "What do you have?" I asked, stepping aside to let him in. He handed me a thin folder. "It's about Louis Martinez." The name sent a jolt through me. I took the folder and flipped it open, scanning the documents inside. It didn't take long to see what I needed to see. Louis's release papers, pushed through suspiciously quickly with legal loopholes and pressure from influential names. One name stood out more than the others. Clara Smith. Of course, I muttered under my breath. She couldn't just leave it alone. The investigator nodded. Clara and Madame Elena seemed to be working together. I can't say exactly how they pulled it off, but they arranged his release. I clenched my jaw, a mix of anger and frustration boiling in my chest. Clara's involvement made perfect sense. She'd been gunning for Samantha ever since the board voted her in as president. But this? Bringing Louis into the picture? It was a new low, even for her. "Thanks," I said, dismissing the investigator. "Keep digging. I need to know what their next move is." He nodded and left, leaving me alone with the file. My hands tightened around the edges of the folder as I stared down at the documents. Clara had unleashed Louis like a weapon, and now Samantha was caught in the crossfire. But what I couldn't figure out was why Samantha hadn't told me. Did she know? Was she hiding something? I didn't wait long to get answers. That night, I showed up at Samantha's apartment unannounced. She opened the door, her surprise evident when she saw me. "Jack," she said, her voice soft but guarded. "I wasn't expecting you." "We need to talk," I said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. She closed the door behind me, crossing her arms as she turned to face me. "What is it?" "I know about Lewis," I said bluntly, watching her reaction closely. Her eyes widened for a fraction of a second before she masked it with a calm expression. "What about him?" "I know Clara and Elena orchestrated his release," I said, my tone hard. "What I don't know is whether you knew about it." Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. That silence told me everything I needed to know. "You knew," I said, the weight of the realization hitting me. "You knew he was out, and you didn't tell me." "I didn't want to drag you into it," she said quickly, her voice tight. "I was trying to handle it." "Handle it?" I repeated, my anger rising. "Samantha, this isn't something you handle alone. You should have come to me. You should have trusted me." "It's not about trust," she said, her voice cracking slightly. "It's about protecting you." "Protecting us?" I ran a hand through my hair, pacing the room. "And what exactly are you protecting me from? From Lewis? From Clara? Or is there something else you're not telling me?" She didn't answer right away, and that hesitation only deepened the growing chasm between us. "Jack, don't," I said, cutting her off. "Don't tell me it's complicated. I'm tired of that excuse." Her shoulders sagged, and for the first time, she looked genuinely defeated. "I don't know what to do," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Lewis is threatening to tell the press he's not the father. If he does that, everything falls apart. The baby, Fincorpus, everything." I stopped pacing, staring at her as her words sank in. She was trapped, cornered by a lie she'd told to protect us. But the cost of that lie was already tearing us apart. "And what happens if the truth comes out?" I asked quietly. "What happens if we are siblings?" "What then, Samantha?" She didn't respond, and the silence between us was deafening. Later that night, I found myself at Uncle Hugo's estate. If anyone had answers about Clara and Elena's involvement, it was him. He greeted me with his usual calm demeanor, but his expression shifted when I told him what I knew. "You're right," he admitted after a long pause. "Clara's been working with Elena. They wanted Lewis out because they knew it would disrupt Samantha. And you didn't think to warn me?" I asked sharply. "I didn't have proof until now," he said, his tone apologetic. "But Jack, they're not just targeting Samantha. They're targeting you too." His words sent a chill down my spine, but I nodded. "I need to know everything, Uncle Hugo. No more secrets." Chapter 47. Jack's POV. The whiskey burned as it slid down my throat, but the sting barely registered. I stood at the window of my penthouse, staring out at the glowing city below. Everything felt wrong. Samantha's press conference, her lie about Lewis, the way she dodged my questions, it was all unraveling. I didn't know what to believe anymore. I wanted to trust her, to believe that she'd done it to protect us, but the lie sat heavy between us. Every time I looked at her, I saw the flicker of guilt in her eyes, the hesitation in her voice. It didn't feel like us anymore. And then there was Clara. Lewis's sudden release reeked of her influence. She'd been too quiet lately, but I knew better than to think she was standing idly by. The chaos at Samantha's press conference was too well-timed to be a coincidence. Another sip of whiskey. Another few seconds of staring at nothing. The knock at the door pulled me out of my thoughts, sharp and insistent. I set the glass down and strode to the door, already annoyed. When I opened it, Clara stood there, looking as composed and calculating as ever. "Well, this is unexpected," I said, leaning against the doorframe. "What do you want?" Clara stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, her heels clicking against the floor. "Nice to see you too, Jack." I closed the door, crossing my arms as I watched her survey the penthouse like she owned the place. "Cut the small talk. What are you doing here?" "Checking on my dear brother," she said, a smirk tugging at her lips. "It seems like things have been tense lately." "Spit it out, Clara," I said, my patience thinning. "You didn't come here to check on me." She turned to face me, her expression sharp. "Fine. I wanted to see how you're holding up after Samantha's little announcement." I clenched my jaw, the mention of Samantha twisting the knife deeper. "That's none of your business." "Oh, but it is," she said, her tone dripping with faux concern. "You're letting her drag you into this mess, Jack. And for what? A baby that might not even be yours." I stepped closer, my voice low and dangerous. "Watch your mouth." Clara smirked, unfazed. Touchy subject, huh? You should be asking yourself how much of this is worth it. Samantha's lies are piling up, and you're the one paying for them. Don't pretend you care about me, I snapped. You're loving every second of this chaos. You're probably the one who pulled Lewis out of prison. Her smirk faltered for a split second, but she recovered quickly. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't lie to me, Clara, I said, stepping even closer. And while we're on the subject of your schemes, let's talk about the helicopter attack at my wedding. Was that you? Retaliation for Lewis's arrest? Her eyes narrowed, her composure cracking. You're grasping at straws. Am I? I pressed. You've been playing games since the moment Samantha came into my life. But this was a new low. Even for you. She didn't respond immediately, her jaw tightening. For a moment, I thought she might deny it, but instead, she spun on her heel and headed for the door. You have no idea what you're talking about, she snapped. Enjoy your little fairy tale while it lasts. She slammed the door behind her, leaving me with more questions than answers. I clenched my fists, staring at the door for a long moment before grabbing my jacket. I needed to get out of here, clear my head. The charity gala was the last place I wanted to be, but at least it was a distraction. The gala was exactly what I expected. Too many people in tailored suits and overpriced dresses, sipping champagne and pretending to care about the cause of the night. I drifted through the crowd, exchanging polite nods and shallow conversations. My mind wasn't here, though. It was back at the penthouse, replaying Clara's words and Samantha's silence. Jack, a familiar voice called out, low and smooth. I turned and my stomach twisted. Anastasia Gambino stood there, her black dress hugging her figure perfectly, her red lips curved into a faint smile. She looked every bit the polished heiress she was, but her presence made my skin crawl. Anastasia, I said, my voice flat. What are you doing here? She tilted her head, her smile widening. You say that like I shouldn't be. It's a charity gala. I'm here for the same reason you are. Right, I said, taking a sip of my drink. To make an appearance. Among other things, she said, stepping closer. How are you, Jack? Really? I stiffened, not liking the sudden familiarity in her tone. I'm fine. You don't look fine, she said, her voice soft but probing. You look tired, stressed. I gave her a pointed look. Why do you care? She laughed lightly, shaking her head. You're so quick to assume the worst about me. I'm not here to stir up trouble, Jack. I'm here because I wanted to see you. And why is that? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Because despite everything, I still care about you, she said simply. I know our families make things complicated, but that doesn't mean we can't at least be friends. I let out a bitter laugh. Friends? You think that's possible? Why not, she said, her tone light. Nothing has to happen between us, Jack. We can just coexist. Be there for each other when things get tough. And let's face it, you look like you could use someone in your corner. Her words were carefully chosen, her tone disarmingly sincere. But I knew better than to trust a Gambino, especially one sent to marry me against my will. I don't need your help, I said firmly. Maybe not, she said with a shrug. But you might want it anyway. She turned to leave, glancing back over her shoulder with a faint smile. Think about it, Jack. You know where to find me. As she disappeared into the crowd, I stood there, my drink forgotten in my hand. Anastasia had planted something in my mind, whether I wanted to admit it or not. For the first time in weeks, I felt like someone wasn't demanding answers or loyalty. But then again, maybe that was exactly what made her so dangerous.
Chapter 48. Lewis's POV. I sat in the dimly lit hotel room, swirling the wine in my glass as I waited for the perfect moment to call her. Samantha Blake. The name alone made my blood boil. She had the world at her feet now, while I had nothing. But tonight wasn't just about revenge. It was about playing my cards right, making her think she had a choice, making her believe that I wanted something reasonable. I'd crafted the plan carefully. The idea of making peace was just a bait to lure her here. Samantha liked to think she was in control, that she could manage any situation. But she'd always underestimated me. I placed the wine glass down and picked up my phone, dialing her number. She answered on the second ring, her tone sharp. "What do you want, Lewis?" I leaned back, letting a calmness settle into my voice. "Relax, Samantha. I'm not here to fight." "Could have fooled me," she snapped. "What is it now?" "I've been thinking," I said, keeping my tone measured, "about everything that's happened. About the baby." "What about the baby?" she asked, her wariness seeping through the phone. "Look, I know things have been complicated between us," I said, feigning sincerity, "but I don't want this to be a battle. I think we need to find a way to co-parent peacefully, for the baby's sake." There was silence on the other end, and for a moment, I thought she might hang up. Then she spoke, her voice tight. "Why now? Why are you suddenly interested in making peace?" "Because I've had time to think," I said smoothly. "I don't want to fight with you, Samantha. I just want us to figure this out like adults. And you need to meet in person for that," she asked, skepticism dripping from her tone. "It's important," I insisted. "This isn't the kind of conversation we should have over the phone. Let's meet. Somewhere private, no distractions." "I don't trust you," she said bluntly. "You don't have to trust me," I replied. "But think about the baby, Samantha. Don't you want to set a good example? To show them that we can work together?" Her sigh was soft but telling. She was hesitating. "Fine," she said at last. "But this better not be one of your schemes, Lewis." "Wouldn't dream of it," I said, hiding my grin. "I'll send you the address. Come alone. No need to make this more complicated than it needs to be." The room was simple but effective. 2 glasses of wine on the table, a bottle positioned between them, and just enough warmth to make her feel comfortable. I heard the knock at the door and straightened my jacket, smirking as I opened it. Samantha stood there, her posture stiff, her eyes wary. She wasn't here to play games, but that was fine. I wasn't either, not the kind she'd see coming. "Come in," I said, stepping aside. She walked past me, her arms crossed as she scanned the room. "What's this about, Lewis?" I gestured to the table. "Sit down. Let's talk." She didn't move, her gaze sharp. "You said this was about the baby. Say what you need to say, so I can leave." I sighed, walking over to the table and picking up the bottle of wine. "It doesn't have to be like this, Samantha. I'm trying to extend an olive branch here." "An olive branch," she repeated incredulous. "From the man who's been doing everything he can to ruin my life. Forgive me if I'm not buying it." "Look, I get it," I said, pouring 2 glasses of wine. "You don't trust me. I don't blame you. But that's why we're here, to change that." "I don't trust you because you've given me every reason not to," she snapped. "And I'm trying to fix that," I countered, setting one of the glasses in front of her. "For the baby's sake. Don't you want us to at least be civil?" Her lips pressed into a thin line as she stared at the glass. "I didn't come here to drink with you, Lewis. You didn't come here because you wanted to either," I said. "But you came. That says something." She hesitated, her fingers hovering near the glass. "This is pointless. You've already made it clear what kind of person you are, and you've made it clear what kind of person you are," I shot back. "But that doesn't change the fact that we're connected now, whether we like it or not." Her shoulders tensed, and I saw the flash of doubt in her eyes. Slowly, reluctantly, she picked up the glass and took a sip. The sedative took hold faster than I expected. Her responses slowed, her words slurring as she tried to maintain her composure. I kept the conversation going, feigning concern as her eyelids grew heavier. "Samantha," I said softly, leaning closer. "Are you okay?" She mumbled something incoherent, her head starting to droop. "Let's get you comfortable," I said, guiding her to the bed. She didn't resist, her body limp as I laid her down. Standing over her, I felt a surge of satisfaction. The untouchable Samantha Blake brought low. The woman who had everything, now completely powerless. I pulled out my phone, positioning her in suggestive poses, each click of the camera a step closer to my revenge. When I was done, I scrolled through the photos, my grin widening. They were perfect, damning, undeniable. I attached them to a message and typed, "This is the woman you're so desperate to protect. While you're busy doubting her lies, she's with me." I hit send, imagining Jack's reaction. The rage, the heartbreak. It would be exquisite. But as I poured myself another glass of wine, there was a knock at the door. I froze, the glass hovering midair. "Room service." A voice called from the other side. I let out a breath, shaking my head. Paranoia. That's all it was. But then I heard it. A faint shuffle of footsteps outside the door. I set the glass down, my heart pounding. Had someone seen me? I stood, the faint noise growing louder. My hand hovered over the door handle as I listened, my pulse racing. The game wasn't over yet.
Chapter 49. Jack's POV. The gala was a blur of meaningless chatter, sparkling wine, and hollow laughter. I wandered through the crowd, barely listening to the names and pleasantries thrown my way. My mind was 1,000 miles away, stuck in a loop of questions I couldn't answer. What was Samantha hiding? Why had she named Louis as the baby's father when we both knew it wasn't true? And why did I feel like every time I tried to get closer, she pushed me further away? "You seem distracted," Anastasia said, her voice low and smooth as she slid in a step beside me. I glanced at her, not bothering to hide my irritation. "What do you want, Anastasia?" "Only to help," she said, offering a small smile. "You've been pacing like a man waiting for bad news." Her words hit closer to home than I liked, but I didn't respond. Instead, I grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing waiter and downed half of it in one go. Anastasia tilted her head, her expression soft. "You know, it's okay to admit when you're struggling, Jack. You don't always have to be the strong one." I shot her a sharp look. "And what exactly do you think I'm struggling with?" She shrugged, the movement graceful and calculated. "Samantha, of course. It's written all over your face." "Leave it alone," I said, my voice colder than I intended. But Anastasia didn't flinch. She never did. "I'm just saying, Jack, maybe you deserve someone who doesn't make everything so difficult." I didn't respond, though her words lingered. I was about to excuse myself when my phone buzzed in my pocket. Glad for the distraction, I pulled it out and glanced at the screen. It was a message, the sender's name sending a chill down my spine. Luis Martinez. Frowning, I opened it, my stomach twisting as the images loaded. The first photo hit me like a punch to the gut. Samantha, lying unconscious on a bed, her dress askew, her body posed suggestively. The next photo was worse. Louis was next to her, shirtless, his hand resting possessively on her hip. There were more, each one a dagger to my chest. And then the message. "This is the woman you're so desperate to protect. While you're busy doubting her lies, she's with me." My hand tightened around the phone, my breathing shallow. The room seemed to tilt, the chatter and laughter around me fading into a dull roar. "Jack!" Anastasia's voice broke through the fog. "What's wrong?" I couldn't speak. My jaw clenched, and I shoved the phone back into my pocket, but the images were burned into my mind. "Jack," she said again, stepping closer. Her tone was soft, almost caring. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Talk to me." "It's nothing," I said, my voice strained. But Anastasia wasn't letting it go. She placed a hand on my arm, her touch light. "It's not nothing. Whatever it is, you don't have to go through it alone." Her words were meant to soothe, but they only fanned the flames of my anger. Alone. That's how I felt. Alone in trying to fix this mess with Samantha. Alone in my doubts. Alone in my anger. I didn't realize I was shaking until Anastasia stepped even closer, her voice dropping. "Whatever she's done, Jack, it's not worth tearing yourself apart over. You deserve better than this." I looked at her then, really looked at her. The warmth in her eyes, the gentle smile, it all felt like an invitation. The next few minutes were a blur. I heard myself agreeing when she suggested we leave the gala, the offer of somewhere quieter too tempting to resist. We ended up in her suite, a space dripping with luxury but somehow sterile. Anastasia poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handing one to me as she sat beside me on the couch. "I know it's none of my business," she said carefully, "but I can tell you're hurting. And I hate seeing you like this." I took a long drink, the burn doing little to dull the ache inside me. "She lied to me," I said finally, my voice rough. "Samantha?" Anastasia asked, though we both knew the answer. I nodded. "She's been lying since the beginning, and I've been too blind to see it." "You're not blind," she said softly. "You're loyal, and she doesn't deserve that loyalty." Her words hit me harder than they should have. Maybe because deep down I agreed. Maybe because I was tired of trying to hold together something that felt like it was breaking apart no matter what I did. Anastasia moved closer, her hand brushing against mine. "You deserve someone who sees you, Jack. Someone who values you for who you are, not what you can do for them." I didn't pull away. She leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "Let me be that someone, just for tonight." It was anger that drove me, anger and the need to feel something other than betrayal. I kissed her, hard and desperate, and she responded with the same intensity, her arms wrapping around my neck as she pulled me closer. The whiskey glass slipped from my hand, forgotten as I let the heat of the moment consume me. Later, as I lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling, the anger started to fade, replaced by a gnawing guilt. The photos, the betrayal, they were still there, but now there was something else. I glanced over at Anastasia, her head resting on my chest, her breathing slow and even. I didn't move, didn't say anything, but as I stared at my phone on the nightstand, the images of Samantha and Louis still burned into my mind. I couldn't help but wonder if I just made everything worse.
Chapter 50. Samantha's POV. The first thing I felt when I woke up was the pounding in my head. It wasn't just a normal headache, it was a sharp, relentless pressure, as though a hammer was striking against the inside of my skull. My eyes fluttered open, and the dim light in the room made my stomach churn. Where was I? I tried to sit up, but my body felt sluggish, my movements heavy and uncoordinated. Panic prickled at the edges of my mind as I looked around the unfamiliar room. The faint scent of stale wine lingered in the air, and the cheap decor told me I wasn't in a place I would normally choose to be. And then it hit me. Louis. The hotel. I sat up abruptly, my pulse racing. The sudden movement made my head spin, and I clutched the side of the bed for support. My dress was wrinkled and slightly askew, the neckline pulled down further than I remembered. A cold sense of dread settled over me as I adjusted it, trying to piece together what had happened. I'd come here to talk to Louis. He'd insisted on meeting, claiming he wanted to make peace for the sake of the baby. I remembered sitting across from him, the wine glasses between us, the conversation that quickly turned tense. And then nothing. The memories stopped. My gaze darted around the room, searching for Louis, but he was gone. The table was still set with 2 half-empty wine glasses, and his jacket was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he'd vanished, leaving only the echoes of the night before to haunt me. My phone sat on the bedside table, the screen lighting up with a string of notifications. I reached for it, my fingers trembling as I unlocked it. 99 missed calls. My heart sank. All of them were from Jack. A dozen text messages followed, each one more frantic than the last. "Samantha, answer your phone. We need to talk. Now. Don't lie to me. Just explain what the hell this is." Confusion and fear churned in my stomach as I scrolled down, dreading what I might find. And then I saw it. The first photo stopped me cold. It was me, on the bed, unconscious, my dress pulled down just enough to suggest something intimate. Louis was beside me, shirtless, his hand resting on my hip. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. My breath came in short, shallow gasps, and my vision blurred with tears. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "This isn't real. This can't be real." But I couldn't stop myself. I picked up the phone again, scrolling through the rest of the photos. Each one was worse than the last. Louis had posed us like lovers, his smug face captured in every shot. My stillness in the images only made them more damning. And Jack had seen all of it. The final message from Jack was short and cold. "What the hell is this, Samantha? Answer me." My fingers trembled as I dialed Jack's number, tears streaming down my face. The phone rang once, twice, and then went straight to voicemail. "Jack, please," I said, my voice breaking. "I don't know what you've seen or what you think happened, but it's not what it looks like." "I swear I didn't." The line cut off, and I realized it was just a recording. I tried again, and again it went to voicemail. "Please call me back," I begged. "I need to explain. I need you to hear me." I hung up and stared at the screen, my chest heaving. The photos burned in my mind, each one a reminder of Lewis's betrayal. He had set me up, drugged me, and stolen not just my dignity, but any chance I had of keeping Jack's trust. How could I have been so stupid? I stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face in a desperate attempt to clear my head. The face staring back at me in the mirror was pale and drawn, my eyes bloodshot from tears and exhaustion. Lewis had planned this. Every part of it. He hadn't wanted to make peace. He hadn't cared about co-parenting. He'd only wanted to destroy me, to make me feel as small and powerless as he did. I clenched the edge of the sink, anger bubbling beneath the surface of my fear. I wasn't going to let him win. I called Cisco, my bodyguard, and explained the situation in clipped, frantic sentences. "I need you to get me out of here," I said, my voice trembling. "Where are you?" he asked, his tone sharp and professional. I gave him the address, pacing the room as I waited. Every passing second felt like an eternity, the weight of Jack's silence crushing me. When Cisco arrived, his expression was a mixture of concern and anger. "What happened?" "I'll explain later," I said, grabbing my things. "Just get me out of here." He didn't ask any more questions, but the tension in his posture told me he was already piecing things together. Back at my apartment, I collapsed onto the couch, my hands trembling as I picked up my phone again. I tried calling Jack one more time, desperate to hear his voice, but it went straight to voicemail. "Jack, please," I said, tears spilling down my cheeks. "I need you to believe me. I don't know what Lewis told you or what those photos look like, but it's not true. I swear I didn't do anything. Please call me." I hung up and stared at the screen, willing it to light up with his name, but it didn't. The hours passed in a haze of fear and regret. I replayed every moment of the night in my mind, searching for something, anything, that could explain how I had let this happen. Why had I trusted Lewis? Why had I let him manipulate me into meeting him alone? The blame settled heavily on my shoulders, even as I tried to tell myself it wasn't my fault. Lewis had planned this. He had drugged me, posed me, used me. But none of that would matter to Jack. The photos were damning enough. As the sun began to rise, my phone buzzed with a new text. My heart leapt, hoping it was Jack. But the moment I opened it, my stomach dropped. "Don't bother explaining. I don't need to hear more lies." The words were like a knife to my chest. I dropped the phone and buried my face in my hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Jack was gone. He wouldn't listen. And I didn't know how to fix this. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew I couldn't let Lewis win. I couldn't let these photos destroy everything I'd built, everything I'd fought for. But as I sat there, broken and alone, it felt like the walls were closing in. Lewis had taken more than just my dignity. He'd taken my future. And I didn't know if I could get it back.
Chapter 51. Jack's POV. I woke up with a sharp sting of regret curling around my chest like a vice. The sunlight streaming through the wide windows of Anastasia's suite did nothing to dull the ache in my head or the fire in my gut. I blinked against the harsh light, my eyes landing on her slender figure draped in silk sheets beside me. Her hair spilled across the pillow, her breathing soft and even. Reality hit me like a freight train. What the hell had I done? Last night's events came back in vivid flashes. The gala, the photos from Lewis, the rage that consumed me, and Anastasia's warm, comforting presence. I hadn't been thinking clearly, no, I hadn't been thinking at all. I let my anger lead me to a decision I couldn't take back. I scrubbed a hand over my face, groaning softly as I swung my legs off the bed. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't look at her. "Jack!" Anastasia's groggy voice pulled me back. I glanced over my shoulder, meeting her half-lidded gaze. I need to go, I muttered, reaching for my shirt and pulling it on hastily. She propped herself up on her elbows, the sheet falling slightly. You don't have to leave so soon, she said softly, her tone far too understanding for the situation. We could talk, or just stay. I can't, I said sharply, running a hand through my hair. Last night was a mistake. Her expression flickered, a mixture of hurt and disappointment. If that's what you think, she said quietly, lying back down. But you don't have to punish yourself, Jack. She's not worth it. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Her words only made the guilt worse. Grabbing my jacket, I walked out of the suite without another word, leaving the bitter taste of regret in my wake. Back at my penthouse, the silence was deafening. I tossed my jacket onto the couch, pacing the room as my mind raced. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those photos Lewis had sent me. Samantha sprawled on the bed, her dress slipping off her shoulder. Lewis beside her, shirtless, smug, his hand resting on her like he had every right to be there. My fists clenched, the memory of the images stoking the fire of my anger. How could she do this? I'd given her everything, my trust, my loyalty, my love, and this was how she repaid me? She'd lied to me for weeks, named Lewis as the father of her child, and now this. The buzzing of my phone broke through my thoughts. I grabbed it from the table and frowned as I saw the name on the screen. Clara. The last person I wanted to deal with right now. Reluctantly, I answered. What do you want, Clara? Well, good morning to you too, she said, her voice oozing fake concern. I assume you've seen the news? What news? I asked, dread creeping into my chest. Turn on the TV, she said smugly. You'll thank me later. I ended the call and grabbed the remote, flipping on the TV. The first channel was enough to send me spiraling further. Billionaire heiress Samantha Blake caught in scandal with ex-fiancé Luis Martinez. The images from last night filled the screen. Photos of Samantha and Luis, the same ones he'd sent me, were now plastered across every major news outlet. I couldn't breathe. Clara showed up an hour later, uninvited as always. She swept into the penthouse like she owned the place, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. I'm not in the mood for your games, I said as she perched on the edge of the couch. Oh, I'm not here to play games, she said, feigning concern. I'm here because I care about you, Jack. And I think it's time we talked about Samantha. There's nothing to talk about, I said sharply. Isn't there, she countered. She's made a fool of you, Jack. And now the entire world knows it. My jaw tightened as she continued. She's been lying to you for months, Clara said, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. You've been her puppet, defending her while she's been sneaking around with Lewis behind your back. You don't know anything, I snapped, pacing the room. I know enough, she said, standing. And deep down you do too. You've always known she wasn't trustworthy, but you ignored it because you wanted to believe in her. Well, now you've seen the truth. I turned to face her, my anger barely contained. Get out, Clara smirked. Fine. But remember, Jack, you deserve better than this. Better than her. She walked out, leaving me alone with the chaos swirling in my mind. I tried to drown the images, the anger, the pain in a glass of whiskey. But it didn't help. Nothing did. The photos were still there, seared into my memory. Samantha's betrayal. Lewis's smugness. I needed answers. It didn't take long to find him. Lewis had never been one for subtlety, and I knew he'd be somewhere public, basking in the attention his stunt had brought him. I found him at a high-end bar, surrounded by people laughing at his jokes. He looked exactly as I expected, smug, arrogant, and entirely too pleased with himself. The moment he saw me, his grin widened. Well, if it isn't Jack Smith, he said, raising his glass. Come and join the party? I strode over to him, my fists clenched. What the hell did you do? Lewis feigned innocence, leaning back in his chair. I have no idea what you're talking about. The photos, I snarled. What did you do to Samantha? His smirk deepened. Oh, those? Just a little reunion. She came to me, you know. Guess old habits die hard. You're lying, I said, my voice low and dangerous. Am I? He said, leaning closer. Face it, Jack. She's been playing you. You think you're special? You're just another pawn in her game. The The rage boiled over before I could stop it. My fist connected with his jaw, sending him sprawling back in his chair. Gasps and murmurs erupted around us as I loomed over him, my chest heaving. "Tell me the truth," I demanded. Lewis wiped the blood from his lip, laughing softly. "The truth? You can't handle the truth." I grabbed his collar, pulling him close. "Try me?" Security rushed over, pulling us apart before I could do any more damage. Lewis straightened his jacket, smirking as they led me toward the door. "You're fighting the wrong battle, Jack," he called after me. "But by all means, keep pretending you're the hero. It's entertaining." Outside, the cold night air did little to calm me. My knuckles throbbed, but the pain was nothing compared to the turmoil in my chest. I climbed into my car, slamming the door shut as I sat in the silence. My phone buzzed on the passenger seat, and I glanced at the screen. It was a message from Samantha. "Please, Jack, let me explain. I need you." I stared at the message, my anger flaring all over again. How could she ask me to listen to her now? I threw the phone onto the seat and started the engine, my mind a tangled mess of love, betrayal, and fury.
Chapter 52. Samantha's POV. The world outside my window seemed oblivious to the chaos consuming my life. The hum of traffic, the chirp of distant birds, it was all maddeningly normal. Meanwhile, my world was collapsing. I sat on the couch, staring blankly at my phone as it buzzed with relentless notifications. Every message, every news alert chipped away at what little strength I had left. The photos of Lewis and me, photos I had no memory of being taken, were everywhere. Every news outlet, every gossip site had them splashed across their front pages. The headlines were as cruel as the betrayal they documented. Smith heiress caught in scandal with ex-fiancé, and Samantha Blake, the fall of a golden girl. My chest felt tight as I scrolled through the comments online, each one harsher than the last. Some questioned my character. Others questioned my ability to lead FinCorp. And then there were those who reveled in my misery, gleefully tearing apart the image I'd worked so hard to build. I threw the phone onto the coffee table and buried my face in my hands. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. A soft knock on the door jolted me. I lifted my head, my heart racing. For a moment, I hoped it might be Jack. But when I opened the door, it was Cisco, his face grim. "You have it?" I asked, my voice trembling. He nodded, holding up a sealed bag containing the remnants of the wine glasses from the hotel room. "I had the lab run tests. You were right, it was spiked." My knees nearly buckled as relief and anger coursed through me. "What did they find?" "Rohypnol," he said, his tone flat. "A strong dose. You wouldn't have stood a chance after a few sips." I swallowed hard, the words hitting like a punch to the gut. I'd been drugged. Manipulated. My head swam with the implications. Lewis had planned everything: the wine, the photos, the fallout. "I'll kill him," I whispered, my hands shaking. Cisco's jaw tightened. "You don't need to do anything rash. We have proof now. We can go to the authorities." I nodded weakly, though I wasn't sure if the authorities could fix this. My reputation was already in tatters. The damage was done, and Jack. My thoughts spiraled back to him, to the coldness in his last message. "Don't bother explaining. I don't need to hear more lies. I need to talk to Jack," I said, my voice cracking. "He has to know the truth." Cisco hesitated. "Samantha, are you sure that's a good idea?" "I have no choice," I said, already reaching for my phone. I hadn't even finished gathering my thoughts when the sound of the doorbell froze me in place. My heart leapt with hope, but as I opened the door and saw Jack standing there, my chest tightened with fear. He looked different. His eyes were hard, his jaw set. There was no warmth in his expression, no trace of the man who had once held me so gently. "Jack," I said, my voice trembling. "I'm so glad you're here. I need to explain Dash." "I'm not here for explanations," he said coldly, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. I shut the door, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Please, just listen. I was drugged, Jack. I didn't dash." "I've heard enough, Samantha," he interrupted, his voice low and sharp. "I've heard enough lies, enough excuses. I flinched at his words, tears welling in my eyes. It's not a lie. I have proof. I grabbed the test results from the table and held them out to him. Look. The wine was spiked. I didn't go there willingly, and I didn't do anything with Louis. He set me up. Jack took the papers, glancing at them briefly before tossing them onto the coffee table. Do you think this changes anything?
Yes.
I cried, my voice breaking. It proves I didn't betray you, Jack. I didn't dash. You didn't, he said, his voice rising. Do you know how it feels to see those photos? To see you with him? To see the woman I trusted in bed with the one man I hate more than anyone. Tears streamed down my face as I reached for him, but he stepped back.
Jack, please.
You have to believe me. I love you. He laughed bitterly, running a hand through his hair. You love me?
That's funny, Samantha.
Because it doesn't feel like love when you're constantly hiding things, lying to my face, and dragging me into your mess. I didn't mean for any of this to happen, I whispered. But it did, he said coldly. And I'm done being stupid enough to think things could be different. His words hit like a slap, and I staggered back, clutching the edge of the couch for support. What are you saying? I asked, my voice barely audible. I'm saying I'm done, he said, his tone final. I'm selling my shares in FinCorp and leaving the city.
I'm done with you, Samantha.
I'm done with all of this. No, I choked out, shaking my head. You can't mean that. You can't just leave. He stepped closer, his eyes blazing with anger and hurt. Watch me. Please, I begged, tears streaming down my face. Don't do this.
Don't walk away.
I'll do whatever it takes to fix this. I'll prove to you that I didn't betray you. Jack hesitated, his expression flickering for just a moment. But then he shook his head.
I loved you, Samantha.
But love isn't enough anymore. With those words, he turned and walked out the door, slamming it shut behind him. I sank to the floor, my body trembling with sobs. I couldn't lose him.
Not like this.
Not after everything we'd been through. My phone buzzed beside me, and for a moment, I hoped it might be Jack. But the notification on the screen made my blood run cold. It was a message from an unknown number. With shaking hands, I opened it. The video played, and my heart dropped. Louis was in the hotel room, holding up the spiked wine glass, a smug grin on his face. And that's how you destroy Samantha Blake, he said, laughing as the video cut off. My tears dried instantly, replaced by a burning fury. Louis thought he'd won.
He thought he'd broken me.
But he was wrong. I stood, my hands clenched into fists, my heart pounding with determination. I'm going to make him pay, I whispered, my voice trembling with resolve. The game wasn't over yet. Chapter 53. Samantha's POV. The news hit me like a punch to the gut. Jack had sold his shares in FinCorp. The whispers in the boardroom confirmed what I dreaded. He was truly done. He wasn't just walking away from the company. He was walking away from me, from us, from everything we'd fought for. Cisco stood in the doorway of my office, his face grim as he delivered the final blow. He's heading to the airport, Samantha. His flight leaves in an hour. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. No, I whispered, shaking my head. He wouldn't, he can't just leave. He's made up his mind, Cisco said, his tone steady, but laced with sympathy. Panic coursed through me, gripping me with icy fingers. I couldn't let him go. Not like this. Not without trying one last time to make him understand. I need to see him, I said, grabbing my bag and rushing past Cisco. Take me to the airport.
Now.
The drive to the airport felt like an eternity. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, 1,000 fears. What if I was too late? What if he refused to listen? Cisco glanced at me in the rearview mirror, his expression unreadable. You sure this is a good idea? No, I admitted, my voice shaking. But I can't just let him leave without trying. He needs to know the truth. He needs to know how much he means to me. Cisco didn't respond, but he pressed harder on the gas, weaving through traffic with determined precision. When we arrived at the airport, I bolted from the car, my heels clicking against the polished floor as I rushed through the crowded terminal. My heart raced as I scanned the departure board, searching for his flight. There it was. Gate 17. I ran, dodging travelers and their luggage, my breath coming in short, frantic gasps. The thought of losing Jack forever propelled me forward, even as doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. I spotted him near the gate, his tall frame unmistakable even from a distance. He was dressed simply, his black duffel bag slung over one shoulder, his posture tense. "Jack," I called out, my voice cutting through the noise of the terminal. He turned, his expression hardening the moment he saw me. "What are you doing here, Samantha?" he asked, his tone flat. "I came to stop you," I said, my voice trembling. "Please, Jack, don't do this. Don't leave." He stared at me for a long moment, his jaw tightening. There's nothing left to say. My decision's made. "Jack, please," I begged, stepping closer. "You don't have to do this. I know you're hurt. I know you're angry. But Lewis set me up. I didn't betray you. I love you." He laughed bitterly, shaking his head. "Love? Is that what you call it? Lies, secrets, scandals, that's your version of love." Tears welled in my eyes as I reached for him. "I made mistakes, Jack, but I never stopped loving you. I never betrayed you. You have to believe me." "I don't have to do anything," he snapped, his voice low and sharp. "I've spent months trying to make this work, trying to believe in you. But all I've gotten in return is heartbreak." "Jack Dash." "I'm done, Samantha," he said, cutting me off. "I'm done being made a fool of. I'm done fighting for something that was never real." His words sliced through me, leaving me breathless. Before I could respond, another voice cut through the tension. "Jack, are we ready?" I turned, my stomach twisting as I saw her. Anastasia. She stood there with a sleek suitcase at her side, dressed impeccably in designer travel wear, her expression calm and confident. "What the hell is she doing here?" I demanded, my voice rising. Anastasia smiled faintly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "Oh, didn't Jack tell you? We're traveling together." My heart plummeted.
What?
Jack didn't respond, his gaze fixed somewhere over my shoulder. "You can't be serious," I said, turning to him. "Jack, what is this? Why is she here?" His eyes finally met mine, cold and unreadable. "I don't owe you an explanation, Samantha." "You don't owe me, Dash," my voice cracked, the weight of his words hitting me like a blow. "After everything we've been through, you think you can just walk away with her and not give me an explanation?" Jack's expression hardened. "I'm done explaining myself."
To you, to anyone.
"I'm leaving, Samantha. That's all you need to know." Anastasia placed a hand on his arm, her smile soft and knowing. "We should get going. The flight boards soon." I stared at them, my chest tightening as Jack nodded and turned away, walking toward the gate with Anastasia by his side. I stood there, frozen in place, as they disappeared into the boarding tunnel. The noise of the terminal faded into a dull roar, the world around me blurring. He was gone. He was really gone. My legs felt weak, and I stumbled to a nearby bench, collapsing onto it as tears streamed down my face. The pain was unbearable, a crushing weight that left me gasping for air. But even through the heartbreak, a spark of anger began to burn. Anastasia, Lewis, Clara. They had all played their parts in tearing us apart, and I'd been too blind, too trusting, to see it coming. I wiped my tears, my hands trembling, but my resolve growing stronger. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. If they thought they could destroy me, they were wrong. I would fight. For Jack. For the truth. For myself. And I wouldn't stop until I won. Chapter 54. Samantha's POV. The cold silence of my apartment pressed against my chest like a vice. Jack's voice replayed in my head on an endless loop, his final words tearing through me like a storm. "I loved you, Samantha. But love isn't enough anymore." And then there was Anastasia, standing beside him, her smug smirk seared into my mind. The way Jack had turned his back on me, walking toward the plane without a glance, had broken something deep inside me. I wasn't just heartbroken. I was furious. Louis had orchestrated all of this, every shred of doubt, every crack in my relationship with Jack, every public humiliation I'd endured. He had used me, manipulated me, and left me fighting for my life while he celebrated. I wasn't going to let him get away with it. Cisco arrived later that night, carrying the drug test results that proved Louis had spiked my drink. He placed the papers on the coffee table, watching me closely as I stared at them in silence.
"This is it," he said.
"This is the evidence we need. We can take this to the police, press charges. We'll make him pay the legal way." "The legal way," I repeated bitterly, my voice cold. "And what happens then, Cisco? He gets a few years in jail?" "He hires a high-priced lawyer who spins it into nothing more than a slap on the wrist." Cisco frowned. "It's still justice, Samantha. You can't just dash." "I don't want justice," I snapped, standing abruptly. "I want him to suffer. I want him to feel what I felt when I woke up in that hotel room, when I saw those photos, when Jack walked away from me." His expression darkened. "What are you saying?" I turned to face him, my hands trembling with rage. "I'm saying I don't trust the police to handle this. Louis doesn't deserve a courtroom. He doesn't deserve due process. He deserves to feel powerless. Just like he made me feel." Cisco's eyes narrowed. "Samantha, you're talking about Dash. Kidnapping him," I finished coldly. "We'll take him. Hold him somewhere no one will find him. Let him see what it feels like to be completely at someone else's mercy." "Samantha, Dash. You said you'd stand by me no matter what," I said, cutting him off. "Well, this is what I need. I can't move forward until I know Louis is paid for what he's done." Cisco hesitated, his jaw tightening. "You're asking me to cross a line. A dangerous one." "I'm not asking," I said firmly. "I'm telling you. We're doing this." He stared at me for a long moment before sighing deeply. "If we're doing this, we do it right. No loose ends." Cisco moved quickly, reaching out to a few of his old contacts who specialized in unconventional solutions. By the next day, he had tracked Louis to a private bar, where he was predictably celebrating his latest victory. "He's been there all afternoon," Cisco said, showing me a photo of Louis laughing with a glass of whiskey in hand. "He's surrounded by friends, but we'll catch him when he leaves." "Good," I said, my voice devoid of emotion. "Do it." The plan was executed flawlessly. Cisco and his team waited in the alley behind the bar, ambushing Louis as he stumbled out, half drunk and oblivious to the danger. It took less than 2 minutes to overpower him, a cloth soaked in chloroform silencing his protests. They loaded him into an unmarked van, binding his wrists and ankles with zip ties before taking him to the warehouse. The warehouse was cold and dark, its walls lined with rusting metal shelves and broken machinery. Louis sat in the center of the room, bound to a chair with heavy chains securing him in place. His head lolled forward as he began to stir, groaning softly. I stepped into the room, my heels clicking against the concrete floor. Louis's head jerked up at the sound, his bloodshot eyes widening as they focused on me. "Samantha," he croaked, his voice rough. "What the hell is this?" I didn't answer, circling him slowly as he struggled against the chains. "You're insane," he spat, his fear masked by bravado. "You think this is going to scare me? You're not a killer. You're not even strong enough to hurt me." I stopped in front of him, my expression cold. "You don't think I can hurt you?" He laughed bitterly. "You're too soft, Samantha. You're playing a game you don't have the stomach for." I leaned in close, my voice low and icy. "Do you know how easy it would be to put a bullet in your head right now? To end your miserable existence and leave your body here for the rats to find?" Louis's smirk faltered, but he quickly recovered. "You won't do it. You don't have it in you." "You're right," I said, stepping back. "I won't spill your blood. But I don't have to." He frowned, his confidence wavering. "What are you talking about?" I gestured to the chains. "I can keep you here, locked away in this warehouse for the rest of your life. No one will come looking for you. No one will care. You'll rot in this chair, day after day, until you're nothing but a forgotten memory." Panic flashed in his eyes. "You're bluffing." "Am I?" I said calmly. Look around, Louis. Do you see anyone coming to save you? Do you think Clara will lift a finger to help you once she realizes your liabilities? His breathing quickened, his bravado crumbling as the reality of his situation sank in. You can't do this, he said, his voice shaking. You'll go to prison. I tilted my head, a small smile playing on my lips. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Louis's composure shattered. He began to sob, his pleas tumbling out in a desperate stream. Please, Samantha. Don't do this. I'll do anything you want. I'll disappear. You'll never hear from me again. Just don't leave me here. I stared at him, my heart hardened by the memory of Jack's departure and the humiliation Louis had put me through. You'll stay here until I decide what to do with you, I said coldly, turning on my heel. Samantha, he screamed, his voice raw with desperation. Please. I'm sorry. I didn't look back. Outside the warehouse, Cisco was waiting by the car. He raised an eyebrow as I approached. You okay? I nodded, my voice steady. I'm fine. Let him stew for a while. It's the least he deserves. And what's next? He asked. I glanced back at the warehouse, the sound of Louis's cries faint in the distance. Clara's next, I said, my resolve unshakable. None of them are walking away from this unscathed. Chapter 55. Samantha's POV. The weight of the past weeks sat heavy on my shoulders as I paced my apartment. The pieces were falling into place, but the game wasn't over. I still had unfinished business with Clara and Louis, both of whom had pushed me to my breaking point. Cisco's investigation had been thorough. When he walked through the door that evening, his expression was grim, carrying the kind of news that would normally make anyone pause. For me, it was just confirmation of what I'd suspected all along. Clara wasn't playing fair. She's been selling Smith family properties, Cisco said, tossing a folder onto the table. Luxury estates, overseas villas, and even some private investments. She's been funneling the money into an offshore account. She's planning her escape. I picked up the folder, flipping through the pages of evidence. Each transaction was detailed, meticulous. Clara had covered her tracks well, but not well enough. She knows she's not the legitimate heiress, I murmured, more to myself than to Cisco. If she's going down, she's not going down empty-handed. Cisco leaned against the counter, crossing his arms. She's bleeding the Smith legacy dry. If this gets out, it could destroy the company's reputation for good. I closed the folder with a sharp snap, my jaw tightening. It won't get out. Not yet. First, we deal with her, and with Louis. The next day's board meeting was tense, as expected. Clara strutted into the room as if she still owned the place, her confidence infuriatingly intact. The scandal surrounding Louis's photos and my supposed affair still lingered like a bad stench, but I held my ground, answering the board's concerns with poise and control. Clara didn't say much during the meeting, but her smirk spoke volumes. She was waiting for the right moment to strike. After the meeting adjourned, Clara caught up to me in the hallway, her heels clicking against the marble floor. Eventful meeting, she said casually, her smile sharp. What do you want, Clara? I asked, not bothering to mask my irritation. Her expression darkened just slightly, her eyes narrowing. I was just wondering, have you heard from Louis lately? He seems to have disappeared. It's quite unlike him. I turned to face her fully, meeting her gaze with icy calm. Why would I know where Louis is? He's your lapdog, not mine. Clara's smile faltered for a fraction of a second before she recovered, her tone laced with mock concern. You know, Samantha, people who disappear have a way of resurfacing at the worst possible times. Just a thought. I stared her down, refusing to rise to her bait. I'll keep that in mind. She gave me one last look, her smile slipping into something more menacing, before walking away. The rumors about Louis's disappearance were already starting to spread, and I knew I couldn't keep him locked up in that warehouse much longer. The longer he stayed, the more attention his absence would attract. That night, I made the decision. It was time to end this. The warehouse was colder than I remembered, the metal walls creaking faintly in the wind. Louis was still chained to the chair in the center of the room, his once pristine appearance now a shadow of itself. His face was bruised, his shirt torn, and his hair disheveled. As I stepped into the dim light, his head snapped up, his eyes widening when he saw me. "Samantha," he croaked, his voice hoarse. You can't keep me here. Please." I walked toward him slowly, my heels echoing against the concrete floor. "You don't get to beg, Lewis. Not after everything you've done." He struggled against the chains, his movements weak and pitiful. "I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done what I did. I was desperate. Please, Samantha, just let me go. I'll leave. I'll disappear." I stopped a few feet away from him, my arms crossed. "You're right about one thing. You're going to disappear. But it'll be on my terms." His eyes darted around the room, panic setting in. "What do you mean?" "I'm sending you far away," I said coldly. "Cancun. You'll live on a quiet little island where no one will find you. No phones, no emails, no contact with anyone. And if I ever hear your name again, if you ever step foot anywhere near me or my family, I'll make sure you regret it." He swallowed hard, his lips trembling. "You can't, you wouldn't dash." I leaned in closer, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "If you think I'm bluffing, try me. One word to anyone about this, and I'll put a bounty on your head so high, you'll spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder." Tears welled in his eyes as his bravado crumbled. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay, I'll go. I'll disappear. Just, please don't hurt me." I straightened, stepping back. "Good. You leave tonight. And if I ever see your face again, you won't get a second chance." Cisco and his team handled the arrangements swiftly. By midnight, Lewis was on a private boat headed to a secluded island in Cancun. I watched from the docks as the boat disappeared into the horizon, a strange sense of relief washing over me. Lewis was gone. But this was far from over. 9 months later. The last few months had been a whirlwind. The scandal had finally started to die down, thanks to careful PR work and my relentless efforts to prove my worth as FinCorp's president. Clara remained a thorn in my side, but her days were numbered. Cisco's investigation had provided all the ammunition I needed to take her down when the time was right. Now, as I sat in my living room, cradling my swollen belly, I felt a rare moment of peace. The baby's due date was only days away, and despite everything, I was ready for this next chapter. The sound of my phone buzzing broke the quiet. I reached for it, expecting another check-in from Cisco or my assistant. Instead, it was a message from an unknown number. "Congratulations, Samantha. You've come so far. But the past always catches up." My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. Whoever it was, they weren't finished with me. Chapter 56. Samantha's POV. The cryptic message stared back at me from my phone screen, the words twisting in my mind like a knife. "Congratulations, Samantha. You've come so far. But the past always catches up." I didn't recognize the number, but the intent was clear. Whoever sent it wanted me to know that my fight wasn't over. The peace I had worked so hard to carve out for myself felt as fragile as glass. I was about to call Cisco when I felt a sharp, sudden pain low in my abdomen. My breath hitched as warmth spread across my legs, soaking through the fabric of my dress. I looked down in shock. "Oh my God," I whispered, my heart racing. My water had broken. Panic and adrenaline surged through me as I grabbed my hospital bag from the corner of the room. I fumbled with my phone, dialing Cisco's number. "Samantha," he answered immediately, his tone alert. "It's happening," I said, my voice trembling. "The baby, my water just broke." "Stay calm," Cisco said firmly. "I'm on my way. I'll get you to the hospital." "Hurry," I managed to say before ending the call. The contractions started as I paced the living room, gripping the back of the couch for support. Each wave of pain was stronger than the last, and I focused on my breathing, trying to keep myself calm. Cisco arrived in record time, his SUV screeching to a halt outside my building. He rushed up to my apartment, his usually composed demeanor tinged with urgency. "Let's go," he said, grabbing my bag and guiding me to the elevator. The ride to the hospital felt like an eternity. Cisco kept glancing at me, his grip on the steering wheel tight. "You're doing great," he said, his voice steady. Just keep breathing. I nodded, biting down on my lip as another contraction hit. This is not how I thought today would go, I muttered through clenched teeth. Cisco let out a dry chuckle. Life rarely goes as planned. By the time we arrived at the hospital, the contractions were coming faster and harder. A team of nurses quickly took over, wheeling me into a private delivery room. The fluorescent lights above were harsh, and the sterile smell of the hospital filled the air. Deep breaths, one of the nurses said as they helped me onto the bed. Is the baby okay? I asked, my voice frantic. Everything looks good, she reassured me, checking the monitors. You're progressing well. I tried to focus on her words, but the pain was overwhelming. My grip on the bed rails tightened as another contraction ripped through me. Hours blurred together in a haze of pain, breathing exercises, and encouraging words from the medical staff. Cisco stayed by my side the entire time, his presence a steady anchor. You've got this, he said, his voice calm and reassuring. Easy for you to say, I snapped, then immediately felt guilty.
Sorry.
That was the pain talking. He smiled faintly. No offense taken. You can curse me out all you want as long as you keep pushing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the doctor's voice broke through the haze. One more push, Samantha. You're almost there. Summoning every ounce of strength I had left, I pushed, tears streaming down my face as I let out a raw cry. And then suddenly, it was over. The room was filled with the sound of a baby's first wail, and my heart swelled with a mixture of relief and joy. It's a boy, the doctor said, holding up the tiny, squirming baby before placing him gently on my chest. I stared down at him, my vision blurred with tears. His tiny fingers curled against my skin, his cries softening as he settled into my embrace. Hi, baby, I whispered, my voice breaking. Hi. As I held him, everything else, the message, the threats, the pain faded into the background. In that moment, it was just me and my son, and the overwhelming love I felt for him. But deep down, I knew this was only the beginning. The past might be behind me, but it wasn't gone. And now, more than ever, I had someone to protect. As I looked into my son's eyes, I silently vowed, no matter what comes, I'll keep you safe.
Chapter 57. Jack's POV. The apartment was quiet, but the kind of quiet that pressed against my chest, heavy and suffocating. I sat on the edge of the bed, elbows resting on my knees, staring at the hardwood floor as if it could give me answers to questions I didn't even know how to ask. Behind me, Anastasia was moving around, her voice soft but persistent. Jack, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep shutting me out. I didn't respond. I didn't even turn to look at her. She always said the same thing, and I didn't have the energy to give her the same answer. I'm trying, she continued, her voice taking on an edge of frustration. I've been patient. I've been understanding, but you're not giving me anything to work with. Maybe because there's nothing to work with, I muttered, finally breaking the silence. Anastasia froze, her reflection catching in the mirror across the room. Her expression hardened as she turned to face me. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I stood up, running a hand through my hair as I paced the room. It means exactly what it sounds like. You're forcing this, Anastasia. Forcing us? Is that what you think? She snapped, her voice rising. That I'm forcing you? You were the one who ran away with me, Jack. You made that choice. That wasn't a choice, I said sharply, turning to face her. That was me escaping a life I couldn't handle anymore. You were just there? Her jaw tightened, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. So what? I'm just a convenient escape for you? Is that it? I didn't ask you to come with me, I shot back. I didn't ask for any of this. The words hung in the air, heavy and final. Anastasia stared at me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For a moment, I felt a flicker of guilt, but it was drowned out by the overwhelming frustration that had been building for months. You're unbelievable, she said, her voice trembling. You're so wrapped up in your own pain that you can't see what's right in front of you. I've been here for you, Jack. I've been trying to help you move on, but you won't let me? Because I don't want to move on, I snapped, my voice louder than I intended. Not like this. Not with you. Anastasia flinched as if I'd struck her. She turned away, grabbing her jacket from the back of the chair. Fine, she said coldly. If that's how you feel, then I'm done trying. She walked toward the door, pausing for a moment before turning back to face me. You know what your problem is, Jack? You think running away from your past will fix everything. But no matter where you go, it's still there. You're still there. With that, she walked out, slamming the door behind her. The silence that followed was deafening. I sank back onto the bed, my head in my hands. The weight of her words pressed against me, but I couldn't deny the truth in them. I had spent the past 9 months running from Samantha, from the pain, from the memories that refused to leave me alone. No matter how hard I tried, she was always there. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, breaking the stillness. I reached for it, expecting a business email or a message from one of my associates. Instead, the words on the screen froze me in place. Samantha Blake has just delivered a healthy baby boy. My breath caught in my throat. I read the message again, and then a third time, as if the words might change. But they didn't. A boy. Samantha had given birth. I stared at the screen, my emotions swirling into a storm I couldn't control. Anger, confusion, hurt, and something deeper, something I couldn't name. For months, I had convinced myself that cutting ties with her was the right thing to do. She had lied to me, betrayed me. But now, all I could think about was the life she had brought into the world, the child that might have been mine. No, it wasn't mine. It couldn't be. She had made her choice when she named Lewis as the father. But the thought didn't bring me the relief I had hoped for. Instead, it only deepened the ache in my chest. The door opened, and Anastasia walked back in, her eyes red and puffy. She froze when she saw the look on my face. "What is it?" she asked, her tone cautious. "Nothing," I said, my voice hollow. She walked closer, peering at the screen of my phone. Her expression shifted as she read the message, her lips curling into a bitter smile. "Well, isn't that something?" "Don't," I warned, my voice low. Anastasia raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. "Don't what?" "Acknowledge the fact that she's still living rent-free in your head? That even after everything, you're still hung up on her?" I clenched my fists, my patience wearing thin. "This isn't about her, isn't it?" she shot back. "Because from where I'm standing, it seems like it's always about her." I didn't respond. I couldn't. Anastasia sighed, running a hand through her hair. "You know what, Jack? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're not running from her. Maybe you're running from yourself." Her words hit harder than I wanted to admit. She turned and walked out again, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I stared at the message on my phone, my mind racing. I thought about Samantha, about the life she had created, and the choice she had made to keep me out of it. I had told myself I was done with her. But as I sat there, the image of her holding her child, a child that might have been mine, refused to leave my mind. "A boy," I whispered to myself, the words heavy with emotion. I didn't know what to do. But for the first time in 9 months, I realized that running away hadn't solved anything. It never would. Chapter 58. Jack's POV. The message haunted me. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't push it out of my mind. I sat in the dim light of the apartment, the glow of the phone screen casting eerie shadows on the walls. Samantha Blake has just delivered a healthy baby boy. The words felt heavier each time I read them. A boy. Samantha had a son. And for the first time in months, I let myself ask the question I had buried deep. Was he mine? I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles widening. She had named Lewis as the father, made it clear in front of the entire world. But what if that wasn't the truth? What if the boy was mine, and she had lied to protect herself or me? The idea twisted in my gut, a bitter mix of anger and something deeper, something more vulnerable. Morning sunlight crept through the curtains, doing little to brighten my mood. I barely noticed Anastasia returning, her movements sharp and deliberate as she slammed the door behind her. "So, you've been up all night," she said, crossing her arms as she glared at me. I didn't respond, my mind still tangled in the message and the memories it had dragged back to the surface. "Don't ignore me, Jack," she snapped, stepping closer. "What was that last night? What's this obsession with Samantha? She's had her baby. Big deal. Move on. I looked up at her, my patience fraying. You don't get it, do you? Oh, I get it, she said bitterly. You're still hung up on her. It doesn't matter what she's done or how much she's hurt, you'll always be chasing her ghost. Her words hit harder than I wanted to admit. You think this is easy for me? You think I haven't tried to move on? Then try harder, she said coldly. Because the way I see it, she's already won. She's still controlling you, even from a distance. I stood, my frustration boiling over. This has nothing to do with you, Anastasia. Doesn't it? She countered. I've been here for 9 months, Jack. 9 months of trying to help you, trying to get close to you. And for what? So you can sit here and pine over a woman who clearly doesn't want you. Enough, I said, my voice sharp. You don't know anything about what I feel. Anastasia laughed bitterly, throwing her hands in the air. You're right. I don't. Because you don't let anyone in. You'd rather sit in your misery than admit you're still in love with her. The silence that followed was deafening. I can't do this anymore, she said quietly, shaking her head. You're stuck, Jack, and I'm not waiting around for you to figure it out. She grabbed her bag and left without another word, the door slamming shut behind her. Hours later, I found myself outside Uncle Hugo's house, the old mansion looming against the gray sky. If anyone could give me clarity, it was him. Hugo greeted me with his usual calm demeanor, though his eyes sharpened with curiosity when he saw my face. You look like hell, he said, motioning for me to sit. What's on your mind? I hesitated, the words caught in my throat. Finally, I blurted, Samantha had her baby. Hugo nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair. And you're wondering if he's yours? I don't know what to think, I admitted, running a hand through my hair. She said it was Lewis's, but what if she lied? What if she thought she was protecting me? Hugo studied me for a moment before speaking. You'll never know unless you ask her. I scoffed. You think it's that simple? Life rarely is, he said with a faint smile. But running away hasn't given you peace, has it? I looked away, the truth of his words hitting me like a punch. You loved her, Hugo continued. That doesn't just go away. And if there's even a chance that boy is yours, don't you owe it to yourself and him to find out? The question lingered in the air, heavy with implications. I left Hugo's house feeling more conflicted than ever. I drove aimlessly through the city, the memories of Samantha and me flooding my mind. The laughter, the fights, the quiet moments when it felt like the world was ours alone. And then the betrayal. Or was it betrayal? I had spent so long convincing myself that she had lied to me. But what if I had been wrong? What if I had let my pride blind me to the truth? The thought made my chest tighten. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I had made my decision. I couldn't keep running. I couldn't keep wondering. I needed answers. I turned the car around and headed back to the city, the skyline coming into view like a beacon. It was late when I arrived at Samantha's apartment building. The streets were quiet, the glow of the streetlights reflecting off the wet pavement. I parked the car and sat there for a moment, staring at the building. My heart was pounding, my palms damp with sweat. I didn't know what I would say to her. I didn't know if I was ready to hear the answers to the questions burning inside me. But I couldn't turn back now. I stepped out of the car and walked to her door, each step heavier than the last. Raising my hand, I hesitated, the weight of the past 9 months pressing down on me. I took a deep breath and knocked. The sound echoed in the stillness, and I waited, my heart racing as I prepared to face her for the first time in what felt like a lifetime.
Chapter 59. Samantha's POV. The quiet of my apartment was a stark contrast to the chaos that had consumed my life over the past year. Liam was nestled in my arms, his tiny fingers wrapped around one of mine as he slept soundly. His soft breaths were a balm to my frayed nerves, a reminder that despite everything, this little life was my greatest triumph. I gently rocked him, letting the faint hum of the city outside lull me into a rare moment of peace. But just as I began to relax, a sharp knock on the door shattered the stillness. My heart jumped. It was late, too late for visitors. Cisco usually called before stopping by, and I hadn't ordered anything. Another knock followed, louder this time. Liam stirred in my arms, his little face scrunching before he settled again. I stood, carefully placing him in his bassinet before making my way to the door. Peering through the peephole, my breath caught in my throat. Jack. I opened the door slowly, my heart pounding as I took in the sight of him. He stood there, his hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket, his expression unreadable. His presence was a jolt, like a ghost from the past suddenly made real. "What are you doing here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer immediately. His eyes moved past me, landing on the bassinet where Liam lay sleeping. The unspoken question was clear in his gaze. "Can I come in?" he asked, his voice low and strained. I hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. Jack entered, his movements careful, almost hesitant. The tension in the room was palpable as I closed the door behind him. "You didn't answer my question," I said, crossing my arms as I turned to face him. "Why are you here?" Jack's eyes met mine, and for a moment, he seemed at a loss for words. He looked different, tired, conflicted, and somehow softer than the last time I'd seen him. "I got a message," he said finally. "Someone told me you'd had the baby." My stomach clenched. Of course, he'd come because of Liam. I had prepared myself for this moment, but now that it was here, I didn't know what to say. "And?" I prompted, my voice sharper than I intended. "And I needed to see for myself," he replied, his tone just as defensive. I shook my head, my frustration bubbling to the surface. "You've been gone for 9 months, Jack. 9 months of silence, and now you just show up because someone told you I had a baby?"
What do you want from me?
"I want the truth," he said, his voice firm. "I need to know if he's mine." The question hung in the air like a bomb waiting to explode. I could see the conflict in his eyes, the way he struggled to keep his emotions in check. "It's not that simple," I said, my voice faltering. "It is that simple," Jack countered, stepping closer. "Just tell me,
Samantha.
is Liam mine?" I hesitated, the weight of the truth pressing down on me. I had told myself I was protecting Jack when I claimed Lewis was the father. But now, with him standing here, the pain in his eyes cutting through me, I couldn't hide behind that lie anymore. Before I could answer, Liam let out a soft cry, breaking the tension. Jack's gaze shifted to the bassinet, and before I could react, he moved toward it. Jack picked Liam up with surprising ease, cradling him in his arms. The sight of him holding our son was almost too much to bear. "Hi there, little guy," he murmured, his voice soft and filled with something I couldn't quite place. Liam blinked up at him, his tiny fists waving in the air. Watching them together was overwhelming. It was as if all the walls I had built around myself came crashing down in an instant. "He's yours," I said finally, my voice barely audible. Jack froze, his eyes snapping to mine. "What did you say?" "He's yours," I repeated, louder this time. "Liam is your son." The room fell silent except for Liam's soft coos. Jack stared at me, a mixture of disbelief and anger flashing across his face. "You lied to me," he said, his voice low and trembling with emotion. "I didn't lie," I said, though the words felt hollow even to me. "I was trying to protect you. I thought if people knew he was yours, they'd use him against you. Against us." "Don't," Jack snapped, his tone sharp. "Don't try to justify this. You kept my son from me, Samantha. You made me believe he wasn't mine. Do you have any idea how that feels?" "I did what I thought was best," I said, tears welling in my eyes. "I was scared, Jack. Scared for him, for you, for everything. And you didn't give me a chance to explain. You left." Jack's jaw tightened, his grip on Liam shifting as he took a deep breath. "I left because I didn't know what else to do. Because I thought you betrayed me. And maybe I was wrong to walk away, but that doesn't excuse what you did." The argument escalated, years of unresolved pain and anger spilling out between us. But through it all, Liam remained a steady presence, his innocence grounding us in a way nothing else could. "I want to be in his life," Jack said finally, his voice quieter but no less determined. "I don't care how complicated things are between us. He's my son, and I'm not walking away from him." I nodded, my throat tight with emotion. "I wouldn't expect you to," Jack stared at me for a long moment before gently placing Liam back in his bassinet. He turned back to me, his expression unreadable. "This doesn't fix anything between us," he said. "There's too much damage. Too much we can't take back." "I know," I whispered. "But I'll be here for him," Jack continued, his voice steady. "No matter what." After he left, I sat on the couch, staring at the door he had just walked through. My heart was heavy with the weight of everything we had said and everything we hadn't. Jack was back in our lives, but nothing about it felt simple. And as much as I wanted to believe we could find a way forward, the past loomed over us like a storm cloud, waiting to break. For now, though, I had Liam, and I would fight for him no matter what. Chapter 60. Samantha's POV. The morning was unusually quiet, the kind of calm that made you uneasy when you knew trouble always loomed around the corner. I was nursing a cup of lukewarm coffee when the world flipped on its head once again. The news alert flashed across my phone screen. Breaking. Billionaire Kelvin Smith awakens from coma. My breath caught as I stared at the words. The man whose influence had orchestrated so much of my life, directly or indirectly, was awake. The man who was now confirmed to be my biological father. Within an hour, the hospital was buzzing like a disturbed hive. Reporters swarmed the entrance, microphones and cameras pointed toward the building as security struggled to keep them at bay. Jack and I arrived separately, but our paths crossed as we entered the hospital's lobby. "Did you know?" he asked, his tone clipped. His eyes were hard, guarded. "No," I said, shaking my head. "I found out the same way you did." He studied me for a moment, his jaw tightening before he turned away, leading the way to Kelvin's room. When we entered, the scene was almost surreal. Kelvin Smith, a man who had been lifeless in a bed for months, was sitting upright, his eyes alert and clear. His color had returned, and though he looked frail, his presence was commanding. The moment his eyes met mine, they softened. "Samantha," he said, his voice raspy but filled with emotion. "Come here." I approached slowly, unsure of what to expect. When I reached his bedside, he took my hand, his grip surprisingly strong. "I always suspected," he said, his voice breaking slightly. "The moment I saw you, I knew you looked like my mother. You have her eyes." A lump formed in my throat as I nodded. "It's true," I whispered. The DNA test confirmed it. Tears welled in his eyes as he gave my hand a squeeze. "You're my daughter. I've always wanted a daughter." Jack stood silently by the door, his arms crossed. His expression was unreadable, but I could sense the tension radiating off him. Kelvin's gaze shifted to Jack, and his expression grew somber. "Jack," he began, his tone heavier now, "there's something I need to tell you." Jack straightened, his shoulders squaring. "What is it?" Kelvin hesitated, his lips pressing into a thin line. "You're not my biological son." The room fell silent.
What?
Jack said, his voice low, almost dangerous. "I adopted you," Kelvin admitted, his voice heavy with regret. "Your mother and I couldn't have children at the time. You were a gift to us, Jack." And later, when Clara came along, he trailed off, his eyes filled with guilt. Jack's expression hardened, his hands clenching into fists. "You lied to me my entire life. I wanted to protect you," Kelvin said weakly. "It didn't change how much I loved you." Jack turned on his heel and left the room without another word. The atmosphere in the hospital felt oppressive as I watched Jack walk away. I wanted to follow him, to comfort him, but I knew he needed space. "Where's Clara?" Kelvin asked suddenly, his gaze scanning the room as if she might appear at any moment. "I haven't seen her," I admitted. "She hasn't been around much." His brows furrowed, concern etching deep lines into his face. "She should be here. She knows I'd want to see her." I didn't have the heart to tell him that Clara had likely chosen not to come, her absence more calculated than coincidental. As I left the hospital, my phone buzzed in my pocket. The caller ID displayed an unknown number. Normally, I'd ignore it, but something compelled me to answer. "Hello," I said hesitantly. The voice on the other end was low, cold, and devoid of emotion. Your baby is dying. The world seemed to tilt beneath me.
What?
I choked out. Who is this?
What are you talking about?
Your nanny is missing. Check his crib, the voice said before the line went dead. Panic seized me as I dialed the nanny's number. It went straight to voicemail. My fingers trembled as I called Cisco, who picked up after the first ring. Samantha? What's wrong? He asked, his tone immediately alert. Something's happened, I said, my voice shaky. I need to get home.
Now?
The drive back to my apartment was a blur of anxiety and fear. By the time I reached the door, my hands were trembling so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. Jack arrived just behind me, his presence both surprising and grounding. Samantha, what's going on? He asked, his voice steady but concerned. I got a call, I said breathlessly. They said Liam is in danger. Jack's face darkened, and he pushed past me, entering the apartment. The sight that greeted us was chilling. The nanny's phone was lying on the living room floor, abandoned. A chair was overturned, and Liam's soft cries echoed from the nursery. We rushed to the crib, and my heart broke at the sight of him. His tiny face was pale, his breathing shallow, his little body unnaturally still. Oh my God, I whispered, tears streaming down my face as I scooped him up. His skin was clammy, his cries weak. Call an ambulance, Jack barked, his voice filled with urgency. I fumbled for my phone, dialing the number with shaking hands. Jack placed a hand on my shoulder, grounding me as we waited for the paramedics to arrive. The ride to the hospital was a nightmare. I held Liam close, whispering prayers and promises, willing him to hold on. Jack sat beside me, his jaw clenched, his eyes locked on our son. When we arrived, a team of doctors and nurses swarmed us, taking Liam from my arms and rushing him into the emergency room. I tried to follow, but Jack held me back, his grip firm but gentle. They need space to work, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. He's going to be okay. I nodded, though I wasn't sure if I believed him. The image of Liam's pale, fragile body was burned into my mind. As we sat in the waiting room, the weight of everything crashed down on me. The revelations about Kelvin, Clara's absence, and now Liam, it was all too much. Jack sat beside me, his elbows resting on his knees, his head bowed. For the first time in months, the silence between us wasn't filled with anger or resentment. It was filled with shared pain, a quiet acknowledgement of the fragility of everything we held dear. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and steady. We'll get through this, Samantha. Whatever it takes, we'll get through it. I nodded, clinging to his words like a lifeline, because in that moment, they were all I had.
Chapter 61. Jack's POV. The sterile white walls of the neonatal intensive care unit, NICU, blurred around me as the doctor's words sank in. Liam needed a bone marrow transplant. Without it, his chances of survival were slim. Samantha sat beside me, clutching my hand tightly, her face pale and drawn. She had been strong through so much, but this news shattered the last of her composure. How soon can we start? I asked, my voice tight. We'll run compatibility tests on both of you, the doctor said calmly. If one of you is a match, we can move forward immediately. Samantha nodded, her voice trembling as she asked, and if neither of us is a match? The doctor hesitated. We'll cross that bridge if we come to it, but we need to act quickly. Time is critical. The hours stretched painfully as we waited for the test results. Samantha paced the small waiting room, her arms crossed tightly as if she could shield herself from the weight of the situation. I sat motionless, staring at the floor, my mind racing with thoughts I couldn't seem to quiet. When the doctor returned, her expression gave nothing away. Mr. Smith, she said, looking directly at me. You're a match. I exhaled sharply, relief and a strange pang of disbelief colliding in my chest. Samantha's head snapped up, her eyes meeting mine. For a moment, neither of us spoke, the gravity of the situation hanging between us. I was Liam's biological father. As preparations for the transplant began, News of the match somehow leaked to the media. By the time I was in the pre-op area, my phone was lighting up with headlines. Jack Smith's bone marrow match suggests paternity link to Samantha Blake's baby. Smith family scandal deepens. Jack Smith confirmed as adopted. The second headline hit harder than I expected. It wasn't news to me anymore. I had learned the truth about my adoption days ago, but seeing it splashed across the media felt like a fresh wound. "Samantha, have you seen this?" I asked when she came to check on me. She glanced at the phone, and her expression darkened. "They'll never stop, will they?" "This is Clara's fingerprints all over it," I said, my jaw tightening. "She's been quiet since my father woke up, but this is her." Samantha nodded, her hands trembling. "And now they're using Liam to drag us all down." While I underwent the bone marrow extraction, Cisco worked tirelessly to track down the missing nanny. He called me as soon as the procedure was over, his tone grim. "We've got her," he said. "The police picked her up a few miles outside the city. She confessed everything." "Everything?" I asked, sitting up on the hospital bed, my body still aching. "She admitted to taking money from Clara," Cisco confirmed. "Clara paid her to disappear and neglect Liam to create a crisis. The goal was to throw your family into chaos and distract everyone from your father's recovery." I clenched my fists, fury boiling under my skin. Clara had crossed a line, and I wasn't going to let her get away with it. "Does she know where Clara is?" I asked. "She claims she hasn't seen Clara since the payment arrangement, but she's supposed to meet her soon to collect the balance," Cisco said. "We could use that to set a trap." The plan came together quickly. Under police supervision, the nanny contacted Clara and arranged to meet her at a secluded cafe just outside the city. The police would be stationed nearby, ready to arrest Clara as soon as she incriminated herself. Samantha was hesitant when I explained the plan to her. "Are you sure this is the right way to handle it?" she asked, her worry evident. "What other choice do we have?" I countered. "Clara's been tearing our lives apart for years. She targeted Liam, Samantha. She doesn't get to walk away from that." Her gaze softened, and she nodded. "Do what you have to do. Just be careful." The cafe was quiet when I arrived with Cisco, blending in with the patrons as we waited for Clara to show up. The nanny sat at an outdoor table, her nervousness visible as she fidgeted with her coffee cup. Minutes felt like hours, but finally, Clara's car pulled into the parking lot. She stepped out with her usual air of confidence, her heels clicking against the pavement as she approached the table. But she wasn't alone. A tall, broad-shouldered man followed her, his face obscured by a baseball cap. My gut tightened as I watched them approach. "Who the hell is that?" I muttered to Cisco. "No idea," he said, his eyes narrowing. "But we're about to find out." Clara sat across from the nanny, her smile sharp and calculating. She slid an envelope across the table, and the man stood behind her like a bodyguard, scanning the area with practiced ease. "This isn't good," Cisco whispered. "He's not just muscle. He's professional." As Clara leaned in to speak, her bodyguard's gaze landed on us. His eyes lingered for a moment before he leaned down and whispered something to Clara. She stiffened, her smile fading as she glanced in our direction. "Damn it," I hissed. "She knows." Before I could move, Clara stood abruptly, her bodyguard stepping between her and the nanny. The man's hand rested on his belt, and I didn't need to see what he was reaching for to know it wasn't good. "Police, move in," Cisco barked into his radio. The cafe erupted into chaos as officers swarmed the scene. Clara's bodyguard pulled a weapon, but he was quickly subdued. Clara struggled as officers grabbed her arms, her shrill protests echoing through the parking lot. "You'll regret this," she screamed, her eyes locking onto mine. "You've just made the biggest mistake of your life, Jack." I stepped forward, my voice calm but firm. "No, Clara. The biggest mistake was thinking you could mess with my family and get away with it." As Clara was hauled away, a strange sense of relief washed over me. For the first time in months, I felt like we were one step closer to reclaiming our lives. But as I looked at Samantha's pale, tired face when I returned to the hospital, I knew the fight wasn't over yet.
Chapter 62. Samantha's POV. The tension in the police station was palpable as I sat beside Cisco, waiting for the detectives to finish reviewing the files we had provided. The evidence against Clara was damning. Records of secret sales of Smith family properties, wire transfers to offshore accounts, and a network of shell companies designed to hide her fraudulent activities. Clara's lawyer, a sharp-dressed man with an air of arrogance, leaned back in his chair. "This proves nothing," he said dismissively. "My client denies all allegations and insists she is the victim of a smear campaign." I stood, my voice firm. Smear campaign? These are her accounts, her signatures, her schemes. If you want to argue that in court, go ahead. But we both know she's guilty. The lead detective nodded. The evidence is conclusive. We'll be filing additional charges of embezzlement and fraud. Ms. Smith's leverage just disappeared. Clara, sitting across the room, smirked despite the growing case against her. "Enjoy this little victory, Samantha," she said, her voice dripping with venom. "You've won the battle, but you'll lose the war." I didn't respond, my glare saying everything I needed to. Clara had been disarmed, and I wasn't about to let her threats rattle me. Back at the hospital, I allowed myself a moment to breathe. Liam's condition was improving, the transplant a success. The doctors assured me that he was stable and would recover fully with time. As I stood by his crib, watching his tiny chest rise and fall, I felt a surge of relief so overwhelming that tears blurred my vision. Jack stood beside me, his expression softer than it had been in months. "He's a fighter," he said quietly. "He gets that from you," I replied, my voice thick with emotion. For a moment, it felt like we were on the same side again, united by our love for Liam.
But the peace didn't last.
The door to the room opened, and my stomach sank as Anastasia stepped inside. Her heels clicked against the tiled floor, her perfectly styled hair and confident demeanor a stark contrast to the exhaustion etched on my face. Jack turned, his brow furrowing. "What are you doing here?" "I need to talk to you," she said, ignoring me entirely. "Now's not a good time," Jack said, his tone sharp. She crossed her arms, her lips curving into a faint smile. "Oh, I think it is." "What is it?" I asked, my patience wearing thin. Anastasia's gaze flicked to me, her expression smug. "I'm pregnant." The words hit me like a physical blow. I stared at her, unable to process what she had just said. Jack's eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" "Exactly what I said," Anastasia replied. "I'm pregnant, Jack. And it's yours." The room spun as the weight of her announcement settled in. My voice came out colder than I intended. "You've got to be kidding me." Jack stepped forward, his expression a mix of disbelief and anger. "Anastasia, this isn't the time or place dash." "Oh, but it is," she interrupted, her tone mocking. "The world doesn't stop just because you two are playing house." I turned to Jack, my voice trembling with fury. "You knew about this?" "No," he said quickly. "This is the first I'm hearing of it." Anastasia laughed, the sound grating. "Don't act so surprised, Jack. You weren't exactly careful that night." "That night?" I repeated, my voice rising. "What night?" Jack turned to me, his face pale. "It was one night, Samantha. A mistake. I was drunk, and dash." I held up a hand, cutting him off. "I don't want to hear it." "Samantha, please," he said, his voice desperate. "It didn't mean anything." I dash. "It meant enough for this to happen," I snapped, gesturing toward Anastasia. Anastasia smirked, clearly enjoying the chaos she had unleashed. "I'll leave you two to sort this out," she said, turning on her heel. "But Jack, we need to talk soon. You have responsibilities now." As the door closed behind her, the silence in the room was deafening. I turned back to Liam, my hands gripping the edge of the crib for support. My heart felt like it was being torn in two, the fragile hope I had clung to shattering into pieces. "Samantha," Jack said, stepping closer. "Please let me explain." "Explain what?" I said, my voice shaking. "That you ran off with her and made a mistake? That you've dragged me into a storm of lies and betrayal? What could you possibly say to fix this?" He hesitated, his hands clenching into fists. "I didn't want this. Any of it. I was trying to get away, to escape everything. And now it's all back, I said bitterly. But this time, I'm the one stuck cleaning up the mess. Jack's face fell, and for a moment, I thought he might argue. But he simply nodded, his shoulders slumping in defeat. I'm sorry, he said, his voice barely audible. Sorry doesn't change anything, I said coldly. Just leave, Jack. I need to be with my son. He opened his mouth to speak, but seemed to think better of it. With a final glance at Liam, he turned and walked out of the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Later that evening, I left the hospital, my mind spinning with thoughts of Liam, Jack, and the chaos Anastasia had unleashed. Cisco had stayed behind at the station to finalize the charges against Clara, and I decided to head home alone. As I drove through the dimly lit streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The rearview mirror reflected the glare of headlights that had been following me for the past few blocks. I slowed down, my heart pounding as the car behind me matched my pace. Suddenly, it sped up, swerving in front of me and forcing me to slam on the brakes. Before I could react, two men in dark clothing jumped out of the vehicle, their faces obscured by masks. They yanked open my door, dragging me out of the car. "Let me go," I screamed, kicking and struggling against their grip. "Shut her up," one of them growled, pulling out a cloth and pressing it over my mouth and nose. The last thing I saw before everything went black was the faint glow of the hospital in the distance. Chapter 63. The first thing Samantha noticed as she regained consciousness was the cold. The floor beneath her was rough concrete, its chills seeping through her skin. Her wrists and ankles were bound tightly with coarse rope, leaving her hands numb from the lack of circulation. Her head throbbed, and the acrid smell of gasoline mixed with mildew filled the air, making her stomach churn. Panic surged through her as the events of the night came rushing back. The ambush, the masked men, the struggle. They had dragged her from her car and covered her mouth with a cloth that reeked of chemicals. Now she was here, wherever here was, and completely alone. She opened her eyes cautiously, blinking against the dim, flickering light of a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. The room was small, cluttered with crates and rusted tools, the kind of place no one would look twice at. A faint rumbling sound echoed through the walls. A train line? Samantha thought, her mind racing. If she could figure out her location, she might have a chance to escape. Muffled voices came from outside the room, sharp and agitated. Samantha strained to hear, her heart pounding as she caught snippets of the conversation. "She's worth more alive," one voice said, deep and authoritative. "The boss wants her breathing until we get what we need." "And then what?" another voice asked, younger and more nervous. "You think the Smiths won't come looking for her? This is risky." "We don't get paid to question orders," the first voice snapped. "We follow them." The word sent a chill down Samantha's spine. It wasn't hard to piece together who had orchestrated her kidnapping. The Gambinos. After everything she and Jack had been through, they were still determined to settle their grudge. And if the Gambinos were involved, there was no way Anastasia wasn't tied to this. Samantha's mind raced. Of course, she's behind this. Anastasia had made it clear from the beginning that she wasn't above underhanded tactics. The announcement of her supposed pregnancy had been the first blow. Now this, it was all too calculated, too precise to be coincidence. Samantha forced herself to focus, shoving the rising panic aside. She had always been resourceful, and she wasn't about to let fear control her now. Her eyes scanned the room, searching for anything she could use. A rusted pipe leaned against one wall, but it was out of reach. A stack of crates in the corner might be hiding tools, but she couldn't move to investigate. Her wrists ached as she tested the ropes, twisting them against the friction. They were tight but not impossible. If she could find something sharp. The sound of footsteps drew her attention back to the door. It creaked open and two men stepped inside. One was tall and broad-shouldered, his face scarred and cold. The other was younger, with a jittery energy that betrayed his inexperience. "Finally awake." The scarred man said, his lips curling into a smirk. "Don't bother screaming. No one's coming to save you." Samantha glared at him, refusing to let her fear show. "What do you want?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the tremor in her chest. The man chuckled, leaning against the doorframe. You'll find out soon enough. But first, you're going to sit tight and behave. Makes this easier for all of us. And if I don't... Samantha shot back, her eyes narrowing. The younger man shifted uncomfortably, but the scarred one didn't flinch. Then it gets messy, he said simply. But I wouldn't recommend it. When the men left, locking the door behind them, Samantha let out a shaky breath. She couldn't afford to wait for Jack or Cisco to find her not when her captors clearly had a plan of their own. She needed to act, and fast. Her mind went back to the sound of a train. If there was a rail line nearby, it meant she wasn't far from civilization. She just had to figure out how to get out of this room. She twisted her wrists again, ignoring the sting as the ropes scraped her skin. If she could just loosen them enough. The younger kidnapper's hesitation played in her mind. He was nervous, uncertain. He's the weak link, she realized. If she could get him alone, she might be able to manipulate him into making a mistake. Back at the hospital, Jack paced the waiting room, his phone clutched tightly in his hand. It had been hours since Samantha had left, and she still wasn't answering his calls. Something wasn't right. Cisco entered the room, his expression grim. We found her car, he said, holding up his phone to show a photo. The driver's side door was open, and the glass on the ground told the rest of the story. Where? Jack demanded, his voice sharp. Near the industrial district, Cisco replied. Witnesses say 2 men dragged her into a black SUV and took off. We're pulling surveillance footage now. Jack's stomach churned. The Gambinos, he said bitterly. It has to be them. Probably, Cisco agreed. But we'll know for sure soon. My contacts are already digging. Samantha's persistence paid off. After what felt like an eternity, the ropes around her wrists began to loosen. Her hands were raw and bleeding, but she ignored the pain, focusing only on the small victory. She worked quickly, freeing her hands and then her ankles, careful to keep her movements silent. The door opened again, and the younger man stepped inside, carrying a tray of food. He froze when he saw her standing, her defiant glare meeting his wide-eyed panic. Don't make a sound, she warned, her voice low but firm. I didn't sign up for this, he stammered, his hands trembling. Then help me, Samantha said, taking a cautious step forward. You don't have to be a part of this. Before the man could respond, the scarred kidnapper's voice barked from the hallway. What's taking so long in theirs? The younger man flinched, his eyes darting between Samantha and the door. The tension in the room crackled as the footsteps approached. The scarred man burst into the room, his hand already reaching for his gun. Samantha's heart pounded as she grabbed the tray and swung it with all her strength, the metal clanging loudly as it connected with his arm. The gun clattered to the floor. Chaos erupted as the younger man hesitated, torn between loyalty and self-preservation. Samantha lunged for the weapon, her fingers brushing the barrel just as the scarred man recovered and lunged toward her. Chapter 64. The cold concrete scraped against Samantha's skin as she pressed her back against the storage room wall, her breathing shallow and fast. The gun in her trembling hands felt heavier with every second that passed. She couldn't afford to let her nerves betray her now. Her escape replayed in her mind. After hours of working the ropes binding her wrists, she had finally managed to free herself. When the scarred kidnapper stormed into the room, she had acted on instinct, lunging at him and managing to wrestle his gun away during the struggle. Her heart pounded as she recalled firing the weapon, the sharp crack of the shot deafening in the confined space. The bullet had grazed his shoulder, giving her just enough time to run. Now, locked in the storage room, she tried to gather her thoughts. The sound of muffled voices and distant footsteps outside told her that the others were looking for her. She spotted a phone lying forgotten on a crate near the door, likely dropped during the scuffle. Without hesitation, she grabbed it and dialed the one person she knew could help. Jack and Cisco close in. Jack paced the hospital lobby, his jaw clenched and his phone gripped tightly in his hand. Samantha had been missing for hours, and the silence was eating away at him. When his phone finally rang, he answered immediately. Samantha, he said, his voice laced with urgency. It's me, she whispered, her voice shaking. I don't have much time. They're searching for me. Jack's chest tightened. Where are you? What do you see? I'm in some kind of warehouse, she said, her words quick and breathless. I heard trains nearby, and there's a logo on the wall, an old one, something like West Yard Freight. Jack glanced at Cisco, who was already pulling up maps on his phone. We've got her, Cisco said, nodding toward Jack. Industrial train yard, just outside the city. There's an abandoned warehouse there. Samantha, stay put, Jack said firmly. We're coming for you. Just hang on. The warehouse breach. The tactical team moved silently through the shadows of the industrial district, their weapons drawn and their eyes scanning every corner. The abandoned warehouse loomed ahead, its rusted exterior illuminated by the faint glow of the moon. Jack led the charge, his heart pounding in his chest. We breach on my signal, he whispered to Cisco and the others. Inside, Samantha could hear the commotion. The muffled thuds and shouts told her the rescue had begun. She tightened her grip on the gun, her breath catching as the sound of footsteps grew louder outside the storage room. The door creaked open, and Samantha instinctively raised the weapon, only to lower it in relief when she saw Jack standing there. Jack, she gasped, tears springing to her eyes. He crossed the room in 2 strides, pulling her into a protective embrace. You're safe, he said, his voice low and steady. I've got you. The shocking discovery. As the team secured the warehouse, one of the officers called out, We've got something here. Jack and Samantha followed the voice to a locked room. Inside, they found a group of terrified individuals huddled together, their faces pale and gaunt. Chains and makeshift restraints littered the room. Oh my God, Samantha whispered, her stomach churning. These people were trafficked, Cisco said grimly, his expression dark. This place wasn't just a kidnapping site. The Gambinos were running a full-scale trafficking operation. Jack's fists clenched at his sides as he turned to one of the captives. We're getting you out of here, he said firmly. You're safe now. The police called for backup, preparing to dismantle the entire operation. But even as they worked, Jack's mind raced. This was bigger than he'd expected, and it wasn't over yet. Anastasia appears. Just as the team began to wrap up, a familiar figure appeared at the edge of the scene. Anastasia walked toward the warehouse, her elegant coat billowing in the breeze. What the hell are you doing here? Jack barked, stepping forward to confront her. Anastasia smiled faintly, her expression unreadable. Just surveying the city, she said smoothly. In this place. Jack's tone was sharp, his eyes narrowing. What are you really doing here, Anastasia? She shrugged, her hand resting lightly on her stomach. I could ask you the same thing. This is no place for a pregnant woman, Jack said coldly. He gestured toward the officers. Arrest her. She's involved in this. Anastasia's smile faltered, her eyes flashing with something darker. As the officers moved to detain her, she reached into her purse and pulled out a small handgun, pointing it directly at Samantha. The cliffhanger. The team froze, their weapons raised but unable to act without risking Samantha's life. Anastasia's hands trembled slightly, but her gaze was wild and unwavering. It's either you or me, Samantha, she said, her voice laced with fury. One of us has to go. Anastasia, put the gun down, Jack said, stepping forward slowly. You don't have to do this. She laughed bitterly, her finger hovering over the trigger. Don't I? I've already lost everything. You took it all from me. Samantha stared at Anastasia, her heart racing as she calculated her options. The tension in the air was suffocating, every second stretching into an eternity. Chapter 65. The cold steel of the gun glinted under the dim light of the warehouse as Anastasia's trembling hand kept the barrel pointed at Samantha. Her face was a twisted mask of rage, desperation shining in her wide, unblinking eyes. Jack stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. Anastasia, put the gun down. You don't want this to end badly. Don't tell me what I want. Anastasia snapped, her voice shrill and cracking. Do you think you can just take everything from me? My family, my future, my life? No, Jack. You don't get to decide how this ends. Anastasia. Jack tried again, his arms spread wide to show he wasn't reaching for a weapon. You're surrounded. The police are outside. This isn't going to go your way. Anastasia's lip curled, her gaze darting between Jack and Samantha. You think you're so clever, she spat at Samantha. You think you've won, but you've ruined everything. My family is in shambles because of you. The police stationed at the perimeter called into the warehouse over a loudspeaker. This is your final warning. Drop your weapon and surrender now. Anastasia flinched at the sound, her grip on the gun tightening. Her breathing grew erratic as she took a shaky step closer to Samantha. I've already lost everything, Anastasia said, her voice trembling. But you'll lose everything too. One way or another. Jack moved cautiously, positioning himself between Samantha and Anastasia. His injured arm hung at his side, blood seeping through the bandage from the earlier skirmish. You don't have to do this, he said, his voice low and steady. There's another way. Anastasia laughed bitterly, the sound grating. Another way? There's no way out for me. Not anymore. The silence stretched, broken only by the hum of the tactical vehicles outside. Jack inched closer, his eyes never leaving the gun. Anastasia, think about your family. Think about the people who still care about you. Her face contorted with fury. Don't you dare talk to me about family. My family is ruined because of her, she screamed, pointing the gun directly at Samantha. If I can't have peace, neither will you. Before Jack could react, Anastasia pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, the deafening sound echoing through the warehouse. Jack lunged toward Samantha, shielding her with his body as pain lanced through his arm. The bullet grazed him, tearing through the fabric of his sleeve and leaving a searing line of blood. Jack! Samantha cried, reaching for him. The police stormed the building at the sound of the gunfire. Anastasia's eyes widened as the officers yelled for her to drop the weapon, their own guns trained on her. She hesitated for a moment, her arms shaking, before raising the gun again. The officers fired. The warehouse fell silent as Anastasia's body hit the floor, her gun skittering away across the concrete. Samantha stared in shock, her hand covering her mouth as she struggled to process what had just happened. Jack stumbled back, clutching his arm. I'm fine, he assured her when she moved to help him, his voice tight with pain. It's just a graze. Samantha nodded numbly, her eyes still on Anastasia's lifeless form. The officers moved in, securing the scene and ensuring there were no further threats. Cisco appeared at Jack's side, his expression grim. We've got the trafficked victims out and safe, he reported. And we've found more evidence tying this place to the Gambino family. It's a mess, but it's a start. Jack glanced toward the back of the warehouse, where frightened survivors were being led to safety.
His jaw tightened.
This wasn't just a kidnapping, he said. This was their whole operation. Back at the police station, the investigation revealed the true extent of the Gambino family's crimes. The warehouse wasn't just a hub for trafficking, it was one of several such locations linked directly to Elena Gambino. Elena owns this place outright, one of the officers said, holding up a thick folder of documents. Her name is on the lease, and these records show money flowing through accounts tied to her shell companies. The news hit the media within hours, triggering a massive fallout for the Gambino family. Their empire began crumbling as more evidence of their illegal activities came to light. From her holding cell, Clara Smith watched the news unfold on a small TV mounted in the corner. The images of the Gambino warehouses being raided and their operations dismantled sent a chill down her spine. The reporter's voice was clear and unforgiving. With the Gambino family's empire in shambles, their influence in the criminal underworld appears to be at an end. Clara knew the walls were closing in on her. If she didn't act quickly, she'd be dragged down along with them. Swallowing her pride, she called for the guard. I need to talk to someone, she said. I'm ready to confess. Her voice wavered, but the decision was made. She would plead guilty, reveal everything, and hope for a reduced sentence. It was her last chance to salvage anything from the wreckage of her life. Later that night, Jack and Samantha sat in the hospital, the adrenaline from the day beginning to ebb. Jack's arm was freshly bandaged, the wound shallow but still a reminder of the chaos they had just survived. Samantha sat beside him, her hands trembling slightly as she stared at nothing in particular. "She's gone," she murmured, her voice distant. "Anastasia's gone. But it doesn't feel over." Before Jack could respond, Cisco walked in, his face grim. "We've got a situation," he said, holding out his phone. On the screen was an image of the Gambino estate, sprawling, luxurious, and now completely abandoned. "The police stormed Elena's estate," Cisco explained, his tone clipped. "They were hoping to bring her in for questioning, but she's gone." The entire house was empty. Samantha's brow furrowed, her heart sinking. "What do you mean, empties?" Cisco handed her the phone. The screen displayed a photo of a handwritten note left on a polished oak table in the otherwise pristine and vacated estate. "This isn't over yet, Jack and Samantha. I'll strike you again once you least expect it." Samantha's breath hitched as she read the words. The chill they carried felt tangible, creeping up her spine. "She's out there," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "She's not going to stop." Jack leaned forward, his jaw tightening. "Did the police find anything else?" "Just her flight logs," Cisco said. "Turns out, Elena used one of her private planes to flee. The same ones she's been using to smuggle drugs into the country for years. She's long gone, but the authorities are combing through her network." "Then what?" Samantha asked, her voice shaking. "She just vanishes? We're supposed to live our lives with her out there, waiting for her next move?" Jack reached for her hand, his grip firm and steady. "We'll deal with her if she comes back," he said. "But you can't let her control your life from the shadows." Samantha turned to him, her eyes wide and filled with worry. "Jack, you don't understand. Having an enemy like Elena means never knowing when it's safe. It means looking over your shoulder forever." Jack shook his head, his expression softening. "You're not alone in this, Samantha. As long as we have each other, we'll face whatever comes. We've already been through hell, and we're still standing. She doesn't get to take that from us." For a moment, the tension in Samantha's chest eased, though the fear lingered at the edges of her mind. She looked at Jack, his confidence and resolve steadying her even as her own thoughts swirled with uncertainty. The message from Elena loomed like a dark cloud, but Jack's words were a reminder of the light they had fought so hard to protect. Together, they would face whatever came next. Chapter 66. The silence in the room was heavy as Jack held the autopsy report in his hands. His eyes skimmed over the details, lingering on the revelation that brought a wave of relief and frustration all at once. Anastasia was never pregnant. "She lied to everyone," he said, his voice sharp with disbelief. Samantha sat across from him, her expression unreadable. "Her lies almost destroyed us," she said quietly. "But it's over now, Jack. She can't hurt us anymore." Jack exhaled, his grip on the report tightening. "I let her manipulate me. I should have seen through it." Samantha reached across the table, placing her hand over his. "None of us are perfect," she said softly. "But we're still here. Together." Jack looked at her, her calm resolve steadying him. He nodded. "You're right. It's time to move forward." The room was packed with reporters and cameras as Kelvin Smith sat at the head of the table, his wheelchair positioned at the center of the stage. Despite his physical limitations, his presence was as commanding as ever. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice steady and clear, "my family has faced immense challenges in recent months. These events have tested our strength and forced us to confront difficult truths." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "Today, I address the actions of Clara Smith. Her crimes, including embezzlement and conspiracy, have brought shame to this family. Effective immediately, I am severing all ties with Clara Smith. She is no longer a part of this family, and she does not represent our values." Gasps rippled through the audience, but Kelvin pressed on. "Furthermore, I am announcing my decision to step down from my role as the head of the Smith family." It is time for new leadership, someone with the vision and strength to guide this family into the future. That person is my son, Jack Smith. Jack stepped onto the stage to join Kelvin, his expression a mix of pride and determination. Kelvin placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his eyes filled with emotion. Jack has proven himself time and again, and I trust him to lead this family with integrity and wisdom. Kelvin turned his attention to Samantha, who sat in the front row. I would also like to commend Samantha Blake, CEO of Finn Corporation. Her leadership and resilience have been extraordinary. She is a true example of what this family stands for. Samantha felt tears prick her eyes as the room erupted into applause. She glanced at Jack, who met her gaze with a small, knowing smile. A week later, the courtroom was filled with tension as Clara Smith stood before the judge. Her once commanding presence was gone, replaced by a stoic mask that barely concealed her fear. For your crimes of embezzlement, conspiracy, and aiding in the kidnapping of Samantha Blake, you are sentenced to 11 years in federal prison, the judge declared, his voice firm. Clara's eyes darted to Samantha in the gallery. "This isn't over," she hissed as the guards began to lead her away. Samantha met her gaze with quiet strength. "Yes, Clara," she said, her voice steady. "It is." Back at the hospital, Samantha and Jack stood by Liam's crib as the doctor delivered the news they had been waiting for. "Liam is fully recovered," the doctor said with a warm smile. "He's strong and healthy. You can take him home soon." Samantha's shoulders sagged with relief, tears streaming down her face. Jack wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. "He's a fighter," Jack said softly. "Just like his dad," Samantha replied with a smile. Months later, the grand hall was filled with friends, family, and well-wishers as Samantha and Jack prepared to exchange vows. This time, the wedding was a public affair, free from the chaos that had marred their first attempt. Kelvin, seated in his wheelchair, beamed with pride as Samantha approached the aisle. Cisco, stepping in as a surrogate father figure, offered her his arm. "You ready for this?" Cisco asked with a grin. "I've never been more ready," Samantha replied, her eyes locked on Jack, who stood waiting at the altar. As the officiant guided them through their vows, Jack and Samantha exchanged looks filled with love and understanding. When the words, "You may kiss the bride," were spoken, Jack leaned forward, capturing Samantha's lips in a kiss that sealed their new beginning. The room erupted into cheers, and Liam, held by a close friend in the front row, let out a happy squeal. Later that evening, Samantha and Jack stood on the balcony of the reception hall, looking out over the glittering city. "Feels surreal, doesn't it?" Samantha said, leaning into Jack's side. "It does," Jack admitted. "But it's real. And it's ours." Samantha hesitated, her thoughts drifting to Elena Gambino. "Do you think we'll ever really be safe?" "As long as she's out there." Jack's expression hardened briefly before softening. He cupped her face in his hands, his gaze steady. "We'll face whatever comes. Together. That's all that matters." Samantha smiled, her heart lighter than it had been in years. "Together," she echoed. As they kissed again, the lights of the city sparkled around them, and the world seemed to hold its breath, granting them a moment of peace and the promise of a brighter future. The end. Thank you for listening. This has been Betrayed by Him, claimed by his rival, written by Daniel Egger aka Triple G. Kindly like and subscribe for more free audiobooks.